nobody else is showing any empathy. Rudely awake and quiet undertaking. Did I do something wrong? Life isn't easy. Why did you leave me here with my thoughts alone? I don't wanna wake up messed up, 'cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I know I need you now, 'cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this. I'm so sorry that I didn't go to therapy, thinking everybody, even you's an enemy. Brutally awake and quiet undertaking. Did not do nothing wrong. Life isn't easy. Why did you leave me here to get drunk alone? And I don't wanna wake up messed up, 'cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I know I need you now, 'cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this. If I am so wrong and so gone, miserable, won't you stick around just for some be visible? But you don't know, you don't care. Leave me to suffer, erase all the doubt. Pouring Jack in my mouth, and in love with enough of the pain and the drugs to be present for now. All I might know, I don't wanna wake up messed up, 'cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I know I need you now, 'cause I don't wanna be isn't showing any empathy. Rudely awake and quite undertaken. Did I do something wrong? Life isn't easy. Why did you leave me here with my thoughts alone? I don't wanna wake up messed up, 'cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I know I need you now, 'cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this. I'm so sorry that I didn't go to therapy. Thinking everybody, even you's an enemy. Brutally awake and quite undertaken. Did not do nothing wrong. Life isn't easy. Why did you leave me here to get drunk alone? And I don't wanna wake up messed up, 'cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I know I need you now, 'cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this. If I am so wrong and so gone, miserable, won't you stick around just for some be visible? But you don't know, you don't care. Leave me to suffer, erase all the doubt. Pouring Jack in my mouth, and a love with enough of the pain and the drugs to be present for now. What I'm right now, I don't wanna wake up messed up, 'cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I know I need you now, 'cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this.
Said I'd find a way to turn my heart into something gold. Knew I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I rode it all along on your wave right before it broke. Time was thrown down the well, so I let you go. What I do right now. What I do right now for you, for you. Carolina skies in the night, floating by your side. I fell up when you fell down, but we stayed in flight. I'm laughing to myself, 'cause I know that I can't deny. I can't find what you can't hide right inside my mind. What I do right now. What I do right now for you, for you.
Please hold. Your call is very important to us. All operators are busy at this time.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Six Masters Day number 5. I'm Guz, and joining me for all of tonight's action is Raven. Now, you've had a pretty busy last couple of weeks. Maybe take us through a highlight, because there's been a lot in this tournament so far, hasn't there?
Oh man, Six Masters has not failed on delivering some really exciting siege, and I still think the standout highlight for me has got to be Derpe's stim clutch play for Sinister last week that ended up winning them that map in overtime at 8-7. If you haven't seen it, you should definitely find the VOD, look at the highlights on the Twitter, because it's really cool.
What a great way to plug the Twitter. If you want to get involved in the conversation, at Rainbow6ANZ on all of your favorite social media platforms. And of course, if you jump onto Twitter, you can have your say in the community poll. Now, Raven, we're jumping into tonight. We've got some, again, more interesting matches. I think it's a term that we've been using over and over again. But once again, repeating words, these matchups looking close, potentially a bit scrappy, but it's going to make for some good siege.
Absolutely, and I think you saw that with our Snowball Esports analyst predictions. It was really divided amongst a lot of the games. There was never really a consensus of who's going to be clear favorites coming into these matches. I think that's the best thing that Six Masters has delivered so far, is nothing seems certain.
Well, here is where we stand heading into tonight. We have wildcard Akami, who is formerly TBD. We'll get into that later. Elevate and Sinister in those top 4 positions, Raven. Is this sort of what we expected in these stages of the league so far?
Well, it is essentially the top 4 seed teams that have now settled into those positions. A little out of order, but yeah, in terms of who is in that top 4, I think that is what you would have expected coming in. That being said, it doesn't mean it's not heavily contested. For example, LFO and Sinister really could be duking it out for that 4th spot. I think a lot of people are expecting wildcard Okami and Elevate to be really in those top 3 positions, but that still also isn't necessarily certain.
And I think that creates a really interesting dynamic. You have the top teams trying to scrap out for that first position and that first seeding. And then again, we have almost the bottom 5 teams really scrapping out for that 4th position. Of course, only the top 4 go into those playoffs. So all of these teams at the moment still having plenty to play for. And again, it's just going to raise the intensity once again onto another level.
It really is, and these top teams here aren't necessarily comfortable. I mean, Wildcard, they look like they might be there, right? With 4 wins, no losses. But they've had some really tough games. I mean, Ferox last week pushed them to overtime on Consulate, and then the other map was 7-5. So it's not like they were outstanding stomp kind of style wins. In fact, they're just scraping through.
Well, of course, in the Six Masters, we have 2 best of 2s for every Playday. Let's have a look at who's playing this evening. First up, it will be Pittsburgh taking on Kanga, scrap between 7th and 8th. And then later in the night, we will have Akami, Olafo, against Team Ferox. And again, Akami is previously TBD. So if that name looks unfamiliar, that's why.
Yeah, and 2 very exciting lineups. As you said, Pittsburgh Knights and Kanga. It's a battle at the bottom for them tonight. So that will start to either create some big separation between those two positions or keep things in touch. But I'm really excited about the Okami Ferox match later in the night. Just like I said, Ferox really showed up last week against Wildcard, and Okami going from strength to strength at the moment, but they're still having some shaky results.
Yeah, I think it's really going to be a night almost of two halves. I think the first matchup is going to be pretty close, but quite scrappy, whereas the second one might be a little bit more refined. But in saying that, as that pops into my mind, both Okami and Ferox, they're teams that are pretty renowned for having sort of that fluid play style, bringing that aggression to the board. So I think tonight's just going to be crazy in general, and it should make for some really good siege.
Yeah, I have to agree. One thing that's been really interesting this season, which I'm sure we're going to talk about a lot later, is going to be Okami's playstyle. But I'm going to save that for later because there's some things that I've noticed.
All right, well, we'll discuss that matchup later. Let's bring up the matchup for tonight. Pittsburgh Knights is the first roster we'll delve into. Keep in mind, they aren't playing 6 players tonight. We've just added one additional player to this roster. It will be Picnic. Raven, talk us through maybe what he brings to the team and sort of how they're shaping up so far.
Yeah, so Picnic is their coach, so he's providing support staff services to these guys. I don't personally know exactly what he brings, whether it's the coach analyst role or whether he just fulfills more of a coach or more of an analyst. Either way, he is their support staff. And then on top of that, this roster has stayed pretty consistent. The big difference that some people might still be catching up on is that Stigs has joined Fnatic. So Arlo has jumped in, but he's been playing really well. I think that's a really important point. It's not like he's just this new player to the roster. He's played with them in the past, and he's had some pretty good performances so far in Six Masters.
Well, the Pittsburgh Knights are trying to regain some form, and so is Kanga. Let's have a look at their roster and who they're bringing for tonight's match. Again, Yoshi will be added to that lineup. Raven, talk us through what he brings to the team and sort of maybe discuss a little bit some of the struggles that Kanga might be going through at the moment because they haven't won a map yet.
Yeah, Yoshi being their coach, we've interviewed him previously in Pro League Season 11, provided some really good insight into their team, so he seems pretty in touch with a lot of the things that he does as a sports staff. But in terms of what this team is struggling with, the outstanding thing for me just feels like they have a really shallow map pool. It's something I brought up with Spruce in the interview, and he agreed that they just don't really know what their map pool is because they're struggling to get strong results or victories on these maps. So it's not giving them a very good gauge on where they're heading. And I think that's their biggest struggle that they've just not got on top of.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting you mentioned that because of the Six Masters best of 2 format that has shaken up the map veto. You can basically only insta-ban one map. So effectively, you need at least a 6 map pool. Whereas previously, you might have been able to get away with 4 or 5. Now, you need to basically be on top of almost every map. And that makes it really challenging for some of these teams who, like Kanga, have experienced those roster changes. They're already on the back foot, and that's sort of potentially set them back just a little bit more.
Yeah, and the thing about that veto system is it means that you really should be expected to be winning your pick because you've got the pick of 6 maps there, or 5 maps essentially, and you've got to be backing yourself on that. So if you're losing your map pick, then it's going to be much more of a struggle on your opponent's map pick because in theory, that should be their strongest map out of what's left.
While the map veto is ready and waiting, let's see what the teams have banned first and see where we will not be heading. Consulate from the Knights and Border from Kanga. So those 2 maps will not be played in this series. Is that what we expected?
Definitely Border. Pittsburgh Knights have shown that they're quite good on Border in the past. They've actually taken down Okami in Pro League Season 11 on Border, and that was quite the smacking. So I think that's a pretty big statement for why Border is a good ban for them. Consulate, I think, in terms of Pittsburgh Knights, probably is a little tricky for them to decide what to ban, to be honest, because Kanga don't have that forthcoming strong map that you would be like, yep, let's just ban that, and then we're Gucci. So we'll see what they play for. I'm kind of feeling like we might see some Clubhouse because both these teams have played it a bit in the past.
All right, well, let's find out. Each team gets 1 pick. Let's see what they have decided to go with. Cafe will be Pittsburgh, and there you go, Clubhouse for Kanga. So you're on the ball to start things off.
Yeah, I mean, with that Clubhouse pick, they've played it a lot, but like I said, they've had mixed results. It's not like it's a strong map for them, but it's clearly one that they've played a lot of. So hopefully with that, it means that they've got something there to work from. It's a good base to start with. So I'm curious to see how they pick that up. And Pittsburgh Knights maybe just capitalizing on some weaknesses that Kanga has shown on Cafe, which they've played quite a lot of so far in Six Masters. In fact, both weeks back to back, they've played Cafe, losing at 6-8 to Okami in the first week, and then 3-7 to elevate last week. So I think that's a lot that Pittsburgh can really build on to counter Kanga on that map.
Yeah, and I think it's really tricky to judge these teams on their form because they haven't looked really at their best and their results have sort of reflected that. So I think there is still a big question mark going into this game because Pittsburgh, I think a lot of people expected them to probably be pushing for the top four. So to find them now in 7th, probably a little bit unexpected. And then, of course, you've got Kanga, who maybe weren't expected to go for the top 4, but to be dead last without a map, that's got to be pretty harsh. So they're really, really looking to try and kickstart something in this season because if they lose from here, it's a rough season. It's not going to be good for them.
Yeah. I really think with Kanga, it's just a bit of a timing issue because they got absolutely routed in terms of their roster, losing Worthy and Pat to Wildcard and Elevate. It's really changed things a lot for them. 2 really strong players, and Pat had quite the leadership role in their team. That's not easy to fulfill. So they had to finish Season 11 of Pro League, and now they've had to start 6 Masters within 4 weeks of that finishing. That's not a very long time to be able to turn that around with 2 such key players. So in terms of that, 6 Masters is really about just trying to build on something, create that foundation. So as they progress through 2020, they've got more of a chance to get back into it.
All right, well, you guys at home had your opportunity to say who you thought will win this series. Let's bring up that poll result and see what the community expects.
Ooh.
Pittsburgh just edging out K. This is one of, if not the closest poll result I think we've had this season. Even some strong support for the draw. So, look, expect this one to be close. And I am probably sitting in the boat that this is pretty accurate. Maybe the Pittsburgh just.
Yeah, look, it is tough to call. Kanga have had some close maps. I mean, I pointed out that 6-8 on Cafe against Okami. That's a pretty big deal. Okami have looked pretty good on Cafe previously. And of course, they're a top team. And Kanga, with their struggles to pull out a 6-8, that's got to say something, right? So there's definitely a chance they could take a map on Pittsburgh Knights. But then again, they've also showed some pretty lackluster performances. So it really just depends what Kanga we see show up, and of course what Pittsburgh Knights show up, because they've shown some really strong performances. And if we see that, well, then maybe Kanga don't have much of a chance.
And I just saw on the ticker there, we have the kill leaders for each team. Who needs to step up here for each team? Because we know that each roster has their stars. Who can we expect to step up here and bring their team over the line?
Yeah, I think in terms of Kanga, it's got to be a collective, right? We've seen Leb stepping up probably the most consistently for them so far in 6 Masters, but Campo has also had some great games, and then Spruce has had patches of impact. So I think if they can all just collectively step up, they're going to have a great shot. And on Knights, hard to say. Strider seems to be the one to really look out for Knights. He's kind of their driving force.
All right, well, we're in the map. The ban phase has begun. Maverick taken off the board first there by Kanga. What sort of bans can we expect, Raven, for the rest of this map?
Yeah, Cafe it's an interesting one with bans. Usually you see either the Maverick or Thatcher are the 2 really common bans on Cafe. And then, yeah, this Ying seems to be really sticking at the moment. Teams not wanting to deal with it. So that's the Ying off the board. And on terms of defense, Mirror Echo, maybe the Maestro is also a pretty common ban on Cafe, denying that intel, and also it just eases a bit of pressure off IQ, who already has a lot of work to do in terms of finding those gadgets.
Of course, that leaves the final ban to Kanga. And it will be Mirror taken off the board. So nothing too crazy really coming out there from that phase, and sort of, I guess, what we expected.
Yeah, nothing dramatic. The Maverick is just going to make the piano take a little bit interesting because you'll have to use Habana or Thermite to open that wall, which isn't too much of a struggle, especially with Thermite. It does mean you have to get up close and personal with that wall into backstore, which is a counterable position for the defense. But with Habana, that does make it a bit more simple. So yeah, I don't think any of those bans are going to have a huge impact on how this map will play out.
If you've just joined the stream, you're looking at our beautiful faces. We're just having a quick rehost. Of course, Dev cursed it last week. I said before the broadcast today, you know, I'll come in and bring away that bad luck, but it wasn't meant to be. So we'll just chat for a little bit while we wait for the players to get set once again. Cafe's been an interesting map for Kanga. Let's talk about that for a second, because when they versed Okami, the first 3 rounds, they got absolutely destroyed, but they actually almost managed to bring that one back.
That was a really good map. Another one that I highly encourage people to go back and rewatch, because as you said, they got flawless, in fact, on those first 3 rounds. So 3 rounds, no kills. Okami looked super comfortable. But then they really brought it back, and in their defense half, they had some massive clutches. There was a big one from Leb in particular that sticks out to my mind, 1v3 in reading. Pretty sure that was the round that took it to overtime. And then even in overtime, the rounds that they lost were still close. In all honesty, that could have been their map if just a couple of things went a bit differently.
It's actually interesting you mentioned Lev there because on that on the ticker before it was mentioned that he was one of the top fraggers for Kanga, and I think if you had have said that maybe when he was playing in Challenger League or his early stages of Pro League, that would have been a mistake because he was playing an ultra hard support role. But there has been a noticeable shift recently, particularly on defense. For example, he's been playing operators like Jaeger, other fraggers alongside, and he's been performing pretty well. And if there's anyone on that team you want in a clutch, it's probably him because he shows up.
Yeah, he's been really consistent with it, and I've said it a lot so far, but he really is one of the most improved players for me ever since Kanga have broken through into this level. In Pro League last season, I mean, that was his first season of Pro League. He had some rough weeks for sure as they were really figuring out where to go, but as the season went on and as we're coming to Six Masters, man, it's like night and day seeing how he plays and how consistently he is playing. That's a really big thing for Kanga, and that's maybe something they can build around now that they've got that player that is showing that consistency. It's about getting everybody else to that consistency level that can really start to glue things together.
I really hope I really hope Leb doesn't have a bad game today because he hates it when the caster curse gets to him. We've just like pumped his tires up massively. We're expecting like 25 kills from him tonight. If he has a bad night, I think me and you might be in a little bit of trouble.
Look, I was thinking that, and I've thought about that the last couple of weeks because I've gassed him up a little bit, but he's still played really well. So I'm not as worried about cursing him anymore. I'm happy just to keep saying Leb's underrated. He's been improving a lot. So, I mean, prove me wrong.
And I guess we can talk about the Knights now for a little bit. I think Strider. Oh, here you go. It's on the ticker right now. Strider. So he's top fragging, 35 kills, just edging out Lev. He's been performing pretty well. I think even in the games where his team hasn't been the best, he's always been that player to sort of step up. And he's been pretty resilient through some of these tough games.
Yeah, and I think the thing that stands out for me for Strider is he always appears like he's got the calm, kind of cool-headed approach to every situation, no matter at what point in the round it is. He's hit some pretty big clutches for Pittsburgh Knights, and also from the positions he plays, because we've seen him play a lot of Thermite, Habana, those kinds of roles before. Sometimes they have these mid-round struggles where they're stalled out maybe, or something's just not going quite right. And you'd expect a flex player or maybe an entry fragger if they're still alive to be the one that breaks through, but that's often Strider for the Knights. He gets a couple of opening picks, just pushes through maybe a doorway or a breach at an unexpected time, and that's working out really well for the Knights. So in his role, I think he's really excelling.
And I think it's interesting you mentioned there that he's a player that really steps up during those stall phases where the attackers are really trying to sort of head in towards the site. I guess there's maybe not too many great examples than that on Cafe. There are so many choke points, particularly on that top floor, that the attackers need to deal with. You often see really strong holds over towards Cocktail, for example, even if they're holding one of the objectives below. So I think the Knights will really need to try and lean on that, or maybe diversify that role of getting that opening pick on those attacks. Otherwise, again, they could find themselves in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, and two teams that have played Cafe quite strongly in recent history have been Elevate and Wildcard. And one thing I've noticed those teams do when it starts to get to that push to shove moment is they're really comfortable just pushing deep through bar, for example, on that top floor attack. Usually your teams that stall out, they try and wiggle around and get a plant maybe at the trash bags near backstore doorway, or they plant what we call it default just near that new hatch. But what those teams have been doing is just going deep, really pushing out those players in Cocktail and in backstore, which really is freeing things up. And I think if the Knights adopt that, it suits their playstyle, and that might really pay off for them. So I'm hoping that we maybe see that kind of play for them in this series against Kanga.
Yeah, and last time Kanga played this map, it springs to mind Spruce pretty much exclusively playing Ash, playing quite aggressively and getting actually quite a few picks early, which helped try and open up the rounds. They weren't able to capitalize necessarily on all of those. You had players like God Legion who were just like absolutely decimating Kanga during that map. But I think, as you mentioned, like trying to bring an aggressive player to the roster to clear out these really tough strongholds will be pretty key tonight. And I think it's only going to play into this match being quite scrappy, as we sort of alluded to earlier.
Yeah, and one thing that really concerns me a little bit for Kanga is that they've played Cafe, both weeks. So there's a lot of match footage on them already. And yeah, their map pool is maybe not that strong, but that also indicates that even the maps they play quite a bit of, they probably don't have a lot of depth of strategy either. So there's only so much they can withhold or really surprise their opponents with. And that's going to come down to play style more than strategy. And I really think that the Knights are going to be able to capitalize on that quite easily. That being said, of course, stuff can go wrong, but I just think that it's not going to be working in favor of Kanga in that instance.
Yeah, it could really come down to a battle of who's done the homework heading into this game, because I think it's safe to say that both these teams have pretty strong individual players, both relatively aggressive, can bring flashes of really good play. So when they clash with all that footage out, as you mentioned, that could make things really interesting. If Kanga haven't really changed much since those games, particularly I think the Akami one will give a lot of intel for the Knights. That could spell disaster. We could definitely see the Knights just shred them apart if they've sort of found that key to unlock a lot of Kanga's strategy.
Yeah, I mean, it just puts a big emphasis on adapting, and which is the case in Siege anyway. But in Kanga's position, if Knights are able to take on all that info, develop some good counter strategies, play to their strengths, and then adapt on the fly, which is what you really need to be doing as a high-performing team, I think that's just going to be really tough for Kanga. But that being said, it doesn't mean that they can't step up as well, and maybe they've been working super hard on Cafe over this past week, and maybe the Knights don't realize, and there's been some changes. Players feeling more comfortable within their shell is an important part of how Kanga is going to progress. So players like Campo, for example, that's already been playing quite well, if he continues to excel and improve, that's something that the Knights are going to have to deal with as well.
And I guess we didn't talk about this a whole lot, but the bans, they were pretty standard for the most part. I mean, maybe Ying, you could say, is a little bit of an X factor of sorts, but I think in ANZ, since Ying got the buff, and even post the nerf where one of those Candelas were taken away, she is being a bit of an insta-ban for some of these teams who just do not want to have to deal with her. But that opens up the Thatcher, which could really change how this map plays, because we often see, again, those choke points so difficult to clear.
And it's such a great point, because something that was really occurring last week is Thatcher was getting banned less because Ying is being this insta-ban for a lot of teams at the moment. But Thatcher's still not getting picked. It's like teams have adjusted so well to not using Thatcher. Even when he's available, they don't really want to mess with their operator lineups just to work him back in. So actually seeing his pick rate not super high, which is surprising for me, because it feels like in a lot of circumstances when we see teams stall out, it's because of some gadgets. And if Thatcher's available and you're getting stalled out by gadgets, that's such a strong case to just work that Thatcher into your lineup, because you don't want to be stalled out on those kinds of things when such a simple solution is right in front of you.
And I guess that Thatcher treatment is almost a little bit similar to Mirror in a way, because she's an operator on the defense we see banned a lot, but don't see a massive presence normally in ANZ when she is available. And again, that's likely because the teams probably aren't strategizing around that, expecting it to be banned. Maybe the players don't feel very comfortable with the loadout or just the overall play style, and yeah, it makes for some interesting dynamics. I guess as this rehost continues, what can we expect maybe for Clubhouse? Let's talk about that for a little bit, because we know that's going to be our second map. It is a best of 2 series. How's that one going to pan out? Especially if Cafe doesn't go in favor of one of these teams, how can that sort of roll into that second map?
Clubhouse is definitely going to be interesting. The Knights have played Clubhouse in both weeks as well, and they lost. So they lost 3-7 to Ferox in week 1, and they lost 7-8 to Sinister last week. That was, of course, the play from Derpe that I was talking about from Sinister last week that won them that map. So they've had a good performance there against Sinister, whereas Kanga, they played Clubhouse last in Pro League Season 11, and that was actually against Knights. They lost 4-7. So there's not a whole lot for us on Kanga in this map, and I think that's going to be the concern for Knights, because it's Kanga's pick, and I mean, they've got to have picked it for a reason, right?
Well, yeah, you would hope so. I mean, if they can come out with a little bit of that surprise factor and I guess throw the Knights off, that could be interesting. Because I can even envision a scenario where the Knights might just completely smash Kanga here on Cafe. They're really prepared, ready to go. But then they might jump into Clubhouse, and Kanga could throw some stuff out that maybe they aren't expecting. And that confidence could be a little bit of a demise. Sometimes teams can be a little bit overzealous, especially if they're entering into the unknown. And Kanga might be able to capitalize on that. But again, it's in the distant future. We don't exactly know how even this first map's going to play out. So we can only speculate for now, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the thing with Clubhouse, is because there's not that much on Kanga, they can use that to their strength, of course. Like, there's a bit of unknown there. The Knights are going to have to be adapting on the fly, and sometimes that can be really tricky. And Kanga is going to have the upper hand in that instance, at least. They've got a bit on the Knights for Clubhouse. So, see how that goes. But hey, Guz, it's Cafe.
Wow. Thanks for pressing the big green button, Raven. How kind of you to get us into this one. Very nice.
You're welcome.
Oh, well, that's...
No way.
Oh, wow. Raven. Oh,
Look, I think people just want to see our face. You know, I feel like it's just somebody in chat being, guys, get out of lobby. We just want to see more of Guz and Raven. I'm sure that's what people in Twitch chat are saying.
maybe you press the big green button that says start match twice, because I know if you press it twice, it actually then brings us back out. So maybe next time just press it the once, all right? And then we'll be good.
All right, yeah, I'll try work on my button pushing technique.
Hey, maybe you know what? This is maybe a good time to plug Late Night Siege. This is something you do often. You just sit here, you talk, have a good time.
Yep.
Talk to us about that,
Sure.
because you had who'd you have on the show last time? It was Warden, right?
Yeah, Warden from Ferox. So if you don't know, Late Night Siege is a show that we have on Friday nights. It's hosted by myself and Dev Mata. And we have a guest on to help just shine some spotlight on the community and teach you guys some tips on how to play Siege through maps and operator picks and the operator loadouts, that kind of thing. So yeah, Warden was on. He spoke about Mute and Theme Park. You can suss the VOD on Rainbow Six ANZ on Twitch, as well as YouTube. And yeah, I can't say too much about our guest this week. That's going to come a bit later, but it's on weekly. So you guys can tune in this week. We'll have a new map, new operator, and a new guest.
What if we go to a third rehost? Do we get like a teaser?
Maybe. Look,
Alright.
it's definitely on the cards.
I'll hold you to that. I guess it is interesting, actually. I've been tuning in. It's interesting to hear a different perspective to the game, because I think a lot of people don't appreciate how differently pro players look at this game. It's almost like a completely different game to the majority of the audience. So it's definitely quite spicy as we are back into the action. Let's go.
Hey. Let's go. All right. Well, it is 4v4, as you can see there. Boats and Strider. Well, Boats was DC'd, but Strider died. So that's a big deal, because he's the Thermite. So that's all hard reach gone for the Knights in this attack, and that's in the first minute. It's going to be a bit tough for them, given that it is pretty important to be using hard breach for most of Cafe. That being said, I see that the side here is reading and dining, so not quite as critical, at least on this attack.
Dino there on the sledge, already trying to make some progress in towards Cocktail. We're seeing Leb holding that solo by the looks of things. Often a critical choke point. He's left all alone to try and hold it. There is some players below feeding intel. Spruce doesn't connect with that C4. A second one goes out. Doesn't quite shoot it though. Might leave it there to try and scare these attackers as they are now pushing through. But Leb has made his way out.
That he has, so that man advantage is going to be very helpful moving into the second part of the round. It's going to make it a bit harder for the Knights to be able to clear them out, because this site is all about retaking as well as holding just some gentle off-site positions. You can't really sit comfortably in reading, neither can you sit comfortably in dining. So having that man advantage for Kanga means they can probably trade it out, but Dino is going to have something to say about that. As he gets rid of Wayne Man, means it's a 3 versus 3.
3 on 3 with a minute to go. Hayward with the diffuser up above. Spruce trying to get aggressive now on White Stairs. The question is, are the Knights watching his flank? They may not be. It doesn't look like there's a Claymore either. He will peek, but then fall back. There's now 45 seconds left. Kanga not trying to overextend too far here.
Hayward's just getting away with a plant here, though. Not really contested. Dino's been downed in the cover. So has Hayward. After the plant has been stuck, it is post-plant. Campo does find one, but Juicy is still around. 2 versus 1 for Juicy here. He's going to have to be very careful. He gets the shot onto Campo. It's a great shot. All up to Spruce. His tag's low, as is Juicy. It's going to come down to a very, very short gunfight if they face each other. Juicy playing it very comfortably now, just sitting back. It's going to be on Spruce to have to push, because he can't get the defuse down, but a nice shot there from the side. Spruce gets the round for Kanga. That is round 1 in the books.
Nice start there from Kanga. Tippin. Spruce will be pretty happy with himself after that one. Good way to start things off. That'll give him the early lead. Of course, as you will hear almost every time this map is played, Cafe typically defend decided. So Kanga should win the first few rounds here, you would expect, just based on form and based on the raw statistics. I'd be interested to actually see how much this map has shifted towards the attackers though, because Cafe, it's been in the pool for quite some time now, and I think the teams have stratted it out quite deeply.
Yeah, I've seen it go sporadic. Sometimes you see the attack winning a lot of rounds, and sometimes it has leaned onto more of that defender-sided nature. So I think it has started to split a bit. So we'll see whether that holds true here or not. I'm really curious how Knights were able to get in and get that plant down essentially undisturbed. I mean, Dino did get down in the very last second of that plant happening, but it seemed like Kanga maybe caught onto it a bit late. Lack of intel, not 100% sure. They're going to be going to Kitchen now, which we've seen them play a lot of, and this has usually been one of their better sides.
Fortunately for Kaga, they now have 5 men heading into this round, so and they did it with 4 in the last, but 5 will, you would think, help them out a little bit here in round number 2. Pretty interesting lineup from Kanga, nothing too unexpected. Leb, though, again playing on an aggressive 3-speed. It will be Vigil this round. Did I say 3-speed? Vigil is a 3-speed, right? Or is he 2-speed? I always get confused on that one. He's 2-speed? No, 3?
I think
Okay.
3. Now you made me not sure.
I think it's 3.
Sure
I don't know. I don't know why there's always doubt in my mind about Vigil for some weird reason. But anyway, I'm sure he'll call some Knights for the issue. Cause some issues for the Knights. Oh, after that rehost, my words have just departed from my mind.
It happens. It was a rough one, you know, no rounds played. But we got one under the books. Kanga got it, and Knights are going to be hunting for a few here. I'd say 2 or 3 rounds on an attack half is the pass mark you'd be aiming for. Of course, you want to be getting as much as possible, but that's the way you sometimes look at it in terms of your mindset. Helps a lot as a team, not getting too bogged down when a map can favor that one side. Web on this top floor is going to be causing some issues because they're not going to be able to comfortably drone him out as the Vigil. And given that he's already burned around a minute off and he's got support on the second floor, I'm liking the start here from Kanga.
Definitely a confident setup. Spruce providing intel once again on the pulse. Of course, he did clutch up the last round, a 2k for him. So a great start. He's going to try and go for another C4 here. That could be big. And he gets it. That's Dino taken off the board. Sledge will take no further part in this round.
It's a good start in general from Kanga. Giants haven't really had a good opening phase. They've already burned off so much time here. They're still trying to contest to take proper control of this second floor. We did just see Spruce and Campo drop though, which means that Knights are going to have majority control. Already a half the round gone though. They're going to have to put a lot of pressure on site, clear that out, because the really important part of Kitchen is once you've got that vertical control, you try and push out the defenders from site so that they have to either retake or they can't comfortably hold crossfires. And at the moment, Knights don't seem to be doing a whole lot of that.
Minute to go on the board. Hayward's still on the top floor. Keep in mind the objective is all the way down on the first floor inside of Kitchen. And it looks like they will now begin to progress there. Not long left though. Kanga in a great position, wasting a lot of time and getting that initial pick. Puts them in a nice position to try and close out this second round as some flashes will go out. Trying to disturb Kanga. Campo does get taken out. There's now only 30 seconds left. It's canning down quickly. Hayward tries to get one on site. Will drop Wayne Man. So they now effectively do have the man advantage, but not much time left on the board.
Wayne Man was definitely in no man's land there. And actually there's 2 that have come out. That's a great shot. And all of a sudden the Knights just run over the top of Kanga, getting round number 2. So that's just going to even it out straight away. And that was a strong round from the Knights in the end.
There's definitely a time during that round, maybe with about a minute to go, where Kanga seemed like they did everything right. They wasted time, got the pick, made their way back towards site. But when it came crunch time, the Knights completely walking over the top of them, a convincing round win in the end, and that's going to signal to Kanga to maybe not try that again, instead opting to go to the third floor. We're going to see Goyo, Jaeger, and Wamai in play. I'm sure the Knights will be absolutely thrilled to see that in the reveal phase.
Definitely a lot of utility to clear, but you know what? We were talking about it during the rehost there. Thatcher is available, not being played. So something that could so easily deal with those ADSs and magnets is going to be those EMP grenades.
so happy you said that then, Raven. I was like trying to segue into it and you did it flawlessly, so I'm very happy.
There you go.
Good start. Well done.
Good.
This is going to be an interesting match. I feel like we might even have a scenario where these teams start trading rounds. I mean, it's been one apiece so far. Neither team looking... Again, it's only the early stages, but neither team looking massively like they have any sort of advantage or edge.
5 seconds remaining.
That last round was pretty explosive from the Knights though, so maybe if they could try and replicate that again, Kanga could find themselves in a little bit of trouble.
Definitely something they're going to have to deal with on the Knights is that somewhat coordinated, aggressive push. I've written down in my notes that the way that the Knights attack is kind of a strangle style push. They're very good at fanning out and just ensuring that they push you into where they need you to be. And then they get that aggressive frag kind of finish that we just saw in that previous round. It's really common that we see for the Knights. So Kanga under that kind of pressure might struggle to deal with it, and that's where you need players like Wayne Man, for example, on the Maestro. That's a great counter to that. You're seeing a lot of attackers come at you all at once. You're going to want guns like the Elder in your hand.
We will see boats on the Mamai playing that pixel angle. It's a position that the Knights will need to clear out, and as mentioned earlier, could be quite challenging without a Thatcher. Other utility can be used though. We have Arlo who can use his lifelines. Dino with nades, or even Juicy with his bolts. Yeah, it's been droned down in that position, and utility will now fly out as they try and clear this shield. Good flame there from the Knights will push him out of the position, and should allow Dino to really just come up and smack that shield out of the way. So pretty efficient clear so far. He will actually nade it. Potentially a little bit of a waste, but better safe than sorry.
I actually think great decision, seeing it was a Goya shield. It might have done a lot of damage if he sledged it.
I think you can just do it outside of range, like just. I think. I don't know. I haven't tried it.
Super risky though, surely.
That's alright. It's 6 Masters, Raven. It's time to bring out the big plays.
One thing I really like that I don't think many people would have thought about is that they would have had to burn the magnets so they can use the Capital arrows, right? So it's no longer where you can just freely shoot Capital arrows. If Wamaya's on the board, you have to think about the fact that the magnets catch the arrows and redirect them. So it was good that the Knights did that because that could have been disastrous. It would have been a real waste of important utility. That worked really well. It flushed that player out of that pixel position. Time's starting to really tick away. They still don't have control of the white corridor. Bathroom they do, and Campos is going to get deleted by that frag grenade.
Dino fully utilizing that second nade, and now Kanga's starting to feel the pump. Boats is still holding this second shield, and the Knights might struggle to clear it here again. Not much utility left after clearing out Pixel. Boats plays is smart. He's in a very strong spot, covering Spruce's flank as well, who again has a really nice long angle, but he'll get shut down by Strider. There we go, Strider getting that early pick on the Thermite. Juicy meanwhile has been down, so it is effectively a 4-on-3 unless they go for that pickup. Not much time left though, and Lev now will reposition towards White Stairs. The plant now going down. I don't think anyone from Kanga's in a position to deny this. Some players push through as Wayne Man jumps onto his drone. That was very awkward. Getting absolutely timed there on the Maestro, and now it's a 2-on-4 post plant. I don't think Kanga will win this round. Surely not. Lev does get one. 30 seconds left now on that diffuser, but look at the Knights. They're playing so patiently, so passively, just ready and waiting for these players to fall into position. And they have a player on the roof who can basically just sit there for 6 seconds and peek over while they're counter diffusing. So I think it's safe to say, Raven, that this round is pretty much all but over. Rainman trying to long arm it here. I still think he might be exposed to that angle. He will be. Gets shut down. Leb as well. And the Knights will close out the round.
And now that's the great thing about the trash bags plant, is if you've got somebody to cover from Skylight, it's next to impossible to lose that because you don't have to peek. You just have to know if they're fully sticking it, and then you just have to quick peek, you can clear it. It's super easy. So well played by the Knights to get themselves into that position. It was like I was saying, they got those picks and pushed Kanga back into those spots where they couldn't deny. I mean, Wayne Man, unfortunate timing, whipping out his phone when there was a sledge looking right at him. That could have maybe changed things a little bit. But either way, the Knights looking pretty good on these attacks now after that first round.
And that round really kicked off on the back of Strider's opening pick, and we mentioned this earlier. Despite being more of that support role, there's plenty of occasions where the Knights are falling back to him to try and open up the round. And in that occasion, he shut down Spruce, I believe, playing the Goyo ACOG TCSG. A strong position, holding that line of sight in towards the plant. basically once he was down, it was super tricky for Kanga to try and reposition for the plan, and ultimately it proved impossible.
That's the other great thing about that piano wall that you open into bar as opposed to backstore to get that trash bag plant, is you've got that long angle towards cocktail. You can hold from skylight all of bar essentially, and also cigar can hold that long angle through. So if they don't have denial from distance or below, it's so hard to be able to actually deny that plant. And that's really the situation that we saw Kanga forced into.
Well, for this round number 4, we are heading back to Kitchen. We've already seen it make one appearance, and the blue team, that's the Pittsburgh Knights, the attackers, were able to close it out. Currently now on a 2-round streak after winning above. It's a pretty solid start for them. If they can even win one more here, get a 3-1 lead, and at worst, draw out the first half of this map on a map like Cafe. That's going to be so big, and I think that's going to be a nice confidence booster for them.
And really puts the pressure on Kanga, a team that has struggled a lot more with their attacks than defenses. If they are losing more rounds on their defense halves, well then that's going to feel pretty bad going into their attack half. This really could be a play on mindset if the Knights do manage to secure a majority of rounds so far. Dino, lucky to be alive. Looks like he's on maybe 5 HP and a pretty early engagement there.
I believe it was the opening death of the Knights in the previous round, so looking to try and not repeat that. Expecting him to get to work quite quickly here with that sledgehammer on the off chance that a stray C4 or a single bullet takes him out. He doesn't want to be left with that utility in the grave. It's no use there. We'll send out a nade over towards wide stairs. No one currently sitting in that position. Kanga already rotating away, and the Knights will now, at the halfway point, begin to gather some ground, but it's definitely slow and steady.
It's slow and steady, and it's something that will really come back to bite you when you're attacking the kitchen bomb site. As I said, if you don't get a lot of that floor control, which is going to be on Dino, and he's so easily fragged out now, all it's going to take is just an errant bullet through the floor, and he's gone. Spruce is spotted out there with the IQ scanner, so they're going to be very much aware of the intel that's being collected on them. But again, into the final minute, they need to be putting so much more pressure onto site, because at the moment, Kanga are just collecting all this intel. They can run around freely on site. Nothing is really stopping them. That's an unfortunate miss there of that C4. Some of that utility being a little bit wasted, but Kanga have full HP still, so really strong advantage in their favor.
Those C4s being wasted should prompt the Knights to get some pretty nice control above now, without too much of a threat below. They have 30 seconds to do so, plenty of utility still on the board for either team. Spruce as well, still gathering intel. As now the pressure is being put on Kanga. The wall inside Bakery has been opened, and again, Hayward will get the opening pick this time. It'll be on IQ. That's Leb taken off the board. The top fragger so far for Kanga off the board, but it will be refragged. That's Wayne Man at the bottom of the stairs, and he could flank around and get a massive couple of kills here. He just whiffs on the first though, and does get taken down, so it is a 3-on-2. Spruce and Boats need to hold out for just a couple more seconds as the plant must be stuck. They need to try and deny it. Spruce gets a double for the round. He gets a triple. Can he deny the plant? No, but he gets the down, and he will win the round for his team. Spruce with a massive 4K. Some would say that's an ace, but I'm going to say it's a 4K. Spruce absolutely showing up there for his team, and once again, he will shine through. What a play.
That was huge from Spruce, and also a little slack from Knights. I mean, they just had such a simple crossfire to hold. Fair enough that maybe the guy at the double door in Red Hallway got fragged out, because that was a trade. But then the cover of the plant, I think, should have been maybe a little bit more simple than that. I don't know. Either way, great clutch from Spruce there. Gets Kanga their second round. Keeps them in this so far. They're going to be wanting to get these next 2 rounds, as I was saying before. It's their attack half that's generally been their weakest. So they're definitely going to be wanting to get the biggest lead possible out of this defense.
How many kills did Spruce get that round, Raven? Do you want to just remind me?
Screen was saying quad kill, guys. I'm going to go with a 4K.
Are you sure it wasn't an ace? Are you sure?
Definitely not an ace.
No, I've just had word in my ear. It is confirmed to be a 4K. So, sorry, Dev. We're making fun of Dev. Last week, he falsely called a 4K as an ace, and it was pretty funny. That joke is now successfully been beaten to death, and we will no longer make fun of Dev ever again.
That part's not true, but that joke.
Oh no. Poor Dev, he's probably watching as well.
Yep, no doubt. Look, I'm just looking at these kills here. Something interesting. Spruce is out on 7 and 2. Of course, he just got a lot of kills in that round, but he is so far having a good early impact with Kanga. We talked about how there has been patches where he gets quite a few frags or has some kind of impact. Got on top of that, I think he's getting a lot of really good intel. I mean, we saw him scanning very safely for a long time in that previous round. Giving so much intel to his team about where the push was coming from. So I think he's really been facilitating these positive rounds for Kanga.
I think one thing we haven't really mentioned yet is Arlo is actually running the LMG on Sophia over the assault rifle, which I think some would say is one of the most powerful guns in the game. So definitely an interesting decision from him. It's not the first time I've ever seen a player in competitive run the LMG, but it's definitely a rarity. Interesting to see how he pops off. I think he was running it with the holo as well, so definitely quite interesting.
Yeah, look, that LMG, especially with a one-time scope, so like a holo or a reflex, it's severely underrated. I highly encourage people to give it a try because it's a good gun and not having to reload pretty much ever. You could almost go a whole round without reloading depending how much you pre-fire. That's actually really comfortable as somebody that's trying to play a little more aggressive.
Kanga trying to find some comfort on their roam this round. Knights trying to force them out of Cocktail. Again, below Spruce gathering intel for his team. He does get lit up. Likely Hayward on the IQ has spotted him. Doesn't do a whole lot of damage though, and Spruce again will be left to gather more intel for his team. C4 gets ripped on White Stairs. I believe that's Wayne Man. Potentially ready to throw it out. Dino could find himself in a world of hurt here. C4 does get shot, I believe, in mid-air as Juicy gets the entry there onto him. He gets a second, absolutely popping off in this round. Boats gets one back though. The Cocktail fight is still well and truly alive. The refrag's coming out, and it's Boats that gets on top, but unfortunately the rest of his team has dropped. And now it is a 1-on-3, and the Knights, with a minute to play for, just need to try and get that bomb down. Surely they can rotate over towards Library and get in the default position. There are holes above that they need to be careful of. Definitely a winnable round here for Boats. He hears that plant going down, pre-fires the default, but that's not where they're planting. Strider sticking it over to his right, I believe, and now it's a post plant. Boats in a 1-on-3.
Definitely a tough retake attempt here. 4 boats ahead of him. The Knights have been able to set up in some pretty solid positions. They're all quite spread out though, so he might be able to wiggle some little 1v1s, get himself back into it. Half the plant time are ticking away, not giving himself much of an opportunity. He's trying to get these pre-fires. Juicy's going to hear the drop though. He's going to finish it off for the Knights. Another good round for them, attacking the Library Dining bomb site, and that's another good round for the Knights.
So far, it's been a solid half for the Knights at worst. They'll draw out the first half 3-3, and with this map again, typically, I just want to stress that, typically being defender-sided, a 3-3 result would be great for them. A 4-2 even better. Keep in mind it is their map pick, so you would expect the Knights to perform well, and maybe Kanga not really expecting to take this one. But I'm sure for their confidence it'll be great. The Knights probably not having the best start to the season, or not the start that they would have liked. So they're just trying to crawl some maps back here for the remainder of the season. I think will be really good for them as they try and fight their way out of that second last position.
Just looking back at my stats for this half as well, something really interesting is that 4 out of the 5 attacks we've seen, the plant has gone down. And 2 of those can get diffusers, and 2 of them are actual just plant wins for the Knights. But either way, that's a really high plant percentage for an attack half. So that's a really good positive sign for the Knights at least. Really drastically increases your win percentage, right? If you get that plant down, you're much more likely to win the round than if you're going for frag.
Unless Spruce comes and spoils the party.
Yes, just kill Spruce first.
Pretty much. No Spruce doing the plant equals win. Pretty simple formula for the Knights. But actually, yeah, I think it's really interesting you bring up the plant percentage because there's been plenty of games, whether it be in Six Masters 2020 or Pro League Season 10, 11, where you might have gone some maps where there might have been maybe like 1 plant, no plants, really low percentages. So to see it so high already on this map as well, definitely quite interesting.
Yeah, a couple of those, they were getting plants down early. First rounds in that library dining attack, they got that plant down with about 45 seconds to go. And then likewise with Bar Cocktail one as well, they managed to win. So that plant still had about 40 seconds left of the round. So that's a really promising sign for the Knights' attacks. And maybe also something that Kanga can go back and look at and just figure out how they can better stall out some of these teams, because the defense should have a lot of comfort in being able to stall out an attack. So that's probably a bit of a red flag.
Leb and Spruce both crouch walking on the bottom floor. Quite interesting. The Knights will need to be mindful of their flanks later in this round, or else they might feel the pain. Dino already making his way in towards Bathroom. Could cut off Spruce, but doesn't. He makes his way over towards Cocktail. Dino not quite cutting that off. He will use a nade once again on that shield. He's gonna have one in the pocket to try and use later. Might try and flush out Spruce, who again is holding this key position. It's looking like Kanga set up basically the same. It's going to be up to the Knights to try and pick it apart once again.
I can't state enough how huge that map control from Dino is at the stage he got it. In the first minute, clearing out the person in Pixel and just taking straight through to Bathroom is such a big part of being able to attack us. And he's just going to breast down, gets a nice kill on just Spruce. He's on the double now. Kanga reeling in this round. They're going to have to try and get this trouble player. He sees Dino on the ground. Not a great spot for him. Good attempts or good push there from Leb. But Arlo has something else to say about it. Stunts that momentum. Kanga are looking like they're on the ropes here for this half.
Great play there from Leb. The Knights really struggling to try and clear that shield. We saw it stand for most of their previous attempt here. But they are at a severe man disadvantage. The Knights just taking their time to try and exactly locate where these players may be to try and cut them off. Arlo will send in a drone. He's the only one currently droning for his team, and during that, Leb gets another. Kanga try and crawl this round back. Not sure if Wayman's position has been revealed. It will now as he crosses, he gets taken down, and now Leb needs to go absolutely massive this round as he finds another. That's the triple for the round. He needs the ace as Strider will go for the plant. Fakes it out once. Arlo left to try and cover. The pre-fire comes out. Nothing Leb can do to try and counter that. And the Knights will take the half 4-2.
Round from Knights in the end. Kanga just never really gave themselves that shot once they lost that important map control so early. On top of that, it was the Wamai that got fragged out. This is something I didn't really get to say, but when you lose a Wamai so early, I mean, his magnets accumulate over time. So losing him early means that you're not really getting full use of that operator. Again, that makes it easier for the attack. So the Knights, just that first minute, set up that solid round win for them.
Of course, now we jump into the second half here on Cafe. That means that the Knights will be defending and Kanga attacking. Keep in mind, if this is your first time watching Six Masters, you might be a little bit more acclimatized to the previous ANZ competitive format, in which there was no overtime, but in Six Masters 2020, there is overtime. No draws. So keep that in mind. We could be in for a long one here. It's up to Kanga to try and really initiate that though, and being on the attack, that might be challenging.
Yeah, their attacks in the past have been left wanting. There's really been some struggles there with some of their coordination. I'm a little bit concerned of how they're going to take this, given that Knights are also a somewhat aggressive team on their defenses. So against an attack that struggles with a bit of coordination and maybe time management, aggression will really be what dismantles it. Unless the Knights get over-aggressive, I guess that's where it's going to be too far. So if you give Kanga the early advantage, well, maybe you're going to give them some confidence and comfort to be able to secure rounds.
Yeah, and I think Kanga's attacks have really been dismantled. Maybe not the best way to describe it, but have definitely been lacking since the departure of Pat, who moved to wildcard. He was definitely a key figure in keeping Kanga's direction on attacks and strategy quite directed, and was definitely a strong voice for that team. But with him gone, it doesn't feel like Kanga have since really been able to recover that. Of course, it's definitely something they have been working on and will continue to work on. And maybe we'll see a bit of a shift here in this second half. I thought I thought that was an attacker just jumping straight over a mute jammer, but obviously it's Arlo and Mozzie.
Yeah. Yeah. But hey, he got away with that scot-free because Spruce was the one that droned Pixel. Not in a position to be able to shoot it quick enough. So that's really important intel that the Knights are going to have now. On top of the fact they've got these Evil Eyes and Valkyrie cameras. So if boats a little bit slack on that scanner, well then the Knights are going to have an abundance of intel to be able to counter this defense. So far, Kanga are really struggling to get some good map control here. Knights are still running around quite heavily on the bottom floor. Spruce, that engagement on Arlo, comes out on top, so that's definitely going to help. They have managed to secure some second floor control, and they're not really taking Piano, which is the more traditional way to attack on this top floor.
Definitely saw them bring out something similar on their last match against Elevate, particularly that Spruce entry below. Doesn't it then a kill here in this one? No more Ash charges left to use. Definitely could have some issues with utility later in this round. It doesn't feel like Kanga have really invested a lot of effort or utility in trying to clear what the Knights have set up. Instead, just taking it to them with gunfights. Does feel like they're under a bit of pressure, but Strider will drop that diffuser. And Wayman off to the east balcony. Another frag will come out from Spruce. With 3 frag left, right, and center, leaving it now in a 3-on-1. Campo, his position has been revealed. Meantime, Hayward was dropped, so it's effectively a 2-on-1. The Knights possibly in a position to pick him up, albeit he is below the objective, so they may not try and go for it. Now Campo needs to try and find 2 picks without getting refragged.
Yeah, I think they're going to be aware that he's pushing in through the bottom of White Stairs now, so they might decide to go get Hayward. So there's definitely an opportunity there, but maybe not, seeing his health tick away. And time ticking away as well. Campo's not really giving himself much of a chance to clutch this out. Versus one situation. He's low HP, he's pre-firing every angle possible, but he's not going to have enough time to be able to get the plant down. He's going to smoke himself off, but it's not going to be enough at all as the Knights get this round. First round of the second half.
Very much an unorthodox approach there from Kanga, trying to take control below and put window pressure in towards Cocktail. Just didn't quite work out. Knights winning their ones and able to shut that down. They will now head over to Kitchen, try and head themselves into match point if they have that 6-2 lead. Really start to put the blowtorch on to Kanga. I think it's catching up with them a little bit here. Maybe Cafe, just a map that they're not overly amazing on, especially on these attacks. That first one, despite trying to bring some creativity, just didn't quite seem to click.
Yeah, let's wind it back and talk about that creativity. Their push was pretty interesting. They were trying to do something a bit different there. They got that second floor control below site, and they were using that to try and push out those attackers from Cocktail, which is great, because that's often the biggest weakness of attacking top floor, is that there's just so much control the defenders can hold from the east side at Cocktail that it can be hard to push through bar at all. So they focused on that a lot. They had players below, players on the windows. But the issue with that is because Cocktail is such a comfortable spot to play, there was just not enough pressure on those attackers to push them into positions that were fraggable. And what you saw in the end was the defenders just hit comfortably through the rafters, for example. They hit those windows comfortably. And Kanga just fell one by one in quick succession. And then that was pretty much it at that stage.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Kitchen, of course, not really providing an opportunity to attack from below. Instead, teams often taking control vertically from above. Maybe Kanga will bring something special to the table here, maybe something a little bit different. Looks like once again they'll be droning Spruce in for the entry. Dino has some very handy intel, knowing exactly where every single one of these attackers is coming from, and I'm sure he'll be relaying that to the rest of his team. He might even go for a run out here. Pretty risky. Players repelling up upside down to make it easier to go for the shot, but Dino's going to go for it. Will he be able to hit the shot? He goes for it. The IQ will actually kill him. Boat somehow gets away with his life and takes Dino off the board. That was close.
Yeah, I think he just went a little too early, if you're going to ask me. Like, I think he should have waited maybe till the IQ was halfway up the building, so that window smash was maybe a little more faint. Might have second guessed exactly where it was coming from. Unlucky for Dino there. I mean, he took Boats pretty low. Boats is going to have to deal with that as the round progresses. it's given Kanga a bit of a confident entry as well. I mean, look at that. Ever since they got to the top, they've just pushed all the way down, already on second floor. Strong vertical control for them, and they can start to work out some of these positions on site. Strider, maybe though, in a bit of an unpredictable position here at the bottom of white. That's something to say about it.
Of course, with boats being so low, a single shot from Strider's UMP will be enough to take him down. They're very risky having him on the entry. Kanga will likely try and exploit boats' ability to try and find intel on side instead of risking that low percentage entry. So we're almost with a minute to go, Raven. This round definitely ticking down quite quickly, and it's time now for Kanga to get this meaningful control.
Strider just taking a few shots there at that drone, finally gets the edge of the wheel. Kanga looking like they're heavily favouring taking that dining VIP side. Spruce looking to push down Brownstairs aggressively to that position towards Strider. He's going to drone it out first at the top. Leb's trying to put pressure onto site, but the Knights are doing a very good job of not peeking those rafters and not giving Kanga an inch. And that means that as time ticks away, it's going to be very hard for them to actually get an execute happening here. There's some very strong positions held. There's gunfights coming off. Arlo really surrounded though. I can't believe he's still alive. There's 3 players shooting at him. Strider even gets one of them. And this is just looking falling apart here for Kanga.
Arlo going big, and now it's Wayneman and Lev left to try and bring this round back. Not a lot of time, and if this round does go in favor of the Knights, they'll have the match point. Rainman enters in towards Freezer as his teammate gets dropped. Hayward with the final kill. A shotgun to Wayneman will shut him down, and the Knights now on match point. Don't know how Arlo got away with that, but he did, and I don't think Kanga will be very happy.
No, I don't think so. Arlo was done and dusted. He had 3 players around him. Before he had solid backup, somehow he managed to wheel around and had a massive impact onto that attack, getting those 2 kills. All played by him, and yeah, Kanga, wow, they're down 6-2 here. I mean, they've had some okay cafe performances, but I think this is up there with one of their weaker ones. So, good pick from the Knights in terms of their map. Looks like they are going to secure it, but maybe there's a Kanga comeback in the wind here, Guz.
The Kanga comeback. Oh. It's like an alliteration that isn't technically an alliteration, but like it sounds really cool. Kanga comeback. We'll just spell comeback with a K. Why not? I don't think I would hedge my bets on Kanga bringing this one back. I mean, look, they might. All right, someone can clip this if Kanga come back and prove me wrong. But I think that the Knights are looking pretty strong here. 6-2 lead. It's pretty sad gamer hours, I think, for Kanga at the moment, and they'll probably be looking to just finish this one off and head into their map pick, which will be Clubhouse with a fresh.
Bomb located by attackers. 10 seconds left.
Nice hesitation there on that impact. Worried he was going to set that Goya shield off.
That would have been awkward.
But
Attackers objective is the bomb.
this is going to be... I mean, one thing that worked so well in favor of Kanga was that failed jump out from Dino. They just failed to capitalize on that because they got such good map control with a man advantage for a kitchen attack. And then they just lost so much time either trying to work picks. I think they lost a lot of drones trying to drone out bottom of wide in that VIP section. So I guess that's well played from Knights, just shooting those drones and denying the intel. They'll have to fix it here because they need to be able to take top 4 control as quick as possible because they need to be able to flush out those positions in reading, for example. We're seeing the Knights heavily holding on Cocktail.
Juicy just putting the final touches on the Knights defense
Bomb located by
as that
attackers.
timer is ticking down. Again, we're going to see the defenders, the Knights, of course, on this occasion holding Cocktail Lounge. Some shields, some reinforced walls, and other utility to assist, and it's going to be up to Kanga to try and counter util that, try and clear it. They have the means to do so. Doesn't mean it's going to be easy though. And of course, that clock is always counting against you on the attack.
Now, Kanga's still all on the roof as well, so half the round played. They're only just entering the building here. That's a lot of map control there. So far, not taken advantage of. The fact that there are 2 players in Cocktail and now a dead boats means that Kanga have a lot ahead of them. They're not going to be giving themselves much time for an execute here if Kanga, if Knights can hold on to Cocktail Oh, that C4 was big from Strider, so it's not looking great here for Kanga.
Campo gets one back though. Hayward getting a little bit overzealous. He's shut down inside of shop. Critically though, the Knights still have control of the cocktail lounge at Arlo there on the castle. Juicy coming to assist on top of White Stairs. All it takes is Arlo to find a pick or two here, and surely the rest of his team can close out the round, even if he is shut down. Playing it so patiently, I don't think Kangano is there. He gets almost the first, but misses the shots. I was just about to call it. Campo was actually down. Will survive though, he's picked up, and now it's a 3-on-3.
Yeah, so I mean, Kanga have a bit of a look in here, but
Another
the
C4.
Knights, these C4s have been huge. All kills have been C4s. So the Knights will have that man advantage coming into the final 30 seconds, and a lot of good control around site here means that Kanga are really going to be able to, not going to be able to get an easy plant down. That's what I was trying to say. They are going to try and maybe change their push, but with only 20 seconds, it's going to be real tough.
Kanga don't have to deal with any more C4s, but they do have to deal with some guns. And there we go. Dino and Strider will finish off map number 1. The Knights convincingly taking it 7-2. And the Knights looking pretty good here, trying to regain some form. What a performance from them. Good start.
Yeah. And actually, looking back at some stats here, Pro League Season 11, the last time these guys played each other, the Knights won 7-2 on Cafe. So things have not changed since then. And the weakest performance, in fact, for Kanga in 6 Masters. So it's not great for them. They're going to go back to the drawing board, but up next is their map on Clubhouse, so maybe that's their shot.
Yeah, I think there was a point in that map, probably after maybe even round 3. It felt pretty early, even when the Knights won those first rounds 2 and 3, 2 in a row. It felt like it was starting to slip a little bit from Kanga, and they just weren't ever able to sort of recover. I mean, they did get round number 4, but that was off the back of that Spruce 4K, so you can't be relying on those players all the time. And then from there, it sort of just steamrolled, and unfortunately, Kanga I don't think they had enough depth on that map in the end.
Yeah, I think that's a good assessment. And yeah, look, after it was 2-2, that was it. It was Pittsburgh Knights won every round after that. And 4 of those were elimination. So they were essentially running over the top of Kanga, just getting all the frags they needed to. So it was a really strong map overall from the Knights. Kanga just struggled to counter that. And now I'm a little fearful for them moving into Clubhouse, because even though it was their pick, Clubhouse traditionally relies quite a lot of coordination on both sides. It's not just attack, it's also defense. Some of those defenses you really need to be working very cohesively as a team to pull off. And the Knights seem like they're the ones that have got that cohesion.
Well, that's map number 1 done and dusted. Pittsburgh win 7-2, but come back on the other side for the second one.
Attackers dropped the diffuser. Attackers are activating the diffuser. Attackers need to protect the diffuser.
Please hold. Your call is very important to us. All operators are busy at this time.
peace of mind. Up above us, looking down on us. There's an angel I know. We don't need to worry or discuss much. It's time for me to hit the road. Take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night, sleep through the sunrise. Take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. Sleep through the sunrise.
Said I'd find a way to turn my heart into something gold. Knew I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I rode it all along on your wave right before it broke. Time was thrown down.
G'day, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Six Masters 2020 Playday and number 5. I'm Gaz Raven, still alongside, and we're coming out the other side of what was a pretty one-sided cafe encounter, 7-2 in favour of the Knights.
Yeah, it really was one-sided. Kanga just never really looked that in it, even when they were up, or not up, sorry, when they equaled it out at 2-2. Just looking back over the match tracker, the 2 rounds they did manage to win were counter diffusers on their defense. So the Knights were getting plants down on those rounds. Well and truly could have been the Knights winning those, which means we could have seen a Knights 7-0. There's a very real possibility. So Kanga just, yeah, they're struggling so far tonight.
And those 2 rounds are off the back of Spruce stepping up. So, I mean, great work by him, but you can't be relying on those one-off plays because they're not going to produce results. And we saw that, 7-2. Of course, map number 2 is Clubhouse Raven. How can we expect that one to play out? Because this one will actually be Kanga's pick. So the first map was the Pittsburgh Knights. Being their map pick, can they bring something fresh here to try and turn the tide? Try and win their first map of Six Masters as well. Let's stress that. They still haven't won a map.
This is going to be more of an unknown. I mean, we haven't seen them play Clubhouse so far in Six Masters. So this might be the one that they've really been working on with some neat little tricks that the Knights are going to have to figure out on the fly. But the Knights have played a lot of Clubhouse. So they played it in week 1 and week 2. They lost both times. So 3-7 to Ferox and then 7-8 to Sinister. Pretty close. And in fact, the last time these guys played each other, I said that that the Knights won 7-2 on Cafe. Well, the other map that they played was Clubhouse, in fact. And the Knights won that 7-4.
Well, of course, you guys at home can participate in the community polls over on Twitter at Rainbow6ANZ. Let's recap the results for this series and see who's been knocked out of the running. And it looks like it will be 38% of you, but there's still 62% going strong.
Yeah, still the potential for the draw. That's really important. So if Kanga do win this map, then it means that series is tied out. Both teams will get 3 points. And then it comes down to that round differential in terms of their specific head-to-head. But I've got to say, after how the first map played out, I'm a little worried for Kanga just based on their struggles to get stuff happening. And the Knights seem like they're playing pretty good Siege tonight. There's definitely some mistakes still from their side. For example, those post plants that they should have won well and truly. That kitchen plant that Spruce clutched out with a 4K, that was well and truly the Knights round, and I think they really just messed up their positioning.
Well, Clubhouse, it's ready and waiting, so let's jump into it. It's Pittsburgh Knights taking on Kanga. Map number 2 in this best of 2 series. It should be a cracking one. Let's jump right in. Now, Raven, I think something interesting you actually mentioned there was the round difference, how that can play a big role. Even if Kanga win this map, they need to pretty much smash the Knights to make up what they lost there on Cafe. And we've already seen other teams fall victim to something similar. I mean, if we think back to Elevate and LFO, Elevate actually came out of that draw with a lower round difference, and those sort of results can really come back to bite you later in the season.
Yeah, it really can. You really need to be getting those results nice and early, of course. Set yourself up for a good position in that late league, because we've seen it happen with some of these top teams that drop maps early. Comes down to that final week, and maybe they need 3 points to get through to a certain spot. Maybe it's first place, but they're up against that team, and that makes it tough. So yeah, secure the points when you can.
Nothing too wild in the ban phase so far. Let's set our eyes maybe on who these teams are playing next. Pittsburgh Knights will be taking on LFO. Raven, that one could be interesting. Again, 2 aggressive teams going head to head.
I would definitely be excited for that matchup. I mean, LFO are a hot to trot team at the moment, but Knights are looking good in this series. I think this could be the series that helps them play into some more form. In terms of those bans, I mean, we're seeing an exactness. I don't know whether that's a word.
Identical.
Identical, yeah, that's probably the right word. You're right. Identical bans to Cafe, so nothing too dramatic. The Maverick might have more of an effect though here on Clubhouse.
And of course, Kanga in their next matchup, they'll have a wild card that is looking on paper like it might be a little bit of a tough one for them. Of course, wild card get to play this week, so we don't exactly know if they're in great form. But yeah, I think Kanga might have a rough one next week. We're in their next Playday.
Currently Wildcard are the top of the ladder team, so I dare say they probably are in for quite a rough match, especially given how map 1 went.
Well, nothing is set in stone. If there's anything to note about ANZ is particularly later in the season, teams love to pull an upset, especially against the top teams. Been many occasions of that happening. Sun a little bit close to heart, Raven, as you would know, if we go all the way back. But I won't bring up those.
Probably season 10. That feels like a long time ago.
Yes, it was. Oh, the nostalgia. I mean, it wasn't really like that long ago, but it was kind of.
I mean, close to a year, almost exactly a year. So 12 months is a long time in esports.
It's a long time in Siege. Obviously, Siege continuing to evolve. The meta always changing up. Many would say we're in a utility clear meta, but Juicy's like, nah, we're playing the frag meta. Gets that opening pick onto Wayneman, and that's a nice way to start off proceedings.
Oh, yes. Good entry frag there, or opening frag, I should say, for Juicy on the Thatcher. So seeing more Thatcher play. We didn't really see much of it on Cafe. I'm still surprised, but I mean, Knights definitely weren't struggling with their attacks, that's for sure. Going to see it a lot more on Cafe, Clubhouse, I'd say, because it's so helpful on Cafe, especially if you're attacking Church, for example. You're going to need it to counter the Kai trick, and if you're attacking CCTV, Gym, there's walls to get open. I think definitely you just bring in that Thatcher.
Still yet to reach the halfway point. The Knights beginning to put in the groundwork. That opening pick definitely helping in gathering this control. Interestingly enough, Kanka actually leaving the bar hatch soft. Any reason why they might do that?
Changing maps.
Feel like it was meant to be part of a roam strat, and maybe with Wayneman dying early before he could drop back to bar, his job was to open that bar hatch and drop back to site. I reckon that's probably what's happened. That's a big pick from Spruce though onto the Habana, so not 100% sure if she's fully or effectively used those X-Kairos. Kitchen hatch has been opened at least, so that's definitely an important stage.
Dino left to sit at the bar. have a nice swig of water as he waits for the next round. Strider, meanwhile, with the diffuser in hand, will make his way down the central stairs. Being barricaded off, so his presence will well and truly be made aware to the defenders who have heard him spray it down. I think the plan for the Knights will be to try and get this church wall open, but it's not going to be an easy task.
Being said, Strider's there. Thermite charge on the wall, gonna open it as well. He's gonna flash straight through, almost flashing himself. Juicy finds Spruce in the church, which means that the Knights are really in the box here to get the plant down. Strider dies to the player in blue though, but it makes them 2 vs 2 with Juicy's refrag, and maybe this plant is gonna be tough for the Knights. Oh, maybe not.
No. Juicy just got an ace. Okay, let's go. What a way to open it up. Juicy just goes ham. He makes his way all the way through blue, finds those 2 picks and says, I'll do it myself, lads. Thank you very much. Good night. Okay. Wow. I'm a bit speechless after that. That came out of absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, Juicy just hit a button and went off. And I mean, yeah, it did all start with that pick onto Wayne Man in construction, stopping him from getting down the hatch. And once the Juicy train started down on that bottom floor, it didn't stop until he got the ace. It's well played from Juicy. And the Knights looking to continue this strength again onto Clubhouse. That's their 6th round in a row for the Knight, if you include map 1.
Question is, how many can they go? Juicy can keep popping off. That number might keep ticking upwards. Of course, keep in mind, Juicy,
Attackers need to locate and defuse
one of the newer members to this roster, hasn't been around as long as some of the others. He was fulfilling more of a sub role back in the day, but now he's appearing to be in the squad full time, and I think he's really been playing quite well. Despite being on that support, he's a little bit like Strider in the sense that there's rounds, last one case in point, where he just pops off, gets the job done, and you wouldn't have even known if he was playing a Thatcher or an Ashe. It just doesn't matter. He doesn't care. He just shreds through. And look, if I'm Kanga, I'm a little bit scared after that first round.
On top of that, Juicy actually had a really good map 1 as well on Capitao. Played heaps of Capitao, and he was getting a lot of picks and some really important ones, opening kills as well. So he's having a really good series so far against Kanga. And again, I'm just a little concerned. This is Kanga's pick. On defense as well, so you usually lean into your defense half on Clubhouse. And that's not a great start. Hopefully they can bring some form back. It is just 1 round, but the Knights are looking strong and confident so far. Again, look, only 20 seconds played, but they've got some really important positions and line of sight's already established.
Definitely been a key difference between these two. The first sort of minute of the round is more often than not dictated how the rest has played out. The Knights on their attacks gaining a lot of ground and already expending useful utility. Whereas there were rounds, again, on Cafe, where we were halfway through and Kanga weren't even in the building yet. So definitely a contrast in those playstyles, and I'm sure if Knights stick to their guns here, they'll be looking pretty good.
Looking to get a little aggressive on that construction angle, but that's probably not a great idea. No one actually on it anymore. Trying to get that Kennels Wall open. I mean, their time management's been pretty good, but they're struggling with this right now. You would really hope the Kennels Wall is open at around the first minute played of the round. Tampa doing a good job there as the Bandit, just denying it. Strider is going to finally be able to get that open though. There's no more denial. The Knight test around it. Giving themselves half the round to try and get an execute ready. Probably looks like it's going to be onto CCTV given where the diffuser is right now.
Will heading towards garage. An interesting shield set up on the stairs to the right, potentially trying to hold that. Looks like that player has fallen back. There is still one on the rafters. That's Wayne Man on the Wamai, running the MP5K, as opposed to the Orb. As Leb will now well and truly make his way back to site. So Kanga really trying to hunker down in this last minute.
They're really surrounded at this stage. You see Dino and Hayward there already in construction, putting a lot of pressure on these players in cash. Boats is holding that tight angle into the breach from construction, but Strider still can decide where he wants to plant. Given how the Knights have this control and the breaches that are open, they could plant either side here. Hayward does finally get the opening for the Boats. Again, the Knights really look like they're in the box seat for this round as Dino is actually on site. Juicy gets an opening pick and it's falling apart 4 Kanga guards. It's all up to Spruce now.
Oh, and there we go. It's a flawless round for the Knights. And I was just about to mention that Spruce is lurking below, could be in a great position to deny the plant, but the rest of the defense just fell apart, and Spruce just left with no opportunity to have an impact in that round. Quite reminiscent of Cafe, isn't it? The Knights expending early utility, really forcing Kanga into some awkward positions on the side, and they pretty much just sweep the floor, and Bob's your uncle.
Yeah, things aren't looking good for Kanga. They're going to rotate bomb side again, so they haven't repeated anything yet. And they're going to gym bedroom. See whether this maybe is a bit more comfortable for them. And they've got the right operators here, but the Knights have just been so efficient with their time management and the way they gain control. I mean, there was still 30 seconds to go, and as we saw Strider pushing through one of the breaches, Dinos just ran all the way through Cash, all the way through CCTV, hunting the player down on Catwalk and Garage. I mean, that's pretty aggressive, but confident play from the Knights. Juicy there on 7-0 right now after 2 rounds.
The Knights, of course, winning the first 2 rounds by killing the enemy defenders. On Cafe, we saw a very high plant percentage from them though, so that trend not continuing as of yet. So maybe the Knights just electing to bring out aggression as opposed to attempting plants at this stage.
5 seconds left before insertion.
They definitely have every chance to just straight up outfrag Kanga if that's what they want to do.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb.
See how it plays out for them on Cafe, but on Clubhouse. But I like on Cafe that there were rounds where they had all the control they needed, and instead of overextending and trying to get more frags, which some teams will do, the Knights stayed nice and controlled, and they were getting their plants down. So there's definitely some discipline in them. It's not all just aggression. Again, it looks like they are pretty well set up for a solid clear here from the east. There's somebody just below on those storage stairs for Leb. Or if he's aware. No, Arlo is in fact in stock, not ready for that engagement. But the Knights are pushing towards Cash, and if they do get this control on the east side early, it's going to be very tough for Kanga holding gym bedroom.
Boats and Leb with a critical role in this round. If they get these picks, they can turn the tide, but if they lose control, the Knights will likely swamp site like they have in the last 2 rounds. Arlo in a very good position to cut off this rotate. Leb inside of Lounge freaking out. He's getting pinged. He will be taken down surely, but Arlo misses his shots there with the LMG. Leb gets away, but will eventually be taken down as he tries to make his way over towards Bar. Arlo will take him off the board, and now it's a 5-on-4.
Yeah, poor Leb. I mean, he's not going to be able to wait for a reload with that LMG. So there's again, fast for running that. Knights establishing some good control. Looks like they have that Cash. They're going to push straight through to construction, and they're very close to site now. Still half the round to play. It's going to be really tough for Kanga to hold them out.
Strider now rotating over towards the jacuzzi ball. The Knights may try and take their time and open it. It has been electrified by Campo using those batteries. They're going to use an EMP, of course. Thatcher on the board as well as that lifeline concussion. Forcing Campo off, and the wall will be open. Very clean there from the Knights. Campo does make his way back in towards bathroom and will electrify that second wall though, so it's another obstacle that these attackers need to try and get through.
Oh, some shots coming out from
What's he shooting at?
Strider just free-firing. I don't think he really thought about where he was shooting at, but Arlo's pushed in. It's fragged at Campo. They know Spruce is really far off site. It's essentially a 5 versus 2 on site here. This is going to be pretty strong. Wayne Man not spotted though in that position. Oh, does actually get a double as Spruce gets 1, so all of a sudden guys actually 2 versus 2. This could be back in Kanga's favor.
Somehow Hayward now left in a 1 versus 2. His team was looking so strong, but now he's on the back foot. 20 seconds left. The drop shot from Spruce is denied. And now it's a 1-on-1. Wayne Man trying to help his team win their very first round here on the second map.
10 seconds remaining.
Knights on a massive streak. Hayward, I think he might stick the plant. Surely not. It looks like he will. Wayne Man doesn't quite see him through that gym equipment, and now it's a post plant. I think Hayward might have dropped the hatch. He's playing it from below. This grenade comes out, does a little bit of damage. Wayne Man aware of his position, but there's not a whole lot he can do. He needs to likely drop and go for the kill. Hayward playing it patiently. He knows it takes 7 seconds to counter defuse, and he's just going to wait. Wayne Man trying to bait it out. Almost does, but Hayward with the discipline. Wayne Man now looking to try and stick it, and he will be taken down. A fantastic play there from Hayward to bring back around. That always should have been theirs. Kanga so close to edging that one out, but didn't quite have enough in the end.
Look, I'm amazed at how Kanga brought that back. It was really on the back of Wayne Man having some strong frags out of logistics. I can't believe it came back to a 2v2, and in fact, Kanga actually had the man advantage going into that plant. So yeah, a good clutch there from Hayward. Knights go up 3-0, and Kanga are on a massive round drought here in this series.
Man, oh man, Kanga. Yet to win a map here in Six Masters 2020, and it's looking like this one might not go their way either. It is their map pick. They're 3-0 down. And as you mentioned, on a big loss streak, if you take into consideration Cafe. So things starting to look a little bit grim now. Of course, there is an opportunity to bring it back, but 3 losses straight on the clubhouse defense is always going to be super hard to recover from. Not only on the scoreboard, but just emotionally. It's going to be really difficult, I think, for these players to try and remain focused.
That's always hard as well as a team that is trying to build on something here. When you start bleeding around, you can really play a bit with your mindset, trying to figure out what's going wrong. Your baseline's already difficult to pull together, and when you're not able to adapt or you're not winning these rounds, it can weigh a pretty solid amount on a team. So not sure how Kanga are going to be feeling at this stage, but of course there's going to be a lot of pressure there. The Knights have just been attacking so well. And even in that last round where Kanga would have felt it within their grasp, the Knights still managed to close it out.
Of course, it is a basement hold here. Or basement objective selection from Kanga. Maybe hold isn't the best term to use, as they're actually holding top floor currently. Going for the roam, the SSG roam, if that's how you know it as. They popularized it, bringing that castle, enabling these defenders to play from above. Coming up to the Knights to try and clear this nice and quickly. We've seen them do it so far in this map, but I don't think they've had as much competition offside as they have this round.
So far, this roam has not really been pushed. Arlo has just entered CCTV. Other than that, Campo's actually about to find himself in a gunfight if he's not too careful there in the bathroom. Dino, I think it is. No, Hayward actually hits some shots on the Campo as he drops back. Lucky to be alive, to be honest. It was a bit of a surprise gunfight for him. And that means that the Knights have got some pretty good control. They can get flanked back on here, though, by these top floor players. And Kanga looking to get very aggressive, in fact. They've retaken that floor. There's 4 of them on that stairwell, guys.
Definitely an interesting play, but Boats makes it work. That's Hayward taken down. No more sledge hammer to be utilized in this round. The rest of his team, though, look to try and reclaim this position. And it appears as if Kanga have fallen back down. They have. All 5 members now in sight on that bottom floor. So the Knights quickly now need to try and regain some momentum in this round, get that kitchen hatch open, and really try and force their way in towards sight.
That roam did kill some time. It's definitely going to help, but the utility lost. I mean, it's definitely going to affect them not having the sledge to open up kitchen floor or the hallway. But the most important part is they came away with all their hard breach, and they've still got this Thatcher as well. That utility. But yeah, the massive factor here is time. Coming down to the final 30 seconds, they're only just getting hatches open and really putting pressure onto site. And so Kanga are going to be holding some pretty good crossfires.
Kanga being given a big opportunity here to get around. Arlo, though, he'll get aggressive inside of blue. That player has been concussed. Can he get the kill? No, he just whiffs, and Spruce will come out on top of that engagement. The Knights, meanwhile, have actually repositioned in towards dirt, and it's now left up to these 2 players to try and clutch it out. But unfortunately for them, it's barricaded. The Sound Cube will well and truly give away this push, and Kanga will get a round finally in this series. And it was flawless nonetheless, so great opportunity now for them to try and bring it back.
Yeah, way to do it in style. Get a flawless round. Kanga on a 7, 8 round loss streak there, if you include the first map. They have broken it with that flawless round, so great job from them. And maybe that's all it took, you know, to go through all their sites, lose them all, and then replay them again.
That's the strat. Gym bedroom though. We'll be heading back there. Kanga almost won it last time. Wayman and Spruce stepped up massively in that round. But unfortunately, it wasn't quite enough. Wayman unable to deny that plant, and a perfectly played post plant there by the Knights. It definitely, though, felt like a Knights round from the majority. So Kanga are really going to need to be careful of that early round pressure that the Knights are continually bringing. I think that's been one of their best traits tonight, especially on attack. They just absolutely bring it to Kanga, giving them no time to rest.
I mean, that previous round is the perfect example of what Kanga need to try and implement into all these defenses. As you just said, that early round has been so good for the Knights in these attacks. And what happened earlier around that last round, well, that SSG roam really burned a lot of time off of the Knights' attack. And they did actually lose that pick on Haywood. That means they were both at a man disadvantage and much lower time than they used to. Kanga need to try and bring that into these other defenses, and if they can, they really do seem like they've got a bigger chance to be more successful. If they bring this back to be 3-3, maybe they have a chance in their attacks. Calling it before seeing an attack comes out, but it's definitely getting them back in the match, that's for sure.
That would indeed be a big Kanga comeback. Still a long way away from seeing that come into fruition. And the Knights are now, again, trying to gain early territory. Getting quite aggressive over towards the cash wall. Even pressuring the south balcony already. That's Haywood on Sledge. So just trying to make Kanga feel a little bit uneasy. Still plenty of time in this round.
I really like what Haywood was doing with just opening logistics hatch, opening that connector window, and then dropping away. That's a lot of perceived pressure that the defense will worry about. They'll never be 100% certain without hard intel whether someone's holding those angles. It just makes it feel a little more sketchy to rotate back. Spruce gets tagged up on that rotate, in fact. Not sure exactly where he got shot from. Lucky to be alive, in fact. Just one bullet would have ended him. Again, this time management pretty good from Knights so far. They've now got CCTV, cache control. Go back and work on this Kennel's wall. It's looking very similar to how the last time this attack was playing out, before Wayman had something to say about it.
Minute 20. All 10 members still alive in the server. Albeit some on lower health than others. Spruce one shot. The rest of his team though with full HP. Flank drones being set up now by the Knights, making sure that they don't have a repeat of the last round, at least not from Oil Pit. Expecting the Knights to try and get Jacuzzi wall open. It looks like Strider is alongside Juicy on that position. Arlo maybe coming to help out if needed, but instead he goes to the roof. And it looks like they've been stalled out pretty hard here by Campo.
Doing a good job so far, but Haywood is now on that gym window to try and deny. But no, that castle barricade, in fact, is still up, so that's going to save Campo from direct danger at least. That wall is finally open, but again, very minimal time left for the Knights. They're going to have to squeeze through onto site with still 5 Kanga players up.
Arlo with the LMG will head the attack in towards Bathroom. Misses those initial shots though. Importantly though, he doesn't need to reload, but nonetheless, Boats' aggression will shut him down as the frags now come out. 15 seconds left on the board. Campo down, so it's a 3-on-3. Many of these defenders on low HP, but Wayman critically gets one. Spruce taken down as well. And now it's the plant scenario. Strider needs to stick it as unfortunately Juicy, his teammate, was dropped. It's effectively a 1-on-2 unless they go for the res. Strider doesn't seem to have a whole lot of intel to play off here. Head checking a lot of angles, will head check that one. That's Leb taken down. Campo not picked up, but it doesn't matter. Strider is shot in the back, and Wayman with the shotgun will finish him off. The skyline now 3-2.
Defenders disabled the diffuser.
Another round in the bag for Kanga. And again, it was really good from them. Wayman just showing up on this side in particular. Good thing for Kanga because netting them rounds. Could have fallen apart. Strider looked pretty comfortable in that clutch. I think he probably had the right idea with logistics. They seemed like they knew that player was down in there, or at least that there was presence. If he was able to retake control of logistics, he would have had a really strong position for that post plant. Nice peek from Wayne Man though, and Kanga, this 3-3 is looking possible.
Indeed it is. CCTV and Cash will be their final defensive site of choice in the half. Keep in mind it might not be their last defensive round if we head to overtime. Not impossible. If we look at how this map has shaped up so far. First 3 rounds went to the Knights and the last 2 the Kanga. Definitely swinging the momentum back and forth. Kanga with a great opportunity, as you mentioned, to try and even out the half, give themselves every fighting opportunity to win the map. And try and get their first points here in Six Masters 2020.
Previous time they tried to hold this site wasn't too great at all. In fact, the Knights really, just again with that time management, ran over the top of them. They got that CCTV wall really early and then rotated to construction, got construction open, and at that stage, it gets really sketchy as a defender. And even though Kanga still had control of Catwalk at that time, the Knights just legged it into Cash, took that control, legged it through CCTV, killed the guy Catwalk, and then it was all over. So the Kanga just need to be ready for that early aggression. Try and, again, slow down this early progression from the Knights.
Dino, they're trying to set up that hole on the construction wall, but Kanga have read into that and actually electrified it. Dino was unaware and has wasted now once they held those pyros pallets. Arlo says
No way.
GN to Leb. Yeah, not much to say about that one. Leb just getting a little bit too cheeky on that pick. His head will be taken down, and unfortunately for Kanga on this critical round, they'll start off on the man disadvantage.
Yeah, not a great start at all. Kicking into that LNG belt. Seemingly endless. And Lev is not a player that's had much of an impact in the series. He had a couple of good rounds on Cafe, but definitely on Clubhouse. Hasn't done anything too outstanding at this stage. And look at this push from the Knights here. Dino is just so freely taking construction. They've got a drone on site. He looks like, or they look like, they're really keen to pick that Kai. All they have to worry about is that top of Cash stairs.
Trying to thermite the wall. Wayneman places that electro claw a little bit too late, and it is blown open. The Knights now able to shut down any sort of rotations in towards site with a minute 30 to go. Have the man advantage. Trying to close this one out. Juicy will make doubly sure that Leb is taken off the board. They try now to really, again, pressure Kanga on site.
Oh no, the double tap is an important rule. Knights coming with this man advantage is going to be still tough for Kanga to hold on to. They look keen to take that Rafters control in Garage, but it's not necessary at this stage. If they can get that control of Cash like last time, all they have to worry about are Cash stairs to facilitate that. And Strider looks pretty keen to peek it. They're very certain that there's at least one player there. It's going to come down to this engagement, that peek out almost going in favor of Knights, and again it will now. Strider picking up a nice frag, and the Knights are in a good position coming into this final 30 seconds.
Effectively a 2-on-5 as Wayneman has been taken down, or res unlikely at this stage in the round. Pressure coming from both sides. Spruce needs to try and hold the main stairs and the breach boats as well to assist, but it's not looking great as they'll push in from behind. Finish off Wayneman, finish off Spruce, and now boats surely will be taken down as well. All the angles being held, and there we go. It's a flawless round for the Knights, and they get the edge in the first half.
Definitely not a great first half there from Kanga on their defense. That is really going to be playing in their minds going into the attack half. They did, in fact, fail to win any of on Cafe. So, it's a lot of pressure now on Clubhouse. It is their map pick, though, so they might have something in the bag here that the Knights just aren't ready for.
One thing that was interesting about that first half, from what I tracked, which I hope is correct, I hope I put it in right, there was only the 2 plants one going in favor of the Knights and one in favor of Kanga. I think it was just the two, right? Wayne Man was involved in both, but didn't quite win
Attackers need to
the first.
locate and defuse
So there's a
bombs.
little bit of a deviation from the first map where there was how many plants? Was it? I think it was 4 in the end. So
Yeah, four on that first half.
half the amount of plants. I guess 2 is maybe a number we would come to expect. More so in the current meta, 4 maybe being a little bit of an outlier. But just thought it was something interesting to note for all the nerds out there.
Now, I think it just comes down to some differences on the maps as well. Clubhouse generally, when you're ready for a plant, it's some of the sites are a little smaller, so you generally end up just getting in frag fights
10
anyway.
seconds left.
But one thing that's concerning me already is that the Knights look like they're
5
going to play
seconds
some kind of roam, and I think Kangaroo is going to struggle clearing that. They've
Attackers' objective is to locate
never
a
really
bomb and
looked
defuse
super
it.
coordinated pushing out the roams for majority of 6 Masters, in fact. I think this is the Knights really reading into Kanga's difficulties and trying to abuse that.
Interesting to see how quickly Kanga get meaningful control around the side or pressure the Knights. We saw Pittsburgh really excel in doing so. On the first map, Kanga struggled. Plenty of intel as well for the Knights, so this could be tricky.
Yeah, I've read it a little bit wrong. I think the Knights have actually defaulted back a little quicker than I expected. Arlo's really the only one that remained up to put a bit of pressure. It didn't look like he even really shot that drone that was hunting him. Double checking strip here just to make sure nobody's there. That means Kangaroo actually going to have pretty quick map control. I think is maybe not so great from the Knights there. All they had to do was just stick around a little bit longer, shoot some drones, create a bit more uncertainty. And Kangaroo have just pushed up constantly. They're going to open up all of this floor through the sledgehammer of Leb. Knights is going to have to play nice and patient on site now.
Kanga getting those hatches open. That'll be bar blown. Going to create some angles over towards the church wall. May even be able to nade that later in the round to clear any utility or players on the wall. As again, the Knights playing quite disciplined, trying to force Kanga into the first mistake.
Bomb located by attackers.
First mistake is a good point. It's a matter of who overpeaks, who's not in the right position. See who can force out that first pick. But so far, no real gunfights have occurred at all. A lot of pushing and opening things. And this is really good time management now from Kanga. The fact that they are here opening this wall. Just so that electrical claw gets thrown though, the EMP will counter it, which means the breach is open. There's some pretty good positioning and time here from Kanga, means that this round is looking pretty good for them. They just need to push out these positions in church. Blue is also going to be a very important part of how they take this.
A bomb has been located.
There is a ping inside. Wayne Man should be aware there's a player to his left. Leb always falling into his line of sight. Dino actually gets the first pick onto Campo. Hopefully that doesn't prove too precarious for Kanga, who need to push in. Leb will down 1, finishes him off with the SMG, trying to hunt for maybe a second. But no, he'll be taken down. The aggression from the Knights is being tamed by Kanga as they bring it back to a 2 versus 2. It's now Boats left to try and enter, but the Knights will shut that down. They hold strong and win round number 7.
And that was just dirty gunfights going back and forth there. A lot of trades until it came to the 2v2. But yeah, the Knights came out too strong. I think it was a good attack from Kanga. What they really lacked though was just a little bit more control outside of that church area, because it meant that it came down to a really important entry or funnel through the church. And because they struggled to get those picks, the Knights were able to adapt, and then that flow on happened. I think if Kanga just had better control, especially of blue, for example, if they had blue control, that really could have been a different story. They're now searching again for another round. They're down 5-2, so Clubhouse is starting to look quite grim here for Kanga.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
That last round was definitely scrappy. Finally get to use that word again because that's exactly what it was. Trying to keep track of that was definitely interesting. Every half a second, someone being traded out. In the end, it's the Knights coming out on top. One more round and they'll be on match point. Could well see the same scoreline as we did on Cafe, 7-2. The Knights can
10 seconds remaining.
keep up this momentum on the defense, then it's going to be very difficult to
5
recover.
seconds to go. Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb.
It
and
is,
defuse
and I
it.
think if the Knights stall that Kangaroo even a little bit, it's going to be really, really tough for them. That wall, I mean, they've put an Electric Claw and a Mute Jammer on it, but they're running Thatcher. So that's two pieces of utility that can be pretty easily cleared. Kanga are
Attackers recover
aware of it.
the
I
bomb.
mean, one thing about that Electric Claw as well is it's giving a notification to Kanga, hey, this wall is denied right now. So that EMP is going to come out. It really makes that Mute Jammer quite ineffective. So I think that's a bit of a waste there in terms of the Knight's utility. Juicy got tagged up in a gunfight. Didn't see exactly where that came from. I'm not sure if that was actually his teammate or maybe some pre-fire.
Does look like GC has rotated back towards Jacuzzi while preparing for Kanga to rotate there after they open CCTV wall. Wayman does some provisional droning. Likely expect him to go on the roof and head to the other side of the map. Meanwhile, some of his team will push through. That's Lev on the sledge. C4 comes out, doesn't find its target. Hayward finds his though. Spruce trades it. 4-on-4.
Potatoing in that drone and bullets coming in everywhere. Dino under siege here.
Oh,
Oh, and he just gets absolutely shut down from the doorway, but Arlo refrags. Dino technically not actually fragged out at all, so I mean, Kanga might not know that they can secure this. This is essentially a 3 versus 3. That was intense, man. So many gunfights just coming out of nowhere in the space of 20 seconds to take this control. But they've got it now, so that's a plus side for Kanga.
potentially a waste of an exothermic charge there. That player already down, meaning that they could have just funneled through the door, potentially. Maybe using it on Jacuzzi wall. I trust Kanga though. They know what they're doing. It is their map pick. But this entry could be quite challenging now. They basically forced to funnel through the windows and through con. It's going to be a tough entry.
Yeah, that's the downside, right? If they don't open Jacuzzi wall, well then that player around that bathroom corridor can play really comfortably. I didn't see if the Knights do have the rotate, but it's super common that you've got to rotate in through bathroom from that hallway. They actually don't, so I mean that might work against them. But Strider here under a bit of pressure in the middle of sight. It's going to make it tougher for Kanga to funnel through as Arlo finds that first. Giving the Knights that man advantage coming into this final stage.
And then Wayman left to filter through con. Wayman actually finds a pick. Definitely winnable here with just over 20 seconds to go. Leb uses his hammer to make a rotate in towards Logi. None of the Knights players in here though. Could find an entry or a refrag, and it won't be either. Wayman was dropped, and unfortunately Leb not quite connecting enough shots, and time is well and truly against him. The diffuser has been dropped, and as he makes his way through con, it's looking like this round will not go his way, and there we go. The Knights will take the 8th round, and we're on match point.
Yeah, it was always going to be tough with the way that they had themselves set up for that push. Didn't really have other pressure, so it's similar to how their bottom floor push turned out, where they just didn't have pressure from multiple angles. They really only just had that push in through the door from construction. And I mean, you could say that they could have had window pressure, but that's not a great way to enter site. You're stuck in vault animations. It really helps the defense. So again, Kanga just not getting enough map control, but at least they're getting some and they're getting it swiftly. It's just not enough to enable or to force the Knights to be feeling some discomfort.
Dire hours now for Kanga. 1 round away from losing yet another map. Of course, they are yet to win a map at all in this entire tournament so far. So if there's any team that had a chance to try and get one back on, as the Knights, currently position 7th, only 1 position above them. Definitely disheartening for them if they are unable to bring this one back. And so far, Raven, it's looking like that may well be the way. 7-2 with the scoreline on the first map, and
ATS deployed and
a
ready to
strong
go.
possibility we could see the same here on map number 2.
Yeah, they are struggling yet again. I mean, their attacks don't look
10 seconds.
terrible, but there's definitely a lot missing with them. So I'm not so sure how this is really going to pan out, but I'm feeling 7-2 is quite plausible. Maybe they can get at least one other round. But either way, the Knights definitely are in huge control here. They got a 4-round buffer before at least overtime. So that's the thing. Kanga have to be 4 rounds perfect just to get it to overtime. And then they have to worry about winning another 2 rounds on top of that. Essentially, 6 round wins is what Kanga needs to be able to bring this map back. And that's a huge task considering they've only won 4 the entire series.
The odds are against him. But nothing in Siege is impossible. We've seen bigger comebacks before. In fact, Spruce, one of the members that was playing for Fury back in, I believe it was Season 10, had a massive disadvantage against Fnatic, one of the biggest teams to ever play in the region. Brought back a big deficit against them. Well, a little bit of a different story, different team, different map. But I'm sure if there's one person in this server that can bring some experience and some, I can't believe I'm saying this for Spruce, but some, mature mindset, it's probably him to try and bring back a comeback.
Yeah, I think some of the viewers might have a different opinion of that once they see the interview. See how we go. Another day, it's a new day. Might be different. Arlo doing a good job with this damage trick so far. I mean, this wall has really struggled to be opened. And that's a big issue. If you can't get CCTV wall open, well, then this attack is super difficult. And speaking of difficult, this is going to be really tough now for this Pulse to win this gunfight. He's being tagged, but he actually gets it. Oh, that's Spruce off the board. That's not great. Oh, Kanga. Strider. Oh.
Well, look, I said Spruce might have the right mindset. I didn't say he'd have the aim, and unfortunately, the Knights now the massive advantage for this round, and Wayne Man loses his gunfight as well, so it's a 4-on-1. Leb, with all the weight left on his shoulders, if they lose this round, if he dies, it'll be 2 maps in favor of the Knights, and as he makes his way through lounge in towards Garage, just looking like surely that will be the case. His position is revealed, and he will be taken down. The Knights with another 7-2 victory this evening, Raven. And Kanga, unfortunately, just not bringing enough to the table. They'll go home empty-handed.
Yeah, pretty grim series for them overall. 7-2, 7-2 is what both map scores were. And as you were saying, guys, this really would have been their best opportunity to try and get something on the board here for Six Masters, but they just really struggled. The Knights brought out their A game and they played some pretty good R6, and they're going to be putting 2 maps onto their standings, and that's going to help them jump up a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's a really nice comeback for the Knights. I think coming out of last week, they were pretty distraught with the way they played and the performance that resulted, but can't really complain too much about 2 7-2s, I don't think. Yes, it's against the bottom team, but this is Siege we're talking about. This is not an easy game. You can't just walk into these easier games in quotation marks and expect free dubs. It seems like Knights have put in the work. They executed their game plan, and Kanga just, I don't know. I don't know how to describe what's going wrong, because they have talent on that team, but it just doesn't seem like it's clicking. These roster changes that happened a while ago still seem to be having a flow-on effect to this team in the current state.
Yeah, I think in terms of their roster right now, it's just a matter of time. And for some teams, you can make a dramatic roster change and it clicks within weeks. And for some teams, it's about grinding in for maybe a matter of months. And Kanga just haven't had that level of time to be able to grind this in. And on top of that, I think it's just back to this map pool issue. I mean, Cafe is one of the maps that they've played a lot of. And we saw that. They lost that 7-2. And that wasn't their pick. Clubhouse was, in fact, their pick. And they still lost that one 7-2. So they just don't have any depth in maps that are able to help them at least get, 1 map each week. It's just looking a bit grim.
Yeah, and I mean, that second map, as you mentioned, being their map pick, you would have expected at least with the scoreline to be a little bit closer. Do you think that maybe that was a result of such a massive round streak over the night? Because we saw the last 5 rounds on Cafe go in favor of the Knights, then the first 3 rounds on the second map, so that's 8 rounds straight. It gets to a point where, despite how strong your mental fortitude is, surely there's some heads dropping. By that stage, it's looking pretty grim. Like, it's easy to sit here and say, oh yeah, just refresh for the new round, but I feel like it gets to a point where it's going to take a toll, surely.
Yeah, it never feels good. And I mean, like, you can have a strong mindset, but it's still going to be feeling not great. Yeah, so I feel bad for Kanga. I think they really just need to be able to get through 6 Masters. They just need to keep working at it. And if they get a chance at a bit of a break at some stage soon, then maybe that's when they can start to look at really knuckling down and ironing out some of these issues.
Well, it's time for the Spruce interview. Let's bring it up.
How are we, boys?
How are you, Spruce? Look, I'm not going to be the mean caster that asks, oh, how are you after, 2 map losses?
Yeah, it's
How was your day?
pretty
How was
obvious.
your day today, Spruce? How was your day? Did you do anything exciting?
I went to the beach, saw some dolphins. It was pretty cold. Apart from that, not much really. Pretty depressing.
Nice.
Look, I don't know what to ask, to be honest, but I'm going to ask you about your map pick. I've talked a lot about your map pool. I talked about it last week as well. You guys chose Clubhouse this week. Maybe talk us through the decision to choose Clubhouse and what might have gone wrong.
Well, we were originally going to pick Cafe, so they kind of made the job easy for us. So then we were like, yeah, sure, we've voted them on Clubhouse a bit, I mean, we're pretty bad, but we can counter-strat them. Clearly not. We got bent over and spanked, so sometimes you get a good one, eh, boys?
And I don't know if you can give us any more insight into the struggles. I mean, we talked about it a lot, but is there something in particular that you guys are just really unable
It's
to
just game
handle
day.
at the moment?
It's just game day. I don't know what happens. Everyone seems to drop their DAX and poo themselves. I don't know what the deal is, eh? Definitely just game day. Game day nerves. I don't know what else to explain it.
Well, next week, you guys will be taking a wild card, currently number 1 in the standings.
Yeah.
How are you guys feeling
looking
going into
forward
that
to
one? Is that looking like a dub or?
Oh, mate, easy dubs. Left, right, center, mate. Fuck, 2 dubs, mate. Easy. Put it down right now, everyone. All your casters, 2-0 to Kanga. Safest bet of your life, mate.
We'll leave it at that, mate. We appreciate your time. We'll see you next week after your dubs.
Yep. I'll see you then.
Oh, man. Wow. I don't think I've ever seen Spruce so down in an interview. Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, well, at least he was a bit better
look,
behaved.
It's tough. I don't envy him having to talk about it week to week because it does come back just the same thing. Like he said, game day nerves. I don't know, he said that before. And there's probably not much they can say because I think that's just something that will be continuous until they can get on top of where they're at. Because a lot of game day nerves comes down from the fact that maybe you're not confident in your team's ability or your own ability because of just how shaky things are. So it's just about Kanga just having that time to work through it. And once they can get to a position where they feel comfortable in what they're doing as a team and individual, well, that kind of stuff will start to slip away. But yeah, it's just going to be a bit of a rough 6 Masters for them, I've got to say.
I think it'll be interesting to see if and when they do win a map, if that's going to have a big roll-on effect, if they sort of nerves will start to sort of go away. Because I think once they get over that small hump, hopefully for them, that'll mark the point where those nerves can be eliminated and they sort of have the faith in their own abilities to actually get genuine map wins on the board.
Yeah, it is definitely like a monkey off the back feeling. If you are struggling to win a map, once you finally do, it feels really good. And it does help start to string things together, and then you can work on some consistency. So it is just a matter of time until they do finally get that opportunity. But until then, it's just going to be all about that hard work.
Well, talking about feeling really good, I'm pretty sure Strider from Pittsburgh will be pretty happy. Let's have a word.
Hey, boys.
G'day,
Hey, mate.
Strider. Congrats on the 2 maps tonight. Definitely a turnaround from last week. How you guys feeling after that one?
Well, it feels good to win a game on Clubhouse and, put some points on the board consecutively. So I'm really, really proud of everyone.
Yeah, you guys decided to pick Cafe, which is obviously a map that you've seen Kanga play a lot of. Maybe talk us through your decision to take them to Cafe.
Well, we feel like we're quite strong on Cafe, but we also didn't feel like they would expect us to take them to the map. Actually, when we were picking maps, when we chose Cafe, it was only until later we realized that they actually played it last week. So I don't know, not really quite sure what happened there. But I mean, we were pretty confident going into it that they weren't going to expect how we're going to be playing on Cafe. regardless of if they played it last week. So we were still happy.
Yeah, and I'm probably going to steal Guz's question here, but you've got LFO next week, which I think is probably a curious preparation thing for a lot of teams, given how they've been playing. Any initial thoughts for how you feel going into that matchup next week?
Yeah, well, I feel like their kind of play style was how our team used to play at some stage. So if we bring at them with a similar kind of aggression, we feel like we will be on top in that. Like we know how to use claymores, we know how to use nomad, but more importantly, we know how to use our gun. So we're not really threatened by them at all.
Awesome. Well, Strider, we'll leave things there. Congrats again on tonight, and we'll talk soon.
Thanks, guys. I'll catch you later.
Oh, the shots are being called. LFO, watch your back.
Yeah, they're super confident going into that game. And I mean, after tonight, of course, that confidence should be there. They've had some good matches as well previously. I mean, they did lose to Sinister, but it was 7-8 on Clubhouse. So I think that's heavily what Strider was talking about with getting the Clubhouse win. Previously, they lost it also 3-7 to Ferox. But yeah, the Knights should feel pretty good after tonight. It's not just the fact that they beat the bottom team Kanga at the moment, but strong map results, both 7-2. It really counts for something.
Well, Pittsburgh Knights have taken the first best of 2-2-0 comeback for the other series in a very short period of time. I've lost my words. We'll see you soon.
Reloading. Frag out.
Please hold. Your call is very important to us. All operators are busy at this time.
Don't give up, don't give in. Don't let me down. Be the one to wipe their grin when they hear this sound. Don't give up, don't give in before they catch a glimpse. I know you'll find the strength within. This is your last chance. Now's your time to shine. Make it count. Honor our sacrifice. And now this is your last chance. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. It's just I never thought you were sitting next to me. I don't understand. It's just I never seen you smile. You wanna make out, give me a second. It's just you never talk It's your eyes, I can't seem to focus. It doesn't matter cause you live a lie. You want attention from every guy in the park, but when you call, give you my heart, you rip it out. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same.
G'day folks and welcome back to Six Masters 2020. It's Guz and Raven taking you through all of tonight's action. We're coming out of a pretty strong performance by the Pittsburgh Knights, 2-0 against Kanga, and it never really looked in doubt.
Yeah, Kanga never really in that game. At one stage, I think on both maps, they were at least at 2-2, but Knights just proved too strong. They got a lot of rounds together in particular, and as I was actually just looking over my match stats, Kanga actually never won a second half round on both maps. Their 2 round wins were both in the first half, and then they just really struggled once they switched sides.
Well, of course, you guys can keep up to date with all of the actions. Socials are on screen now at Rainbow Six ANZ. And of course, if you jump onto Twitter, you can participate in the community poll. We'll show the results on stream. It is time now to start talking about the second matchup, Raven. Okami taking on Team Ferox. And we were both just saying then, this is looking to be really exciting. I think the playstyles that these teams bring is going to make for some pretty crazy siege, to be honest.
Yeah, this is definitely an exciting matchup. Okami have had a pretty good Six Masters so far, off the back of a pretty good Pro League Season 11 as well. But Team Ferox, I mean, they struggled towards the end of Pro League Season 11. And so far in Six Masters, they've really been showing up. I mean, they might not have as many points on the board as you'd expect. But most importantly, their series against Wildcard last week was really close. Both of those maps, even though they lost, super close.
Well, Okami, formerly known as TBD, let's have a look at their roster for tonight. Keep in mind that they are still looking for an organization. This is sort of a rebrand of sorts. They have a cool logo now, so I'm not complaining. The roster, though, Centis, he's been added to the graphic. Raven, who is he and what does he bring to the team?
Centis is their manager, I believe, and acting as some kind of a coach. That's why you do see that 6th person on that roster lineup, as you said. But in terms of these players, 2 players that have been standing up so far for Okami in Six Masters really have been Cutie and Ippy Style. Cutie in particular, I think, has been having a really strong tournament for his team. It's a really pivotal part of particularly their overtime maps. So look out for them as they face Ferox.
Well, Ferox are definitely worthy contenders in this matchup. Let's have a refresh of their lineup. And Golden will be the new addition. Interestingly enough, one of the former players on this roster.
Yeah, so again, Golden fulfilling I guess you could say like a management coach role. Not 100% sure about any of these support stuff in terms of what exactly they bring. It's not as clear cut for some teams. Team Ferox had a massive week last week on the back of Warden having a stellar performance against Wildcard, particularly on Consulate. He was very instrumental in that game and keeping them in it. And of course, it was a 7-8 scoreline, so very narrowly missing it at final round being a 1v1. Some big players on Ferox that can make the plays, though, also Shade. And Todd on previous teams has been quite the playmaker, so they definitely have a roster you need to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, and a roster that tonight Okami need to keep an eye out for, because I think typically they're the team that have the unpredictable players that you're trying to hunt down for the entire series and might have some issues trying to contain. But Ferox, they're a team that also have a couple of players that have, yeah, they just do the most ridiculous players that you can never expect. And teams do get caught out by them. I mean, last season in the Pro League, Wildcard really struggled against the then Fury roster, who some of these players are now playing for Ferox, just shutting down some of these crazy plays. So I think it's going to be interesting to see how those 2 play styles sort of clash together. Because as I mentioned, I think it's just going to make for some chaotic siege, even more chaotic and more messy than some of the games we had earlier tonight.
Yeah, and what you're talking about really has come a lot from Warden and Shade in terms of some of those plays that Team Ferox can make. But Six Masters so far, I think, has really brought down, I guess you'd say, a more calmed down version of that. They're not trying to flank and make all those plays as frequently as they used to. It's a little more sparingly, and I think that's made it tougher for teams to be able to counter because it's less predictable.
Well, as always, the map veto the map veto always plays a massive part in how these matches play. My words are terrible. Let's just bring up the veto, bring up the graphic. I'll let Raven talk all about it. There we go. Ferox on Villa, taking that off the board, and Okami will take down Theme Park.
Yeah, Okami have generally been a pretty good team on Villa. In fact, they lost it very narrowly to LFO last week, 7-8. But in general, they've been quite good on Villa, so not too surprised that Ferox would want to take that away. And maybe the theme park ban that has persisted for Okami, I just think they haven't stratted it out enough to where they feel comfortable playing on it.
Awesome. Well, that leaves each team to pick one more map that they will play on tonight in the best of two. So let's have a look and see where we'll be heading. Clubhouse for Ferox and Coastline for Okami. Just coming off the back of a Clubhouse map, what can we expect?
Ferox played really well on Clubhouse last week. They, again, close to wildcard. It was a 5-7. And Clubhouse is just a popular pick in general for a lot of these ANZ teams in Six Masters. So I'm not surprised at all when Clubhouse pops up. It seems to be the most picks at this stage. And the Coastline pick from Okami, we've seen them do pretty well on it before. They haven't played it in Six Masters yet, but I remember from Pro League Season 11, they've had some pretty good results on it. So it's something Ferox is going to have to keep an eye out for. Ferox themselves, in fact, have played it in Six Masters. They lost to the Knights, and that was 4-7.
I think, again, like many of the matches that we have in Masters, there's huge question marks around how these maps are really going to play out, especially, again, with these playstyles clashing together on maps that are typically, or maybe not Coastline, but Clubhouse, typically quite rigid and structured. Even when you have the roam for the downstairs objective, it tends to be pretty contained. But when these teams are unleashed, they're unleashed. And I think we're going to see some pretty spicy stuff across the board.
Yeah, I'm excited for both maps. I think looking at these maps with these teams, feels like it's going to be pretty even for both. So it's going to be hard to call how this series will go. I'm pretty sure I've predicted a draw in my predictions, so 1-1 each side. Let's see how it pans out.
Pretty sure I did a draw as well. Let's see what you guys at home think. Let's bring up the community poll results. And it looks like Okami with a very strong percentage there, 69 in fact. Nice. And that'll leave 15 for the draw, 16 for Team Ferox. So it's looking like Okami with some pretty strong support.
That's a lot of support. And I mean, of course, they've been playing pretty well. Their victories have been not super convincing, though. I mean, they only won 8-6 against Kanga on Cafe. That's definitely their least convincing victory. And Ferox, I mean, they haven't, like I said earlier, they haven't put as many points on the board, but they've been playing pretty well. And their wildcard series last week was really good. So if they can bring that consistency and replicate that, I really think they will give Okami a run for their money.
Yeah, it's definitely going to come down to who can close out these maps. The first, of course, being Clubhouse. Let's jump straight into the action. It's Okami taking on Team Ferox. This should be an absolute banger of a matchup. Let's get it.
Interesting to see what the bans will bring. I mean, Ying is becoming expected for me at this stage. When it started creeping in, I thought, oh, it's just a couple of teams that don't want to play against Ying, but we're starting to see it so much more. See whether one of those teams do so. But then the other popular ban, especially on the attack, is probably Maverick or Thatcher.
Wow, Warden really out here adding Todd in the chat. Wow. He's going to live to regret that. If Todd has a big game here, oh, I don't think Todd will let him live that one down. And Ying is taken off the board, so nothing too interesting in the ban department yet.
I mean, Ying is just in a good spot, or a strong spot at the moment. Able to clear utility with her $10, but of course, once that utility is gone, providing a bit of a headache, almost literally, for those defenders that are trying to deal with it. So a lot of teams just not wanting to deal with it. It's a similar rationale to why Echo, I guess, is banned a lot. It's a lot to deal with. You have to be thorough with IQ. You have to think about how you're clearing it. And if you're not, well, then it really punishes you late game. And of course, he's banned yet again.
Interestingly enough, we have seen Thatcher being freed up in some of these matchups, but in this one, he will be taken down. Echo and Miro to follow. It's looking like a pretty standard ban phase for Clubhouse, albeit Maverick has snuck through, which could make for some pretty interesting plays on some of these main walls.
Yeah, it's generally what you lean on once you've lost the Thatcher in that ban phase. You have to lean a lot more on Maverick, because of course Kaid in particular becomes very much prevalent on these defenses, especially for basement. So you'll need to be Mavericking those hatches. Of course, using Thermite for the other walls, maybe Dirt Wall, for example. You might use your Thermite breaches on, or whatever hatches you don't get.
Basement will be the first side of choice here for Okami. And I just want to put it out there, Okami. I don't know why, but that is a hard name to say. I'm having so many issues with it. It's just an awkward name. TBD was easier, but the Okami, I must say, their branding is very nice. Very nice.
Yes, it is very nice branding. So shout out to Candor. Pretty sure he's the one that designed that. Good job, bro. Something that's really surprising me right now is that Okami aren't bringing the Kai. I mean, I talked about how strong it is with the Thatcher ban for Church. Obviously, they're doing this SSG roam, so maybe not quite as critical. But if this roam gets cleared out quickly, there's nothing really to stop a solid, fast progression from these attackers. Maybe a bit of impact tricking on the kitchen hatch, but that's pretty much it. So this is really Okami doubling down on this roam. It really needs to be successful, otherwise Ferox could take a strong attack.
Attacker's objective is to locate
High risk, high reward here in the first round, a trend that I'm anticipating will continue throughout the rest of this evening. Both these teams likely to bring strong plays and strong counter plays in return. Shade tries to find a pick through that con window. We saw Juicy earlier this evening. Actually managed to hit it. He almost got one rotating to con, but no. Both these teams trying to fill out this very first round.
The thing about this roam style is it means you do have to be thorough with your drones. And it's going to stall out any team. Ferox looking like they are droning out this roam. Maybe wanting to clear it. There's 3 players above from what I can see there. Pistol on the bar. Backed out and Cutie off site. Pretty quick push here though from Ferox. They've come in through that jacuzzi wall, cut off that master bedroom side, potentially looking to push it, and that's a great entry from Todd. No donut from him straight away. That's a good call out from Warden. And look, that's giving them a solid man advantage now, pretty early.
Bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Todd in that first pick, so he hasn't dropped 0 kills in this game. Good start from him. Sushi as well making his way down, likely trying to get that church balls. Shade actually manages to drop Itby style, one of the key players for Okami, particularly on these aggressive roams. Jack Daddy tries to follow it up, but he'll be droned out. Joker is only the only player on site. Mangoes and Jack Daddy both off site. Again, high risk, high reward. If Jack Daddy can flank and get a couple around, might be theirs. There's a player to his left. He thinks it's down the hatch. He doesn't see him above. He flicks up, does hit the shot eventually. That was incredibly awkward. But Joker's been taken down on site. Mangoes will reclaim that position. Gets one on the hatch drop. 2 more drop to follow it up. Can he get them? Shot thrown out. They miss as he seeks coverage behind the bomb chassis. He's been flushed out. Oh, they haven't seen him as he's rotated out. Ferox have they made themselves known inside of Arsenal. Plant now being attempted by Todd. I mean, very hard to deny it. Shade will drop 1, and surely Depchar can get the second. He will. And Ferox will take the first round.
Look, honestly, that was a really convincing attack from Ferox. They did a great roam clear, so good entry from Todd to get that initial pick. And then they just systematically either killed or pushed those defenders back towards site, and then they stubbornly didn't go back. Maybe they should have, Guz, because they just kept dying, and in the end, Ferox were just too strong. And again, once they pushed out that roam, it was a pretty free push to site. They ended up just easily opening kitchen hatch, dropping in, got that plant down. Arsenal uncontested, essentially. And yeah, Okami just never looked in that defense at all.
They're going to reattempt it, instead opting for CCTV and cache. Often the first or secondary site of choice. In this case, it will be the secondary for Okami as they try and reclaim that lost momentum. There was almost a stage there where it felt like Jack Daddy on the roam might have been able to bring it back. That presence in Ferox too strong. Able to just get in towards the side and worry about those roamers later, and in the end, it definitely worked out for them.
Another big concern with that as well is they had a mute and a Mozzie, so how did the entry be so clean in terms of their intel from Ferox? It seems to me that maybe some pests or mute jammers not placed very effectively, or maybe just the positioning from Okami on that roam is not great. I'm not 100% sure, but It really felt like there were just some big errors there from Okami that they need to fix to be able to pull off that roam. As hard as they were going to hold it, because as I pointed out, without that Kaid, there's not a lot back to fall back on if that roam doesn't work. They're going to extend this roam on CCTV cache here, which we've seen a couple of teams start to do, and one in particular is Wildcard. So I'm curious to see how Okami plays this round out.
Jack Daddy again on the roam. This time over towards the main stairs. We're going to use these Valkyrie cameras to try and help provide utility for his team. Meanwhile, Ferox using that Maverick, which has not been banned, to try and get this wall open. Mangoes will retrieve that Electro Claw, seeming that it's basically useless against the Maverick. That wall was almost completed. Warden just gets the final touch right about. No. I think he...
Just a bit on the bottom.
Bottom? Or top? This is a Maverick's worst nightmare. Oh no. Surely he doesn't run out of fuel. Oh, this is awkward. He must be a little bit attached at the bottom here. Warden's going to use his drone to try and find it, but this is disastrous. It's not only wasting a lot of time, but it's putting pretty much all the pressure on Warden. Eventually it is open though, so... took his time, but, you know, he got it done.
Oh, the sledgehammer to the face of Jack Daddy. Nice from Todd there. Those are some big errors coming out of Ferox on that, though. I mean, Warden just bungling the opening of that wall, and then Depstra wasting a concussion against the wall instead of impacting it. But hey, they got that entry pick, so they've got the man advantage. Wall is open. They're in an alright position here. They haven't given themselves as much time as they probably would have liked to work towards site. But they've still got enough where it's going to put a lot of pressure onto Kami. Make it a little bit difficult for them to be able to hold on to site really hard.
Bishi meanwhile inside of Con tries to get the wall open, but it's missed time. Fortunately, those charges not taken off the wall. Electro Claws posing some issues here for the attackers. Hippie Style, meanwhile, will get the first for his team in this round. That's Deptra taken down. Mangoes as well in a strong position from below to play denial. Will be exposed though from the doorway. That player wasn't peeking though, it was Shade. He had his Ash charge out and he is made to pay the price. Leaving it now in a 4-on-3, that Con will finally being open.
It really just feels like it's been quite a sloppy round from Ferox. A lot of errors happening. Losing exothermic charge unnecessarily to that Electro wall. And I don't know whether they drone stock or not, but it seemed like a blind push. They got very minimal time here as Warden's trying to get in through the breach. As Mangoes picks up his double, Warden is down, so it is all up on Sushi. He's trying to peek around side, but Okami just have all the control. They'll get their first round, making it 1-1.
Definitely a convincing start by Okami thus far. Ferox just struggling a little bit with some of the fundamentals. Things not quite going their way so far. As we look at the replay now. Ah, wow, that was a bit rude to Jack Daddy. Oh, the slow-mo. Oh, poor Jack Daddy. Oh, copping a hammer to the face. That's yeah, that spelled his demise. And it was up to the rest of his team to recover. They did. Now it's 1-1.
Just think in general, that was real night and day in terms of Ferox's attacks, because their first one at Church Arsenal, that looked really clean and quite coordinated. Whereas that cache CCTV just felt like it was a bit of a bungle of errors. Like, so much was going wrong for them. There was the Maverick torch just not working out, and then Deptra wasting a concussion, and Sushi wasting an exothermic charge in that wall, because I don't think they ever cleared off that claw. Felt like he was just expecting it to happen, and it just never did. And then, I think it was Shade, maybe not even droning out stock, facing that gunfight, ended up losing that. And all that really added up to Ferox not having a shoe-in that round. They can tighten it up again on this one.
10 seconds to
Kami bringing a lot of utility to the board.
5 seconds left.
Pretty much everything they've brought to the board is going to require some
Attackers
sort of
objective
utility
is
to
locate
clear,
a bomb and defuse it.
depending on where they are placed. So definitely don't envy Ferox in this round. They have a lot to juggle. And they seemed to struggle a little bit in the last round, but there wasn't quite as much utility to clear, really. So gonna have to step up big here if they want to try and take this round.
See how they go with this time management. If they are going to try and take CCTV cache across, they're going to have to do it pretty efficiently.
Bomb
Important
located
map
by
control, and it
attackers.
can be tricky to take. So far, they're already putting a lot of good pressure here. Sushi's going to be getting that Emerald Wall open nice and early. This style is the Jaeger, trying to put a lot of pressure there from the cache doorway. I think it's going to worry Ferox too much at this stage. Really, if Ferox can get that control within the next 45 seconds, they're in a great spot coming into that final stage of the round.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Warden again on Maverick, trying to open up the wall by
A bomb has
blow
been
torching both
located.
the top and the bottom. I believe he was successful.
The attackers' bomb
Sushi was
diffuser
successful in
has been
opening the
dropped.
CCTV wall. Indeed, the wall has been opened, so Mango's now pressured inside of bathroom. Cutie as well, tasked with holding the vault-ins and any rush through gym. So they definitely had their hands full at the moment, Okami. Cutie tries to find a pick, maybe he goes for the shots, they rain out and do thumb damage to Shade. Shade actually re-picks it, that's very dangerous. Impacts go out, Shade will avoid the first. Warden though, he ensures that Joker doesn't avoid that grenade, and Ferox now with the man advantage.
Something I really like that Ferox has done right now is instead of hard pushing that cache, that peek
Oh
from
my
Ibistar, very
God.
aggressive onto Todd. Wouldn't have been expecting that. But what I like from Ferox is that they haven't hard pushed cache. What they did is they all started to focus onto the west side, and it meant that players from Okami started to rotate back
Attackers
towards
recovered the bomb
side,
diffuser.
and now the cache CCTV area is a little clearer. And if Todd had actually picked up Ibistar there, they would have had so much map control for this final minute.
45 seconds left on the board. It's a 4 versus 4. Sushi still outside of CCTV. Couple of frags go out. Jack Daddy actually is well over on that side of the map, so it's really a battle of two halves at the moment. Which team will come out on top? It's looking like it might be Okami, but that kill will be refragged, leaving it all up to Shade with minimal HP. Manages to just avoid those bullets there, raining out over towards CCTV, and now he'll enter in towards the main hallway. One bullet is all Okami need to hit. Surely they'll be able to do it, and there we go. They'll win the round. Definitely a chaotic end, but they have the goods to close it out. That was a nasty angle.
A pretty close round in the end, but yeah, Okami really just ended up holding on to enough map control where they could close it out. I really feel like a lot of it came down to that super aggressive peek from Ibistar when Todd sledged open connector window or construction window. If Todd had actually won that gunfight, well, I think that definitely would have gone differently. And even if it was never a gunfight in the first place, I feel like that still would have favored Ferox, given that it would have facilitated some pretty strong map control for them. There was a good peek there and some good aggression from Okami, and now we get to see them reattempt this Church Arsenal bomb site, which really didn't look that good for them the first time they tried.
Again, Okami not going to bring Kaid,
Attackers need to locate and defuse
despite
as many
Thatcher
bombs as
being
they
banned
can.
out, so expect them to likely go for another roam above. On their first attempt, they were picked off quite quickly, and the roam really didn't work. So they'll be looking to try and stay alive a little bit longer and waste a bit more time on this occasion.
And again, they're really just not giving themselves an option. Because sometimes when you can set up this roam, you can decide to hold it, even just for a brief period of time. And if you've got your mute jammers and Mozzie Pest placed really strategically, shoot a bunch of drones, you can start dropping back. And then if the attack doesn't catch you on that rotate back, they still have to drone out this top 4. They still have to clear it. It takes a lot of time. And then they have to deal with that utility. But Okami need this roam to work. They need something to happen to create a solid stall point here, because once this roam is clear, it's pretty simple for Ferox to be able to open everything.
Final preparations now in place, and Okami well and truly investing above. Question is, will Ferox chase them? It looks like they will. Todd starts things off by opening the Logi hatch, and the drones will now come out, but all of those mute jammers and Mozzie Pests, the mute Mozzie combo as it's affectionately known, definitely caused some issues. Jack Dad, he's been spotted, just misses the drone. It's a good usage there from Ferox. Able to keep that one up for a little bit longer. I have no idea.
Just
Where did
on
that
this
drone
speed.
go?
I think it jumped down in the end. Not sure. But Jack Dad wants that drone, man. He's in hot pursuit. In fact, it's right next to him. Shade must have had it on the shelving somewhere that Jack Dad can't see. Some good shots coming out there in his direction. Not hitting, though. So far, this roam has worked out, I mean, at least a little bit. It stalled out Ferox more than previously, but they have some good control here in Master Bedroom already, which has essentially nullified a big part of how this roam will play out. They can start really making work in bar and kitchen. As we see Okami going to default back, Todd gets that pick on the Ippy style, and again, now that this roam is cleared in this first half of the round, there's not many obstacles as they push towards site.
The roam again is falling apart for Okami. Cutie prepping the wall to potentially C4 over later.
Attackers dropped
Talking
the
about
diffuser.
C4s, Jack Daddy makes
Attackers
his way back
recovered the
inside and
bomb
has
diffuser.
one in hand.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Ferox in a perfect position to close this one out and once again even out that scoreline.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Joker though, he will get one with the UMP, so that's Warden taken out. Maverick no longer in play. And arguably Okami still in pretty strong positions to try and close this out. C4 rains out.
A bomb has been located.
That one won't find its target though. Shade uses those holes to try and fire back, but he'll be taken down. Diffuser dropped as well. And that could be a pivotal moment in this round.
I'm not sure why they're biting so hard on that, especially Shade was the one carrying the diffuser. He can be recovered, and there still is a bit of time, 30 seconds here. Not sure how they're going to be going with this intel. Cutie tagged up as he tries to peek in towards Moto. He's now down, so it's going to give Ferox a man advantage. A couple on low HP, but 20 seconds for the execute, guys.
It's 2-on-4. Jack Daddy and Joker to hold it out. Another 15 seconds. The entry will surely come in. Jack Daddy, can he get the first? He does. Can he find the second? He will. Joker gets one as well, and now it's Sushi left in a 1-on-2. Ferox surely won't win this round, but Sushi manages to get the final two. Okami abated it in the final seconds of that round. They let it slide away just when I thought it was theirs. What a great performance from Sushi there in the dying seconds.
Yeah, great end to the round there from Sushi, but I really feel like it should never have gotten that close. Okami really had control for most of that round, maybe getting a little too overzealous with Shade in kitchen when they had the man advantage and a lot of control. I felt like the church push was on. Trades came out, and I thought, oh no, Okami bring it back, but Sushi had something else to say about it. Means that it's 2-2, guys. It's pretty even. I still feel like Okami struggling in general with these defenses.
I would definitely not be surprised if we do not see that objective come out again. That's the only objective they've lost. They've lost it twice now. If they win here, thinking that for the final round of the half, they'll probably just hedge their bets and go back to bedroom where they are actually able to grab around. For some reason, that roam just not quite clicking. Too many members being dropped earlier. Really hasn't given their anchors on side a great opportunity to try and win these rounds. I mean, they were super close. That last round really should have been theirs. Just over peaking a little bit in the dying seconds. But you're right, it never really should have gotten to that stage.
10 seconds to insertion.
I just think in general there's some fundamental issues with the way they're setting up that roam, because with a Mute and Mozzie, I should really be stalling out a lot of that early intel from the attack. It should be taking them so much more time to get in. So personally, I think Okami back to the drawing board with how they're setting that one up, because it's working out too well for Ferox. See how they go with CCTV cache. It was successful for Okami last time, based on what we were describing as a pretty sloppy round from Ferox in terms of the fundamentals. But they can tidy that up. I mean, this could definitely go the other way.
Warden again tasked with opening this wall. He had some troubles last time. He'll be hoping that he doesn't have the same on this occasion. If his style is very much watching that wall, pre-fires it when it gets popped. Doesn't find his target though. Depcha will open it in the meantime. Now they'll be able to cut off this important cross.
It'd be so lucky not to be super tagged up in that. Warden, nice angle, just missing that shot. Putting a lot of pressure now onto the garage catwalk. Ferox again, good time management. Actually getting that wall open super quick with the Maverick trick this time. It's going to put heap more pressure onto Okami on site. The nice drone that's now set up in garage, and if Hippie doesn't spot that, it's really going to come back and help Ferox late round. As we see those outlines getting a lot of map control on the west side as well.
Drone's being flicked through by Ferox as they gain really nice ground inside a con. Todd doing a lot of work with that sledgehammer. Able to drone as well. So Ferox shouldn't be short of intel. They've spent a lot of time trying to work out where these players are. So they try and now make their way in towards side. That grenade used to clear the con wall. Sushi now should be able to open it with an exothermic charge and really get this round underway.
That was also really strange about Cam. So, like, obviously put at top of the wall. Again, some early intel that's not going to be going in the favor of Okami at least. And just the efficiency here from Ferox has got to be putting just mountains of pressure on Okami on site. There's still a minute to go. They've got that CCTV wall open, construction wall open, but the peaks coming out. It's a trade at least from Sushi and Jacktad. Makes it a 4 versus 4, but again, time really working in favor of Ferox.
I don't think anyone from Ferox is actually watching that CC wall. Actually, no, Depcha is there at the moment, maybe all the way on the balcony. A little bit hard to tell, but if Style will need to be careful inside a garage if he goes for a rotate. Yeah, Depcha is a long way away here. Very high risk strategy as he will drop in that meantime. Ippy Style could rotate. Still, and he has, there we go, Ippy Style right on cue. This is super dangerous. Oh, he does get taken out. Depcha finally sweeps in late. 15 seconds now for the execute. Shade going for the plant. Where's the denial from Okami? I don't think they're going to be able to do it, but no, in the dying milliseconds, Mangoes tries to deny, but it's not quite enough. I thought he almost did it. And now it's a 3-on-2 post plant. Mangoes gets taken down, and that's Joker as well. Ferox able to take the round. I dead set thought, I was watching that yellow bus so closely, and when that C4 went off, I was like, oh yeah, Okami, not bad. Pretty last minute denial, but it's pretty good. And no, the diffuser was able to get down, so that was very, very close. Ferox just getting away with that one.
Yeah, and it really should have been Ferox's round all along. They stalled out a little bit in that final moment, and it did give Okami that sniff, that real chance where that C4 denial could have just ended Ferox's opportunity. But they capitalized, and here they are. They're on the front foot in this first half, which is their attack half. For a very likely opportunity here to make it 4-2. And Jim Bedroom last time looked pretty good for Okami. It was still a pretty close round though. So Ferox so far have impressed me on Clubhouse. They're looking pretty cohesive and very efficient.
Locate and defuse bombs.
Of course, this will be the last round of the half. Okami in a position to potentially draw things out. Ferox looking to extend that lead heading into their defensive half. And I'm sure a 4-2 lead will bode well for the rest of this map. Give them some nice momentum in the series. Of course, it is a best of 2 in 6 Masters. And with this being Ferox's map pick, they'll be looking to give themselves that early lead and try and continue that on to Coastline, which will be our second map.
5 seconds
Yeah,
left.
that's definitely a map to look forward to. So far, map 1 has been showing it's
Attackers
a
are
really good
moving out to
contest,
locate a
pretty
bomb
tight.
and defuse it.
See what Ferox can do for their final attack of this half. They can set themselves up with a 4-2 advantage going into their defense half. So it's going to be looking pretty good. Jack Daddy, though, might have something to say about that with a bit of a spawn peek on the Deptra. Important operator to take off. The Zofia not having much effect means a lot of utility not used. And Deptra's actually been playing quite well, so that's going to be quite the impact.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Jack Daddy quite content with that. Will make his way all the way towards the CCTV stairs, a position that he's been playing quite often on this map. Placed behind the shield, ready and waiting for any defenders that cross his line of sight. Again, Warden will be on Maverick though. Blowtorch in hand, trying to trick the wall. Definitely a lot quicker on that occasion compared to one of the earlier attempts. Nice line of sight created as well, and should be pretty cut and dry for Ferox to just open up and try to put some more pressure back onto Okami.
Yeah, again, efficiency working well for Ferox, even though they did lose that opening pick. Got some good control there from that jacuzzi balcony. See how far they can spread it. That bathroom wall is double reinforced though, so I mean that does create some kind of hurdle. Normally you'd like to be able to take that bathroom control as an attacker as you push through. Cutie spotted out there trying to prone in that bedroom. They're essentially looking right at each other, but that bed in the way. Shade is going to jump in though and just pre-fire it and get back out. Oh, that was really risky there for Shade. That could have backfired dramatically.
Shots continuing to rain out. Oh, okay. Gordon, he'll take down Cutie. So it's now a 4-on-4 scenario. Grenade as well to destroy the shield. Oh, he just misses it though. That could be bad. Joker not in a position to really use it though, so may not be made to pay the price. Pre-fire comes out, doesn't hit his target. Joker aware that he's being pinched at the moment. Will get Todd though, trying to drop the Logi hatch. Now Ferox need to make the decision. Will they try and go for the plant? Shade, if he got that kill, could have helped open up the round, but he just misses. Water meanwhile makes a small vault hole inside a bathroom and it works out. This could net him a kill. Surely that player behind bedroom will be taken out, but no. Mango somehow wins that gunfight. Is finally traded out though, leaving it all up to Joker in a 2-on-1. Diffuser not in hand. It's been dropped in bathroom, leaving Joker with only one enemy left. It's Sushi. Both players full HP. Sushi running the ACOG. The 5.56 is a very strong weapon. It appears as if Joker's position has been called out, and Joker hasn't really moved since. So no excuses on Sushi not knowing where this player is. He forces his way through the main door, but Joker's there to greet him, and Okami will take the final round in the half.
Again, that really looked like it was going to be Ferox's round. Bit of a misplay from Warden though as he came through that bathroom. He seemed aware that player was playing around the master bed. Not quite finding that shot really gave Okami that look in. And Joker was a great clutch here. They seemed unaware of exactly where he was playing, and playing that hallway with such a strong position from him. So well played. It means the half goes 3-3. Pretty tight contest here, guys.
Oh, it's time to stretch. Getting ready for the OT. Oh, I think it's going to go the distance. I don't know. I'm feeling it. Definitely expected this to be a close night between these two. And overtime, definitely looming after the drawn half. Could well be an endurance series between these two. Of course, an OT map can go well over an hour. If that happens on both maps, that's probably close to 2.5 hours at least. There'll definitely be a grind for these two teams tonight.
Like Ferox also going to do in the SSG room. Castle, Mozzie, and Mute being the three key operators there. They're also not running the Kaid with it either. So again, I feel like they're really banking on the fact that this roam has to work out.
10 seconds to go.
The one thing we saw Okami not seemingly doing as well was how they stalled out the intel gathering early round. If you see that happen from Ferox, maybe the round will play a bit different.
Final utility being placed here by Ferox in their first defensive round here on Clubhouse. It is their map pick. Ethereal half, I'm sure they would have liked it to have been at least 4-2. But being that it was their attacking half, I'm sure they'd be relatively content. Definitely gives them a little bit of wriggle room here on the defense. Doesn't look like they're going to be as aggressive though as Okami, and they're already defaulting back towards site. So really putting a lot of trust in that Mute Mozzie combo above to waste time.
I mean, there's going to be a call out that at least one person's dropped back to site there through that gunfight. Sure that they would know that they came back through storage. See how that works out for Okami, but again, like this might be 30 seconds worth of droning, and they've still got half the round to make very little use of what is stopping them. Of course, there's no Kaid on these hatches, so they can use Habana. They've got 3 hard breaches in their lineup. This is something really important to point out here. There is no reason they can't get everything they want open right now.
More drones coming out here. Jack Daddy almost swatting it down, just missing as he's opening up the floor. Again, trying to put more pressure on Ferox, trying to displace those who have fallen back to site, but Shade, he'll drop Jack Daddy. That was the player above, so great counterplay from the castle. He'll open up the round. Cutie tries to find that pick. Doesn't quite do enough damage though, and Shade will scathe away with a sliver of HP.
bomb has been
They're
located.
using an impact as well to try and damage Cutie means that he's only going to be able to do one impact on the hatch. So Cutie with one X-Kairos in the pocket will be able to safely open this now. Sure, it's going to happen soon. Warden still got a pretty good spot there in blue, which doesn't look like TBD, Okami, sorry, have really flushed out so far.
Oh, Raven. At least I wasn't the first to say it.
I
Of
felt it
course.
almost every time I said Okami, so it was bound to happen.
Okami, of course, previously known as TBD. His shots will rain out. Just over 30 seconds left in the round. Oh, Ferox getting quite aggressive here. On this hatch drop, depth shot on ADS is just at the wrong time. Won't be able to net that kill. Sushi, meanwhile, still prone holding this doorway as Cutie gets one. Is refragged by Todd though as the kills continue to just keep raining out. Sushi and Todd now left to hold out. 15 seconds left. Todd still inside of dirt. This could be very, very risky. He
10
does
seconds remaining.
do some damage, but it's not quite enough. The plant now going down, and it's Sushi left in a peel. One, he accidentally knifes. Can't quite get the kill. And the nice shot comes out in chat. I wonder if Joker saw him knife around the corner. No, he didn't, but he cleans it up. And Okami will take the round.
Yeah, again, I don't think Ferox really were able to burn off enough time with that roam for it to be setting themselves up for success. And then in the end, I think some positioning as well. Todd banking himself on some long angles with the SMG-11 probably made that engagement quite tough there in blue. Sushi looked hesitant if he actually did do his aggressive push out into Moto like he wanted to. I actually think he might have been able to get a double kill out of it. It's hard to say in hindsight, but it looked clear from what we could see. Just some hesitance there might have cost Ferox. They're not going to repeat it just yet, Guz. They're going to move on to CCTV and Cash, so we'll see whether they can bring it back.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
This will be the third appearance of this site so far in this series. In fact, Okami won it twice in the first half. And Ferox once. No, am I reading this right? No, this will be the third time. It was won once by each team. Wow. That's some bad math there, guys. So look, it's a 50-50 win rate for each team. There you go. There's some math. If my tracker isn't wrong. I don't think it is.
Back yourself,
5
mate.
seconds to go.
See,
Back myself.
Ferox
Like you
goes.
back yourself with the with the team name in the last round. Or?
Yeah, you just
Oh,
gotta say
I'm
it.
sorry.
Deal with it
Sorry.
later. I'm keen to see what Ferox are going to bring out on CCTV here. The Kaid trick that we're seeing, or Kaid placements that we're seeing, of course, becoming very popular these days, putting them there on the garage rafters. Electrifies those garage walls so you can't get the classic Habana long angle that you would get from garage towards the catwalk window. So it means you are more comfortable in terms of rotating until, of course, that CCTV wall is opened up. 2 players currently there, so hard holding that. Ferox.
Of course, the Maverick will be in full use from Okami. Thatcher taken off the board. I believe Ferox did shotgun out the wall a little bit to make it challenging
Bomb located by
to
attackers.
hit the Maverick trick. Looks like Joker has broken the bottom. I think a little bit might still be attached. That smoke grenade not really helping. Getting this done swiftly. It looks like there is a little bit attached there at the bottom. Drone might
Definitely
be here to
attached.
double check that. And yeah, it definitely is attached.
There we go.
Oh,
He's going to get it. He's going to take some shots, though. He's going to walk into the electricity as well.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Berker is going to be pretty low for engagement here. Have at least got that wall open. That's an errant flash as well. Some errors coming out here for Okami. Zippistyle's also been tagged as very low in an engagement. They're going to work on this construction walls. Time's not been too bad here. Joker actually does get the pick on the depth chart. That's the Kaid off the board. Okami so far, this attack is looking not too bad, but this low HP might be a little troublesome as they come into their late round engagements.
Ferox with still some key positions hold.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
Garage being one of those, Jade. Not feeling too much pressure, but as I say that, he'll be taken down. Great shot there by Cutie.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Pretty much impossible to hit the res from there. Warden is inside of Garage. It wouldn't be anyone else but him. His impact in this round might not be very large though. He's not really in a position to get something done unless he can flank Mango's playing below. Maybe even if he starts swinging in late. Oh, Todd though, he'll clean that one up. There's the last of his smoke grenades there towards Con. As it is effectively a 2-on-4. Shade still down over towards Garage. Very unlikely Warden can make the res. He does get the kill though on Tipsy style. Todd still left alone inside. Akami now will enter from Con in towards Cash as they attempt to go for the plant. Warden's down as well, so it's left all up to Todd. Can he deny it in the dying seconds here? That is the question. He gets the first, tries to wallbang the second, but misses, and he gets shot from behind. Akami will take that round, and that could have been a whole lot closer if Todd had rotated back to the top of the stairs.
Oh, yeah, that really could have gone back in Ferox's favor there. Some really strange things coming out from Okami. They seem to have really struggled with that CCTV wall, sorry. And that could have come back to bite them. Worked out well. Ferox definitely just struggling a little on that defense. They're going to move on to Gym Bedroom for their next site.
We may be heading into a race. I don't think these picks will be locked in. Amari would be very exciting to see. I think it's been a long time since we've seen Amari in some competitive ANZ Siege. I think the last time I remember, I swear it was like Homeless in
Attackers need to locate and defuse the bomb.
invitational qualifiers or something. I can't even remember, but yeah, Amari is not exactly, the most what's the word? Useful operator to bring, at least from a team perspective. I mean, yeah, you can hit some cool clips, but that's about it.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of situations where Amaru is really picked at this level. Maybe just a couple of niche plays. I've even seen her picked just because somebody wants an extra G8. So you run like the IQ Amaru combo with double G8s. That can be a pretty gnarly frag combo. But other than that, yeah, we haven't seen a whole lot of play from her. But look, I think at this stage, Akami is starting to run away a little bit from Ferox in this map, which is probably concerning given that it was Ferox's map pick.
Yeah, I think it'd be interesting to see if this rehost affects anything and if that momentum might slow down a little bit, because it does feel like it's compounding. 3 rounds straight now in Okami's favor. Most of those looking pretty convincing for the most part. And Ferox not really having much of an answer. It's going to be up to them to try and bring something to the table here. Because if they start letting it slip, we'll be on match point before you know it. And as we've seen already tonight, that can convert very quickly into a map win.
Yeah, it can. Ferox is definitely going to have to tighten up these defenses a little bit because they're not looking terrible. They just seem to be losing players in that middle round stage. And that was definitely prevalent in that previous round that we just saw on CCTV and Cash, where they still had some good positioning, but with, I think it was Shade and Warden going down in that final stage, it was a lot for Todd to be able to clutch on. And there was definitely some messiness there from Okami. I mean, they really struggled with that CCTV wall. It was really hard for them to blowtorch in the first place. And they never actually opened it. No one with soft breach came across and blew it open or hit it open. And they never shot it open either. So that could have really come back to bite them.
Yeah, I think if Todd maybe had his time again, he wouldn't have gone for that wallbang straight away, because if he rotated all the way back to the main stairs, Joko would not have been able to get that angle on him because the wall physically wasn't open. There was no way of him actually getting in to try and shut him down. So he may have been able to swing wide and get that pick. But of course, I think it's easy to forget that during these moments, I mean, it's hectic. The comms, just the pressure, everyone's sort of, really like tunnel visioning on what they think they need to try and do. So look, can't really fault him on that. You shouldn't be left in a 1-on-3 really in the first place. So look, I'm sure again, if Todd had his time, again, he would have done that. But anyway, it's time to move on. And I think it's really time for Ferox as a whole to try and move on, because when you're 5-3 down, it can be easy to drop your heads. We've seen potentially teams earlier tonight, really struggling when those rounds compound against them. So hopefully Ferox during this rehost can take a bit of time to themselves and really try and nail down any of these issues that are arising.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely possible for them as well, because it's really just basic issues on both defenses that we've seen so far from them that they need to fix. A couple of it would just be trying to stay alive a little longer in CCTV cache, because once they get map control, so construction and that CCTV wall open, you can try and play a little aggressive, but it just becomes really hard to maneuver around. So you have to be a little more careful, and that's about reading your opponent. And I think one thing that they could have read into more so was that struggle at CCTV wall. The fact that there was no run-in until even after those final seconds. That's something you can exploit a little bit more on the defense. But on top of that, that church, that roam never worked out. I mean, they defaulted off that so quickly. And all they need is just to burn more time with that, so that when they're on site, even though it's a little bit more sketchy, maybe late round, at least time works on their side as well. So it's just some small things, and I really think Ferox can crawl themselves back into this game.
Yeah, I think that's interesting that you mentioned the SSG roam, if that's what you want to call it, not really working out for either team. Not only has it not really gotten them kills, but on top of that, it hasn't wasted a whole lot of time. On both occasions when both teams have attempted it, either one, in the case of Okami, they lost members early and were really struggling to recover for the rest of the round. Or you have the second scenario where Ferox don't lose the men early necessarily, but they're rotating back to site so quickly, it's like the roam doesn't really have any effect anyway. So I think these teams going forward need to try and strike a balance between those, because it pretty clearly just hasn't been working the way they would have envisioned it.
Yeah, and if you're going to default back early, which is in some occasions fine, I mean, those mute jammers and those Mozzie Pests will still delay a bit of time of droning, which it seemed to a little bit at least when Okami were trying to attack. But if you also have that fallback, I've highlighted a bit with that Kaid. I mean, they had a Maestro, for example. This is Ferox on their defensive church. They had a Maestro, which is totally expendable for that Kaid. The Maestro doesn't really serve a whole lot in that instance until late round. And if you're banking on something at late round, you're accepting your roam isn't going to work out. So if you're already accepting that, you might as well bring the Kaid and then create another stall point mid-round of trying to open hatches and walls. So then when it finally comes down to execute, they have very minimal time. I think that's much more important, at least in my eyes, for making that kind of defense work. So yeah, I'm really curious to see whether we can see some changes from Ferox, seeing as they're the ones on defense now, to make that church hold work a little better. Because definitely with the Thatcher ban, that can be better abused.
Yeah, and I think it's definitely interesting, or at least something that should be flagged, is Okami is currently second, I believe, in the standings compared to Ferox, who actually going into this, I think, are sixth. So, look, maybe we're putting too much pressure on Ferox to perform here. Maybe we wouldn't expect them to do so well against a team that's higher in the standings. But I do think that when we take into consideration the players that Ferox have, that we would expect them to perform. I mean, they have experience on their team. They also have some young guns as well that have been performing pretty well. So despite this map so far maybe not quite going their way, we can't ride them off, I think, not even for the rest of this series or the rest of this map, but even just the season as a whole, because they're pretty dangerous. When Ferox are on, like, they are on. We've seen them do it in the past. They've been able to shut down some pretty good teams.
Yeah, I mean, a side effect of how they played last week against Wildcard in that fantastic tight series is that you are going to have higher expectations on you. And I think that's fair. I mean, there's 2 new players into this roster, but they are bringing some experience and they've had some time to work with it. Not so much Todd. Of course, that was a very last minute inclusion for Six Masters on Team Ferox. But regardless, last week, I think really was their benchmark. They were very close to taking a map, if not both maps, off Wildcard. That really was a reality at one stage last week. And Wildcard are the team sitting on top. So if you go by that and look at pure numbers and that kind of thing, they should be able to take at least a map off Okami, and they should be able to stack up pretty well. So on their map pick, the fact that they're trailing 5-3, that's definitely a bit of a concern, but I definitely think they can bring it back as well. It's totally possible on a clubhouse defense half to just win the next 4 rounds.
Yeah, well, I mean, looking back at the last time Ferox played this map, it was against Wildcard, and that was a 7-5 loss. So arguably, you could say they played even better against Wildcard, or it was closer, at least as we sit currently. So there's potential for Ferox, as you mentioned, to bring it back. We might even see an overtime. It's far from outside the realm of possibility because, again, defense, clubhouse, no Thatcher. Like, it's pretty rough to attack, and we've already seen that so far tonight.
I mean, the other thing with that too is they can come back, as you said, on the defense half. And with their match against Wildcard, I'm pretty sure on both maps they were down at least some substantial amount and brought that back. So it's not something they haven't done before, at least. It's definitely something they're capable of.
Yeah, well, we've got word that we're jumping very, very soon. Raven has been kind enough to press the big green button. Here we go, boom! Raven, let's get us in. Thank you so much. I know you wanted to talk for a while there, but there is a game to attend to, and we will do so.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome.
That's all right. You know, I'm happy to rehost with you.
Good.
Do what
I'm
must
happy
be
to
done.
see that. Happy to see that Ferox are going to be doing Gym Bedroom. We get to see something a little bit different out of this defense.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Indeed, indeed. I was about to correct you there and say this is the second time, but for some reason I put bedroom as last objective, and of course if you win an objective you can't go there. Oh, the attackers won it, so now I'm just putting myself down a world of hurt right now. I'm just gonna shush. Oh no, it's all gone wrong. The rehost is just does things to your head, I swear.
It does. Not gonna lie. After last week, I think I'm immune to rehost now. But the Ferox are, of course, dedicating a lot over here to catch CCTV. Very important part of holding Gym Bedroom.
5
Of
seconds
course,
left.
extending it across to the east, because if you give that map control to your attacking opponent too early,
Out to locate a
well, then
bomb.
they're basically right next to site, and then all they need is some pressure from the windows, jacuzzi wall, and it's so hard to stay on site, stay alive at all. See how Ferox do holding that, because from memory, Ferox were actually doing a good job of attacking it by not attacking it. You know what I mean? They got the jacuzzi wall open early, windows, and that put a lot of pressure onto Kami to start rotating back towards site.
So it's jumping back in. 5-3 is the scoreline. Akami 1 round away from securing match point. And if that's the case, there'll be 2 scenarios. Either 1, they win the map, or 2, will head to overtime. Of course, there is overtime in Six Masters 2020, unlike Pro League. So they won't see any draws, at least within a map. Of course, the series can be drawn, being a best of 2 if each team wins one. But we're a while away from seeing the conclusion of that. Looks like some nice progress has been made by the attackers early on here.
Todd, the lone soldier there in Cash, rocking the beautiful Grand Larceny Wamai uniform and headgear. Stalling out Akami quite heavily at the moment. I mean, almost half the round burned out. They've dedicated so much to take this, and still no fruit from their labor here. In fact, they're the ones that have lost HP. In fact, that finally does get that opening pick, as Joker gets another, in fact. Ferox falling apart a little bit in such quick succession means that Akami are now sitting in a good spot for this round.
Minute 15 to go. Todd staring down the barrel of death here, really. Surely it's only a matter of time before he gets taken out. So many members ready to pinch him, waiting to time it just right. Todd just sitting there, ready and waiting, trying to find at least 1 pick. Meanwhile, there's some pressure going on towards bedroom as well. C4 from Sushi comes out. Won't do any damage though. Potentially a little bit wasteful as Todd. There we go. He will be pinched, and now it's a 5-on-2, and Ferox not looking too good in this round. Depth shot gets aggressive, gets 1, goes for the jump out, but doesn't get the second. And now it's Sushi left in a 1-on-4. He's inside of Logi. I don't think they know where he is. Uses that to his advantage and gets the first, but the wall bang from Cutie will shut him down. And Raven, they will now be on match point. Oof.
Nice shot, Cutie. And that was probably their best attack yet, in fact. They got quite stalled out in CCTV Cash for a while. But as I said, quick succession, Ferox just fell apart. And Okami, they're up 6-3. They haven't lost a round in the second half, so their attack's looking really good on Clubhouse. And that's quite dangerous to Ferox, given that this is their map pick. And I just remembered, guys, a point I was going to make in the rehost was Ferox, given the fact that they are rebuilding their roster a little bit, as I said, 2 new additions, that means they don't have as much of a depth in map pool, right? And they've played Clubhouse a little bit as fresh as last week. So Akami probably had a really good opportunity to counter-strat that. And that means that Ferox are going to have to do a lot of adapting on the fly.
Another stat I think that is important to flag here is, so far from what I've tracked, the 9 rounds that have been played, there's only been one plant go down. If you compare that to the match we had earlier tonight, that is way down from what we came to expect in the last matchup between Pittsburgh and Kanga. There were upwards of 3-4 plants, even in a half. So to only see one in the entire map so far is definitely a shift in playstyle.
I think that's to be expected with these teams as well. We talked about it in the pre-show that both of them known for different forms of aggression. That usually doesn't favor focusing on the plant. They have really been going for the frag bites. And some really early droning on the strip side. So Akami may be a bit concerned that there might be a Ferox member roaming over there. A push over. One important thing here though is that Ferox are not doing the hard roam strat anymore. In fact, they're defaulting all the way back to side. It looks like it's more of a turtle strat here. Pai, that is going to present some kind of obstacle, but Akami also have 3 hard breaches.
Ferox playing pretty close to site. Warden is really the furthest away, and he's only all the way over at Oil Pit. Not far at all. Gives Joker the freedom to take his time, torch open the hatch. That'll free up Mango's exothermic charges for other uses, and Cutie's X-Kairos as well, so the triple hard bridge combo could prove quite spicy. Deptra will drop Jack Daddy inside a kitchen, so great C4 from him. Ferox looking to try and crawl this one back.
Being very careful as well. He wants to try and get kitchen hatch open, but not only is it electrified, players playing below make him a little bit concerned. He's going to use one X-Kairos on dirt at least. Not really looking like he's going to attempt anything else with kitchen. That hatch looks like it might remain closed. Sticking potentially just the church blue push. Deptra is playing deep in dirt still, waiting to see if somebody pushes through, but not happening. The longer this goes on, the more this favors Ferox, given that they've got the man advantage, and of course the clock is such an important part of attacking church.
Mango's critically with the diffuser in hand. He's currently inside of Moto. Warden could be pinched. A little bit risky crossing the softball there to the right, but gets away with it.
Bomb located by attackers.
Hippie style droning him from the top of the blue stairs. Mango's could potentially be in a position to try and clean him up if he rotates, but no, he makes his way back to the reinforced wall. Warden just proving to be a massive pain here. Will be lit up, but it's really not much damage.
They're just seeing him cross back and forth, Bit of a pain there, and they're not able to really land anything meaningful. I mean, he got one bullet maybe hit on him. And that's just delayed so much time. I mean, it feels like it was 40 seconds ago that I brought up the clock, and there's been no progress here from Akami. It means that there really can be a good stall out from this smoke on this Moto door. Ipistol does finally get Warden, though, so that blue control has been obtained, but the smoke proving too strong. Akami, though, all of a sudden out of nowhere, Ipistol with the triple. Deptra, all up to you, son. You're going to have to try and clutch this out. He sees the arm on the plant, though. Disturbs it. 4 seconds to go. It's going to have to be stuck. Got one player to worry about. Oh, yes, it does! Oh, Deptra, what an angle from blue.
Deptra, no. I don't think you're allowed to do that. What the? Okay. That was absolutely disgusting. I think that's the first time I've ever seen that pistol ever be useful, to be honest. Wow, wait. That was nuts.
Yep, I think Akami aren't going to be too happy with themselves after their great effort of just exploding onto site. I mean, everything was against them, and they double pushed through that smoke and were able to take church so well. Just didn't hold on. That means that Ferox live another day on this map. 2 more rounds to take it to overtime. It's definitely possible.
Oh boy. It's like I would have hit that shot. That was absolutely nutty.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs.
Akami, fortunately for them, are still on match point though. Just need one more. And it never really felt like in that last round they were in a position to win it. as you mentioned time and time again, like they weren't making any progress. And when they did, like it was explosive. And then there was that position where they felt like they might win. So I retract my previous comment. There was a position where they felt like they were going to win, but they left it very, very late. And when you leave a push like that so late, there's always a chance that there'll be a rogue defender somewhere that could deny the plant. And look, it was only a matter of millimeters in that last one, but Ferox were able to just pull through.
5 seconds left before insertion.
See how they go for this gym bedroom hold. It was the one they held
Objective is to locate a bomb and
2 rounds ago. It didn't really work out too great. I mean, they had quite a good stall in CCTV cash, but they ended up losing the men in quick succession at around the midpoint of the round. And then that was really it. Okami just held onto that pressure and never brought it back. You have to make some adaptations here. I think, again, if they can delay CCTV cash take, but keeping the men, well, then they're going to be in a much better position.
Joker will use the torch to drop a mid jammer as Deptra uses his gun to drop Hippie style. So that will be Sophia down and out. And Hippie style, a play you'd normally want to be shutting down early. Of course, a bit hard to read into the stats after the rehost, but it hasn't felt like it's had a massive game by his standards. But of course, I'm sure it would be a good feeling to drop him off the board.
Yeah, even when he seems like he's having an off game or a rough game, he still has those rounds that he can just frag out, and that can be enough to help his team. So having those players off the board, really important. Some really interesting positions held here from Ferox. That castle angle, very aggressive, and oh, the peek from Warden from the stair hallway. Good night, Cutie, and this is looking much better for Ferox on this defense.
It's a 5-on-3 in favor of the trailing team. But we did see Okami almost crawl back a similar position in the last round, albeit unsuccessful in the end. So I wouldn't put it past him to do something similar here.
bomb located by attackers.
Jack Daddy trying to find a pick. That shield causing a lot of issues, and that C4 has absolutely decimated him. Shade gets one as well, and now Joker needs the ace clutch to bring this back. 60 seconds on the board. And he's basically just left to sit there, and I think he might not even attempt it. Maybe his team will have a little bit of a word and try and work out what they're going to try and do next. I thought for a second there that it froze, but there is a player in basement moving. Everyone is just sitting there, just, you know, sipping a cup of tea. Nothing too interesting happening.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good demonstration of how patient the defense is playing. It's a common thing that teams get a little bit itchy in a late round, 5v1. Oh, we could probably get the final frag. I'm going to push. But no, Ferox are playing nice and disciplined, which is great to see. And look, why not? They've got the momentum. They're only, after this, as long as they do secure it, they'll only be 1 round away from overtime. It's really critical they don't change how that feels for them. And likewise, I think it's probably important that Okami give themselves that pseudo timeout. Ferox will close it out though, guys. 4th round in the end.
Indeed it was. 3 players shooting at the final attacker in the end. Definitely not the sight you want to see entering con. I wonder if Okami can bring that momentum back. They've lost 2 in a row now. They had an opportunity, as you mentioned at the end there, to have a little bit of a timeout of sorts. Maybe have a quick word on what maybe went wrong there and how they can improve. But the thing is, it's not a whole lot of time between rounds. It might feel like it sometimes, but in reality, if you're trying to fix issues, it's tough. Trying to play on the fly is really a trait that only the best of the best have. And look, Okami need to try and prove their worth. Try and bring something new to the table here, or else we will be heading to OT.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Momentum has swung back in favor of Ferox. It was Okami that actually had 4 rounds in a row to get them to the point that they were. But now with 2 in a row going back to Ferox, it has really nullified that momentum that we had on the side of Okami. And CCTV cash last time, look, it was close. This was the round before the rehost. And it was the one that Todd was so close to clutching. It was super close. Came down to the final second where he just got fragged out by, I believe it was Joker there on the CCTV wall. And there were just a lot of fundamental issues that we were seeing on the side of Okami that led to the fact that it was a close round.
5 seconds left. Attackers
Sushi,
attempting to
interestingly,
locate a bomb and
changing up his
defuse
evil a little bit there,
Take me up the blossom.
helping to provide some additional intel for his team. Ferox electing not to bring the Valkyrie. We did see Okami on a couple of occasions bring it, I believe. Of course, Echo and Mirror were the two defensive bands. You can see those at the top of your screen. Pretty standard for this map. And you know what else is standard for this map, Raven? The Maverick trick.
Maverick trick?
Yes.
Yes, sir. And we'll see how Joker goes this time, because boy, he had some troubles in the previous round that he was doing this. Probably thanks to that soft debris destruction that you do see there, pre-made by Ferox. They are doing that because it makes some inconsistency of the depth that the blowtorch penetrates. Why you sometimes see those bits left over, but hey, that was actually really efficient there from Joker. It's now
bomb has been located.
openable. There's still 2 minutes to go. Pretty sure I just heard it explode, so they're way ahead of where they were last time.
Minute 50 on the board. Ferox cramped up over towards the main stairs. Currently 3 players there trying to fight for some position. Meanwhile, as Mangoes finds himself inside of construction, shooting above the wall there. Likely for Jack Daddy to come across very shortly, nade over the top and get rid of that electro claw. Flashes raining out as well to try and clear the ADS. Again, Okami trying to take their time, make sure they really clear this utility properly. Oh no, that is... I curse Mangoes, I'm sorry. Wow.
Again, a bit sloppy with throwables there. And I mean, at least they got this wall open, but they haven't had as much pressure as required so far elsewhere. Especially from that construction side. I mean, Mangoes is there holding it, just waiting for teammates to rotate so they can finally open it. And that's what's going to be enabled now. But maybe they're not expecting the impact here from Sushi. If he hits this perfectly, not actually going to work out. So that could have been huge for Ferox. Mangoes does actually get tagged out by Warden. That's on a flank, it looks like, from the outline. And he's going to get the double guards. That could be pushing it to overtime now for Ferox. It's a great spot to be in.
Joker though, he will get shade back. Cutie left on that balcony. That's a very, very dangerous vault in. Oh, Sushi almost gets that pick. As it looks like the entry will come through. Warden gets his third, so that will be Cutie taken down. Joker critically made his way in towards site. Nade will come out in towards Cash. Can he use that distraction to pick up the kill? No, he pre-fires the wrong angle. And that's Ippy style, left in a 1-on-3. We mentioned earlier, he's maybe a little bit of a quieter map. Can he come up big here? Getting lit up as he jumps through the window. Will be taken down. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be heading to overtime.
He said it was possible and they looked dangerous. And once they got 1 round, 2 rounds, I mean, it came back to that clutch from Deptra. Church Arsenal, it was round 10, Guz. A 1v2 as the plant was going down for Okami. That would have been the map, done and dusted. Really adds that extra weight to that clutch coming out from Deptra. And yeah, we're on overtime now. Both halves, 3-3. So not leaning to either side. So it doesn't really say that it favors anybody here and what they're on with overtime. It does have Ferox starting on defense though.
Church and Arsenal will be the site of choice here for Ferox, who, as you mentioned, of course, are on the defense. Lineup is suggesting a roam above.
Attackers need to locate.
This was something we discussed during the rehost. Neither team really having pulled it off to full effect. So I think it's going to be really interesting to see just how committed Ferox are to that roam and how long it'll take before they pull the pin.
I'm kind of surprised because I mean the attempt that they had that didn't work out was the roam. And yeah, there was some pretty big issues with how they held the roam. The one that did work out, and truth be told, that was the clutch that we were just previously talking about. But that came off a turtle defense. I mean, that turtle defense enabled that scenario to happen. I'm super keen to see how this roam changes up, because so far, from both sides, we've seen not much effect out of the roam strat.
Well, it does look like Ferox have committed to it. The mute Aussie combo is in full effect above. course, will cause some issues when these attackers, Kami try and drone above. The question really lies in, will Ferox hold above? And so far, it's looking like they're already going back down. So that is purely to waste time, that utility. I don't know where... Is it Warden? Where's Warden? Warden's going to be over... Oh, he's up. He's above. Okay. He's inside of CCTV. Of course, he's the one roaming. Warden loves a good roam. Gets spotted out, though, so he might make his way back to site pretty quickly here. Or not.
This is very risky, doubling down on Warden's skills here, essentially, as a solo roamer, because if he is simply pinched out, well, then Akami know that's the room clear, and also they have man advantage. That could really easily fall apart for them. And in fact, Akami aren't heavy pushing into it. Warden is shut down, so that is a great position for Akami to be in now with just under 2 minutes to play. A lot of time to get things open.
Of course, Akami may not 100% know it, but all of Ferox are now positioned below, so there's no real danger in freely moving above site. Mango's, interestingly enough, heading towards the top floor. We'll head back down, though, and likely try to get some of these hatches open. Maybe Style holding that flank, and Cutie, the second hard breach of the three, will head in towards the kitchen. Seen this hatch impact tricked time and time again. Will Ferox pull it off this time? It looks like they have. Cutie tries to find that player, but doesn't. If Style does find his own, that will be the Mozzie off the board, and Akami looking like they may well be able to win this round.
Well, most importantly, that's the blue player. And it's a bit alarming that Ferox haven't retaken that, because it's such important map control to hold. If Style sees that it's clear and can push down, well then Sushi in Church is going to be totally pinched. This could really steamroll towards an Okami round here. Sushi is under a lot of pressure right now. Push from Moto. Habana holes open. He gets a nice shot onto Cutie though, and hits a good shot into Moto. Sushi single-handedly bringing it back for Ferox. 30 seconds to go. This might actually be salvageable.
Todd makes it a 2-on-3. This round has slipped away from Okami just when it looked like it was going to be theirs. It's gone against him. Joker inside of blue, Ippy Style as well. Both players will surely get sprayed down. There we go. Sushi gets his triple, and it's Joker left alone in a 1-on-2. Surely he'll be taken down as well. Sushi lights him up. Joker super low. He's going to get onto his evil eye. But Todd will clean him up in the meantime, and Ferox will bring that round back off the back of the Maestro. So well played by Sushi.
He did end up with a triple, and it was the first two that were huge, killing the player at main stairs, and then a nice shot onto Moto. It meant Diffuser was down, and Moto equal man count with not much time to go. Critical error, I think, from Okami. Not sure if they realized that the blue was free, but if Ippy Style had quickly taken that, he would have at least been able to trade Cutie before Mangos was taken in Moto. So well played by Sushi and Ferox to bring that back, and they're now a match point, Guz. That's 4 rounds in a row.
Pretty crazy scenes here. Ferox 1 round away from closing out the map, giving them a 1-0 lead in tonight's series. Of course, if you are just joining us, Coastline will be the second map between these two. And look, if this map hasn't tickled your fancy in the action department, I'm sure Coastline will. That's going to be absolutely insane. The amount of soft breach on that map will definitely turn things up. But I mean, the action in this map has definitely been fruitful. Particularly when you can feel the intensity rising in these later rounds. Army just letting it slip away. Not only that last round, but the last 4. The momentum is completely against them. Now a mental game trying to get back into this one. They do have defense to fall back on. Question is, will it be enough?
10 seconds to go.
Last time that Ferox attacks this, they actually won it. Have it that it was a plant. So that shows that they probably had some good control. I don't fully remember it. Anyway, that might be alarm bell starting to sound here for Okami. They are doing this extended roam again. Ferox should be well aware of. See how they deal with it. Comes down to some really efficient clearing of CCTV wall and construction. Well, I think it really is going to be Ferox's game, but we'll see what the round has for us.
Keep in mind this isn't Ferox's map pick. They'd be expecting to close this one out, but both teams fighting for critical points, trying to make the top 4. Both of them going into this season with that expectation.
Bomb located by
Someone take a
attackers.
bit of damage there. It may have been Warden trying to open up that wall again. Maverick will be utilized. Deptra comes through with the lifeline and we'll open it up completely now. Trying to find an angle inside a garage. There is a player prone, but Warden doesn't quite hold it long enough, taking too much damage from that electrified wall.
Unfortunate too, because I felt like if he held that long enough, I believe it's Zippy style playing the rafters, he might have been able to find
Attackers have located a bomb.
that nice deep angle as that player is moving around. Not to be, but this is good early pressure here from Ferox in this attack. It's something they showed time and time again in their attack half that they were quite good at establishing. It's just going to come down to how Okami can hold sight here, and if there's any tricks up their sleeve, or there's any way that they can poke some holes into the back of Ferox maybe on these attacks, but it's going to be tough with still half the round to play.
That's such a risky position from Deptra. He's so far away that he's got really nice angles, but really has to back his aim to go for the shot. Zippy style backs himself and gets one. Is traded back. He is down. Joker's showing no hesitation, going straight in for the res, trying to get up one of the fraggers on the team, and he will actually, so it's a pretty big play from Okami. Sushi, though, will drop him again, and now it's a 4-on-4.
Yeah, so I mean, justice really served there, seeing as Ipistol was down on that jump out. But look, pretty important jump out, taking out Warden. He was quite a strong player for Ferox. Deptra too, I mean, he's been showing up, so that's man advantage now back in the favor of Okami with only 45 seconds to go. Starting to hear a lot of utility come out that's going to stall them a little bit. Shade wanting to get this pinch. He sees the back of a player on the stairs. He actually gets it. Cutie unaware. Might even get the second one. It is actually traded back here, guys. 30 seconds to go.
Big nade from Todd drops Joker, so it's a 2-on-2. Ferox 2 frags away from closing out the map. C4 comes out, but doesn't find a target. Kami not really able to sit still inside at the moment. As Todd and Sushi will now push through. Jack Daddy, though, drops one, leaving it all up to Todd. One of the newest members of the team needs to go massive here to close out the map, or we are heading to extended overtime. Ferox need to try and find both. Todd does find the first, but he's going to run out of time. The wall bang almost hits the second, but it isn't meant to be. 7-7 the scores, and we're heading to the final round.
Boy, I felt close, guys. I felt like Todd was just looming on Jack Daddy. He just needed that extra 1 or 2 seconds if he could peek that rotate. We've definitely spotted Jack Dad. Tight as it can get here. We're going to see another 8-7 coming out of 6 Masters. We've seen so many of them so far. Truly exciting. And there's Ferox on the defense. They're going to be holding Gym and Bedroom.
Gym and Bedroom will be the playground for the final round. It's an objective that we've seen played quite a few times tonight. In fact, we've seen it played once, twice, 3, 4 times. And in fact, Okami just have the edge. They won it 2 times in the first half, once in the second, followed up by Ferox, who won it in the 11th round as a part of their 4-round streak in the second half. Look, definitely could go either way. Wow, this game's... Look, I thought it was going to be close, but this is even closer than I think it was going to be. I thought, in all honesty, Okami may have been able to just edge out on top, especially when they were on match point. But look, Ferox not going down without a fight, that's for sure.
Yeah, huge credit to Ferox on the comeback as well. But even though they were on the defense half in that second half, Okami just seemingly were running on top of them. But the mental fortitude, they hung on. They brought it back to overtime. They got that first round of overtime. It was really good use of momentum. And now, I mean, if patterns are telling us anything, guys, it would be that Ferox would win this round. But, I mean, of course, it's not all about patterns or statistics. It's about actually making it happen. So Ferox can get good early control here. They're going to be in the box seat to win the map.
Up to Ferox to put pen to paper. I definitely thought Warden was going to wide pick that and maybe now to get a kill, but he thought better of it, instead dropping Oil Pit. Warden going 4-4 after the rehost. Not a bad few rounds from him. Not sure if he was detected there, if it was a pre-fire coming up from Ippy style that was unintended for him, either way. Warden does skate away with full headshot.
Warden just dancing around bullets from two different directions there. Managing to get away, not even tagged somehow. That definitely could have been danger for both teams there. I mean, if Warden was able to get an opening pick, could have been disaster for Okami, but likewise, I mean, Warden's an important player for Ferox. If he's taken out super early, it's a lot of pressure back on the rest of the team. Todd's actually defaulted back to side a bit earlier than normal this time. He was the one that was hard holding cash in previous rounds. But that does make a difference on this defense.
Minute 40 left on the board, more utility being expended, of course. Those magnets regenerate over the course of the round, so the longer Todd is alive, the more he can place around the map. I feel like there's been a whole lot of movement yet from Okami, and that timer ticking down quite quickly. As I say that though, they will push in now towards CCTV, or at least attempt to. Not really a whole lot of presence from Ferox, so definitely feels like Okami being stalled out by pretty much nothing at the moment.
Yeah, I think they're just unsure that cash is actually clear. They have taken a lot of time there. And even now that they've got this map control, coming into the final minute, it's not a whole lot to get the rest happening. So far, I've got to say this feels like it's in favor of Ferox, but of course, we've seen Okami just explode before and flip that on its head. It's up to Ferox to just sit tight and to try and hold fast.
Oh, Ippy style gets the first onto Sushi. Big kill from him. Takes down a C4 as well. Could be critical in how the rest of this round plays out. It looks like Okami now setting up for a push from the southern balcony, maybe even vault in towards Jim. Todd's in trouble if that shield gets taken down. It looks like it will be very difficult. A lot of those magnets and ADS devices causing issues. This really could go either way. There's 20 seconds left on the board. The drop shot from Todd will be punished, and now it's a 5-on-3. More utility being used as Shade gets one back. Can he find another? There is a player at that con window. He doesn't quite see him. The timing is terrible, and he'll be taken down. And now it's Zeptra. Left to try and clutch it up. He gets the first, but he can't get the second. And Okami will take the map 8-7. What a performance, coming up clutch there. They had match point for so long in this series. They managed to bring it back in the end. Wowee, what a performance from them in that final round.
Oof. Tight map there, guys. And again, it really felt like Deptra might have been able to get that clutch, just getting that kill onto the diffuser carrier. It could have really gone in favor of Ferox. So really close map. 8-7 justifies how that felt. And that is only map 1, guys. We still have Coastline.
Man, I need a breather after that one. That was quite intense. I think both the teams will need a breather as well. Okami, I mean, some would say they were a little bit lucky to get away with that in the end because they were on match point for so long. They didn't close it out. There was a real threat they were going to lose that map, but in that final round, the last 30 seconds, they showed up, just edged over Ferox in the end.
Yeah, and even that last round, super close. I think it came down to some really critical errors on Ferox's side. Sushi just getting a little aggressive, trying to peek that billiards window. Gave himself away. I had a couple of tap fires coming out from him on a long angle, hard to hit with SMG-11. Was punished with Ippy style through the bar. And then Todd, just bad timing, hitting the prone just as the shield got blown up. Meant that he couldn't really take a clean ADS gunfight onto that window. And that was the first 2 picks that really gave Okami that look in. And then from there on, they just had that man advantage, traded it out. But still, credit to Ferox. They really held deep and long. And again, it's another 7-8 against one of these top 3 teams.
And I guess the question is now, will map number 2 be as close, or will Ferox sort of run out of fuel because that was their map pick?
I'll just say, I mean, Coastline's going to be very interesting because Ferox have played well in it previously. I mean, so have Okami, and it is Okami's pick. I really find it tough to call, especially how map 1 played out.
Well, that's map number 1 done and dusted. Okami taking it 8-7. But come back on the other side of this short break, we'll have map number 2.
Attackers are activating the diffuser. Seconds remaining. Attackers spotted. 10 seconds left.
important to us. All operators are busy at this time.
You feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. It's just I never thought you were sitting next to me. I don't understand. It's just I never seen you smile. You wanna make out, give me a second. It's just you never talk, I never listen. When do we fall in love? Make up your mind, honey, 'cause I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. You need a friend. I can't help this time. I'm in trouble. It's your eyes, I can't seem to focus. It doesn't matter 'cause you live a lie. You want attention from every guy in the park. But when you call, give you my heart, you rip it out. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. So far from close. It's so hard to find my destiny. Try not to drift apart, 'cause you'll be right back at the start. And I don't wanna keep on falling.
G'day folks and welcome back to Six Masters 2020 Playday number 5. I'm Guz, and joining me for tonight's final map, it is Raven. Man oh man, that last one, Clubhouse 8-7, what an absolute cracker.
Nuts map, man. Super close from Ferox and Okami, and I think it was really deserving of how the map played out. Both teams played really well. Of course, we had even halves, which led us to overtime. I think 8-7, yeah, super fitting.
Yeah, and I think the massive storyline coming out from that one was the fact that Okami had match point for so long and they just weren't able to close it out. And in the end, Ferox tried to capitalize, but didn't quite have it that final round. A lot of things not going their way. And Akami were the victors heading into what will be our second map, Coastline.
Yeah, and something I've just been looking at, which I really want to point out, is that is the third overtime win for Okami so far or third overtime match, I should say, sorry. Two of them they've won, one of them they've lost. So they're really only scraping through with their maps in general. They're under a lot of pressure at the moment. So I don't know, I still feel like Ferox have a pretty good shot coming into Coastline. They've played alright on Coastline in the past, so they've, definitely got a chance.
Yeah, I think I'm almost in two minds because it is Okami's pick. I'm thinking maybe they're just going to blow them out of the water and just get it over and done with. They're probably not too happy with how close that last map went. Or on the flip side, as you mentioned, we could see this one go maybe even closer in some respects to that last map. It's going to come down to, I think, the first few rounds because Coastline is one of those maps that really rewards aggression and having that momentum. And if you lose it in those first few rounds, I reckon it will definitely come back to bite that team.
Yeah, I mean, it does usually tend towards attackers, Coastline. So we'll have to see how the halves tend to pan out. In the past, we have seen Ferox have some really nice attack halves on Coastline. It was pre-roster change, though. Post-roster change, we only really have one result. They lost Coastline 4-7 to the Knights. That was their first ever map of 6 Masters. So definitely going to be some cobwebs, rustiness, some difficulties with this new roster. They've had some time to work on it again now, and hopefully they've been able to prep a little bit more because one thing they really struggled with was actually their defenses on Coastline last time.
Yeah, and something I was going to mention was the fact that maybe their momentum from the previous map could carry into this, but with overtime, forcing each team to attack and defend, I think that's basically thrown out the window. So this could be anyone's game. Okami versus Ferox map number 2. It is, of course, Coastline. Let's see how this series will shape up. Okami with the 1-0 lead heading into it. Ferox looking to try and at least finish up with a draw.
Yep, trying to claw something back, see whether the bans will have any say in the matter. Of course, hard breach bans not as common on Coastline. Maybe an Habana, but other than that, not as common. Whoa, there it is actually. I'm kind of surprised. I mean, like, I don't think it has a massive impact personally. Just some angles that you used to have to, well, you have to use thermite now for, like VIP wall, for example, in towards billiards. You have to use a thermite, but that's not a massive deal. The main hurdle with no Habana is that you can't open those holes on the billiards wall or the drinks wall there for holding billiards. I don't think that's a huge deal though, personally. So I'm really curious. Ferox are the ones that pulled out the ban. We'll see whether it actually has an impact. Okami are attacking first. Oh.
Oof. What was the oof about?
I felt like that last sentence was really hard to finish because, I don't know, it just seemed tricky.
Yeah. Okami. Oh, it's just weird. I don't know. I think I'm starting to get used to it. Of course, this is the first time they're playing under the rebrand, as Echo will finish off the bans. So pretty much outside of maybe the Habana to an extent. It's nothing too crazy.
Oh, Mirror and Echo, in fact, I believe have been the defense bans all night. So nothing too crazy there at all. Generally an intel denial, and I don't want to deal with this style of ban. Ferox are the ones starting on the defense, and they're going to be going to Kitchen first. So again, I said they struggled last time I saw them play this in 6 Masters with their defenses on this map. So this will really be the telling sign on whether they have been able to fix some things.
Very interested to see just how aggressive this matchup will be, Coastline.
Attackers need
With
to
so
locate
much
and defuse as
soft
many
destructibility,
bombs as they can.
leads often to just
Attackers
absolute
discovered the
dogfights,
location
a
of a
lot of
bomb.
trades, and a lot of fragging. Playstyle that both these teams are familiar with. I mean, saw that on display even on Clubhouse, a map that ordinarily doesn't have that sort of playstyle. Very excited to see how this one will shape up. Of course, Okami on the attack first have arguably the favoured side. The question is, will they bring enough to the table to
10 seconds left.
secure these first few rounds?
Bomb located by attackers. 5 5 seconds.
Curious too how this Dockery pick is going to work out for them. Ferox don't have a mute, so no hard counter to those calls. Might be just really looking to assist with either a roam clear or setting up for an execute due to the nature of how Ferox like to do their flanks. Particularly Warden and Shade, historically in the past, are the ones that would be doing that. Those calls can really facilitate as they're about to execute, bring out the call and see if you hear something behind you.
Shade is roaming above, Warden alongside. I think you will more often find Warden off site than on it. He does a damn good job at wasting time and getting picks. Deptra got Jack Daddy off the board. Almost for a split second thought that was Warden taking out for some reason. I would have been angry at myself for cursing him, but either way it is Jack Daddy left to sit outside near ruins. And Deptra, hello. Okay. I think that's probably the easiest kill that Styles ever gotten.
Yeah, good trade. Doesn't mean that it's going to be 4 versus 4. All the early stages of the round here. Warden has made it back to site. Pod's still one deepest off. In fact, he's around Blue Bar office stage. And that means that Akami do have the ever important VIP control. When that QD is pledged with that control, he's going to start opening up the floor, which makes Kitchen the worst place possible to be as a defender. It really is hell once that floor starts opening up.
Todd will drop Ippy Star. Some of the slowest refrags ever on this map coming out. It does eventually come into fruition. Cutie, meanwhile, will light a player up inside of objective. I believe that's Warden. He sees his foot and hits him and actually manages to kill him. Oh my word, that was quite the angle. And now Raven, it is a 3-on-3.
I honestly didn't think Cutie could even see his foot, man. I definitely couldn't see it besides the outline. That is the tightest of angles from Cutie there. Warden's going to watch that back and just be kicking himself. That does mean we have even man advantage again. Time is just ticking away pretty quickly here, though. Bring a lot of emphasis on Akami to speed up a little bit. Todd and Deptra, no, Shade still off site, sorry. So that's some pressure that can come back later. Oh, that shotgun shot not coming out early enough. Joker finds him through the floor. Mangoes is getting the plant down, so this retake has to come out right now.
Oh, he actually falls off it. That could prove very deadly as Todd actually manages to drop him now. It's a 2-on-2. Shade as well taken down. So Todd now needs to win a 1-on-2. He was the one that gave his team a fighting chance in this round, but can he rotate around in time? Does eventually find a hole. Joker so close to sticking that plant. The pings are there. Is the wallbang in position? No, it's not. Akami will win the round. Todd was so close yet so far from bringing that one back.
Yeah, you almost got that wallbang onto Cutie, just shooting at standing height instead of crouched. Difference there, and it would have been a 1v1 if he did hit it. Not to be, I mean, that didn't look too shabby from Ferox. This was probably the sketchiest thing out of their defense, was just Deptra caught sleeping there in Sunrise. I mean, that's also so unlucky for Warden, man.
Wow, that was literally a pixel angle. It doesn't get much closer than that. The bullet, like, would have shaved the metal beam as it went past. It was that tight of an angle. That was nuts. And look, it did help his team get the win. Ferox unable to hold that one out long enough. I thought there was a moment there during that round when that player fell off the plant from Akami that maybe Ferox were in with a chance, but really didn't have the best positions to try and deny that second attempt.
Yeah, and that's tough when there's this Disturbance plant, because really, if you don't have a soft wall that you can wallbang from the bathroom side, then of course you don't have many other options besides to push from where the bomb chassis is. Pretty easy to cover. That's why most teams will really default to plant there, because there's no verticality that you have to worry about. It did make it tough. Here's one round though, see whether Ferox can bounce back. Of course, we've seen very clearly on Clubhouse they're capable of comebacks as well. So it's really hard to ever write them off. And that round, I mean, it was close as well, guys. It's not like it was a blowout.
Mango's on the IQ. using that little wrist scanner to try and spot any additional utility.
Sensor active.
Jack that he looks to maybe enter in towards office. Final preparations being prepared. Final preparations being prepared. Ah, that was the worst word I could use for that. Final preparations being made by the defenders. Todd's still inside of office, playing quite aggressively with that heartbeat scanner, but at that sort of range, I don't think he's quite going to see Jack Dad. Maybe now as he hugs the wall. Mangoes might disturb it though. Drone coming around. Todd does hear it. I think it may have been taken out from above. Definitely trying to protect this Pulse player as much as possible. The pinch is coming out. Todd could get this pick, but he gets timed again on the prone. Oh my god. That's so unlucky for Todd. Ippy style getting the pick. And now it's a 5-1-4.
Yeah, there's something to be said about changing your stance between prone and anything else. You really have to be confident in your timing, because that's 2 rounds now we've seen Todd really get messed up by it. It was a good pinch in the end from Okami. I was well covered in office at least. On the Ash, and I mean, this is a chance that Ibisar could get unleashed. We've seen him go off on the Ash before. We're going to have to look at shutting that down. Mango is close to sight already, so it's just about getting this map control for Okami, and the plant is pretty close.
Just over a minute to go. Tushi holding strong. He's in a key position at drinks here. Being pressured from the window and can't really wide swing to deny plant when it does come down. Safe to say the positions held by the attack is currently quite strong. That smoke though will be equally as strong before Tushi is taken out. Warden does get one back. And it is a 4-on-2. Potentially in a position to run out here on that main window. It does look like, I believe it's Joker is holding that run out. He is ready and waiting. Or maybe not. Is he? That is the question. He gets lit up. Warden with a very cheeky angle. Elects not to go for the run out as Jack Daddy elects to go for the plant. Pre-fire comes out and Warden manages to hit it. But he is now left in a 3-on-1. The ace clutch will need to be executed. That's an awkward position to try and fight. And Ippy Style will come out on top in the end. That was, oh no. Oh no.
Oh, no
no.
way.
Oh, that was pure skill.
Yeah. Look, I was going to say, a bit of a potato fest coming out from both players there, so... Look, Okami are scraping through a little bit. That round was close again. Warden looked dangerous denying that plant with about, I think it was 20 seconds left in the clock. Would have been hard to replace, given that his 2 teammates were on the window, and of course that player in the VIP hallway. But either way, Okami did secure the round. I feel like it's just a matter of time that Ferroc's going to be able to at least secure 1 or 2 of these rounds. If they can break a little bit of momentum, we might see them string some stuff together.
Very interesting
Attackers need
indeed.
to locate and defuse bombs.
Scoreline currently 2-0. The lead. So far, their attacks have been quite strong, and Ferroc's unable to find an answer to try and shut it down, despite rotating around these objectives quite frequently. We haven't seen the same one appear twice yet. Blue Bus Sunrise being their tertiary pick. Definitely defendable, but expecting this round to go down to the wire again.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, it's generally been the theme of the series. Is most of these rounds across both maps have been pretty close. No team really looking super strong out of it, or both teams are looking strong, I guess you could say. Well, it was one flawless round in Clubhouse, but other than that, too dramatically blown out. See how Ferox go on this defense, dedicating a lot to this vertical control. They're going to have to sit here, and I mean, that's the hard thing with Coastline, is it's not a massive map. It's not like it takes a lot of time to drone out and really start to push those kinds of roams away.
Todd gathering a lot of intel here. Heartbeat scanner being used from office to peek above in towards Aquarium.
Heartbeat sensor deployed.
There are 2 players stacked out there. Likely he's seen both. I'm 100% sure though. Either way, there's no one really to capitalize on that intel. Instead, Todd will be relaying it to his team. Warden actually is over towards Drinks. That's a very interesting shield position to try and cover any sort of angle from VIP. Shots raining out, C4s as well. Shade won't find his target with that one. As Okami continue to prod this defense, if you style gets lit up. You need to try and pinch this player out.
Yeah, and they're dedicating so much time to do so. I mean, it is really important they get solid vertical control here. All up to how Warden plays it out. Ippy Style is in a bit of danger there in VIP. He's going to aggress down. It looks like Warden actually got out of there, and he's managed to get a kill out of it. Trays with jacked out as Todd hits a nice C4 from below. So all of a sudden, actually, Ferox are in a huge man advantage given the pressure that Okami were putting on this roam. 2 versus 3, but still a bit of time ahead of Okami. Ferox comfortably on site now with man advantage.
Joker and Cutie left in a 2-on-3. Don't put it past him to clutch this one. Ferox quite spread out, not really in a position to refrag it, but Cutie. Oh my, he'll down himself with a grenade, and now Joker's left with it all to do, unfortunately. He will hack cam, so may have some intel to play off.
Bomb located by
Or
attackers.
Stepcha playing the Valkyrie may have placed those in some now compromising positions for his fellow defenders. Joker drops a Goyo shield, but that's not really going to do a whole lot. His position likely being revealed as above now. Todd on the pulse. Surely giving out callouts. We could see him down below in blue bar, just constantly calling out to his team. And look, this round surely isn't winnable. Only 20 seconds left on the board. More shots raining out. The C75 so tricky with that iron sight, and Joker will finally meet his demise. Ferox winning their first round here on Coastline.
As we were saying, it felt like it was just a matter of time with how close those first 2 rounds were. There it is. That one was actually quite strongly or firmly in favor of Ferox. That upstairs roam worked out really well for them. They got I don't think they actually got the opening pick, but then they got 2 trades back to give them a man advantage, and then it really just kept going their way from that point on. They're going to reattempt kitchen, so they're doing a full rotate back to the first rounds, which of course we saw was a 1v2 style situation, a pretty close end to the round there. So see if Ferox have made adaptations to get them for this one.
Kitchen and Service will now make its second appearance tonight between these two. It was played in the first round, and Okami, of course, won that. Question is, will they be able to replicate it? It looks like they are playing a very similar operator lineup. So it'll be interesting to see how this one plays out.
Looks to be a pretty similar setup. We saw Deptra and Todd both on the vertical play, playing through the bars office. Nothing was Deptra caught sleeping with Cam and Sunrise, so he's going to have to try and be a little more alert. Maybe a little better backed up by his team. Whatever the issue was there. Spreading out quite horizontally. Yeah, is Ferox Warden looking like he might be trying to hang around lobby, or at least setting it up for a late hold? And that is not going to be a helpful start.
QD actually brought down really low, so definitely an interesting gunfight. Not exactly sure where it played out. Either way, though, QD will be happy that he ended out on top. Maybe it was the kitchen window. I really do not know. No? Maybe it was the run out. I think it was the run out over towards the pool, the west. Over to the right. There you go, MC. Over there. Somewhere over there. Anyway. Warden gets 1, gets 2. What kind of run out is that? I think he might have jumped out the window. Absolutely nutty from him. This round is just, I don't know what's going on. Sushi gets 1. Now it's a 2-on-4. Ferox have brought this one back.
Yeah, they're really swinging momentum back into their favor here. I mean, those first 2 rounds were close, but these last 2 have looked really strongly theirs. Of course, there is still a little bit of time. Check Daddy and Cutie are the 2 alive for Okami. That to say, Cutie in particular has had a pretty good game so far, but nope, he's going to die as the Claymore frags him out. Pod tries to peek, making it a 1 versus 2 on Jack Daddy. I mean, this is definitely still possible.
It's been such a strange round so far, and we're only halfway through it on the timer. We reached that point as Jack Daddy now heads through main lobby. Ferox need to position up for a refrag at the very least here if they can't kill him in the first engagement. Looks like they've set up a pretty nice cross so far. Jack Daddy, who knows where they are? I wonder if he knows the player to his right. Looks like he does. He pre-fires it, but he doesn't win the gunfight. Oh, he actually does. It's a trade.
Yeah.
No way. What a play there from Jack Daddy. Not quite enough in the end. So I'm sure Sushi is very happy that was a trade because, let's be honest, I don't think he was in a great position to refrag that.
Yeah, that was the thing, is they weren't really well set up for the refrag. So super winnable for Jack Dad. Like you said, if that wasn't a trade, very real possibility he might have been able to get that, but that's not the case. So that's 2 rounds in a row for Ferox now, bringing it back to even tabs, and feels very similar to how Clubhouse was going. It's just swings and roundabouts of who's winning these rounds.
Time to head back to Hookah Billiards.
Protect your bombs from being defused by
Scores now
attackers.
2 apiece. A little bit of a seesaw as we saw in map number 1. In fact, the first 4 rounds on the first map
Attackers have
resulted in a 2-2 score, and so far it's looking pretty close. Is it too soon to call 8-7 OT win to Okami?
Well, I felt like you called it pretty earlier in Clubhouse. I didn't write down which round it was, but we were talking about overtime pretty early on that map. And it happened. So I would definitely wouldn't put it past it happening again on this map. Given how these guys have played, it feels real.
5 seconds to go. Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Into the action phase now. Final preparations going up. That'll probably be the last we see of Warden in sight for a while as he makes his way out to try and cause some terror. Appears as if Todd as well is roaming again down towards office, a position that we've seen him play quite often in these first 4 rounds, trying to gain intel on the players over towards Aquarium. Does spot Jack Daddy there, near spawn. Here's Deptra to assist as well, so strong investment below at the moment. And a player peeking from above. Okay, this is... I don't want to be walking in there if I'm Jack Daddy, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, definitely designed as quite a trap. I'm sure they're going to really hard push into that. It might not be the smartest decision, at least early round. You can put pressure elsewhere, maybe divert these players. In fact, they're now cut off. They're still lucky to still be alive. A really solid pinch coming here from Okami, but Warden gets the opening pick onto Ipisar. That's a big pick as well. Ipisar's been playing pretty well on the Ash. Here comes the entry into office. Depra's the first to fall. Todd peeks around. There's no shots connecting from Jack Dad. This C4 could be the kill, but no, I think he downed himself with it. Not 100% sure. Jack Daddy is the one that secures the kill, though, and that means Okami stay with the man advantage only just.
4 versus 3 as we will now eclipse the halfway point of the round. A few members more on the board than this time last round. Warden off-site. Shade and Shusi left to try and hold the fort. Shade and Sushi, that is much harder to say than I expected.
I was wondering who you were talking about.
Shade, Shade and Sushi. Shade Sushi. I don't know why that's so hard to say.
Under a minute, and I mean, Ferox, they can just sit comfortably here, right? They've still got the smoke up, so he can deny a lot of the chance to plant, and that means they either have to push deep, or they have to deal with the smoke player. Every second they're not baiting out these smokes is really going to make it hard, but oh, that frag grenade just totally deletes my point, and deletes Sushi, so it's all up to Warden and Shade now in the final 40 seconds.
Warden in a position to flank. Instead, he makes his way down the main hallway. Shade will drop mangoes. Not really being able to pressure this position. And Okami. Cutie, though, trying to sweep in from behind as Shade will get his second. Cutie pushes in the sound crew of the Gumon, gives away his position, but he still gets the kill. And now it's a 1-on-1. Warden taking on Cutie. Surely Warden can close this one out. Diffuser is dropped. No real chance of Cutie going for the plant. He needs to try and find the frag, but he doesn't know where Warden is positioned. And Ferox will win on time.
Really, really well played from Warden and Shade. It was a 2 versus 4 at that stage with about 30 seconds to go, 25 seconds. They just held really well. Great positions and a bit of a fail, I guess, from Okami to secure a refrag. Cutie definitely could have pushed in Hookah much quicker to frag out that Legion. He would have saved Joker on the rappel. Not to be. That's 3 rounds in a row for Ferox now. So they're really starting to get a bit of momentum behind them again.
Momentum definitely being the name of the game so far tonight. Blue Bar Sunrise. Again, we'll see its second appearance for the final round of the half. In fact, this was the first round that Ferox won on the map and really helped kickstart this momentum, and they'll be looking to close it out as well. And I think a 4-2 lead on a defensive half on Coastline. Now that will be pretty good.
Absolutely. Yeah, and as I was saying previously, when Ferox played this in the first week of Six Masters, it just really felt like they were having a lot of issues with their defenses. And it's looking so much better for them now. Which worries me about Okami, because Ferox, if they are playing this one on their defense, they can potentially land on some good attacks, and they might be looking to close this map out. A little early to call, but it feels it's like it's leaning that way.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Oh, the caster curse. Oh no.
Attackers are moving
Yep.
to defuse a bomb.
Look, I'm still backing the 8-7 Okami OT. I'm still aboard that train. Although I'm sure neither of these teams wanted to go that long because it takes its toll. Oh, we wanted to close it out in regulation. If Okami lose this round though, that hope is only going to slip further and further away. Shifting over the defense will be tricky. But we still have 2 minutes 30 left in this half. All members still on the board. Drone's heading out. As we ride on board rather with Mangoes and Kitchen, droning the entry for Pistol, and Jack Daddy also sweeping across the map. So a lot of ground being gathered quite quickly here.
They've really stuck this Dockerby as well, and I don't know whether it's had any massive direct effect. Hard to say from what we get, at least anyway. Army will be the ones to answer that, but I mean, they're not winning as many attack rounds as they would have liked, that's for sure. Ferox doing a great job of staying disciplined. It was something we highlighted actually previously in Clubhouse about that discipline and patience with angles. And Deptra, that works out for him at least. There's a refrag coming out though. It's an important player, in fact, lost for Ferox. That's Warden gone.
Deptra is thrown down, gets aggressive on him and takes him down. The pre-fire not quite fast enough, and Valkyrie will be alive and well. Shade though, he won't be. His Mangoes shuts him down. I don't think Shade was really expecting that one. Deptra still getting aggressive on this peg, trying to find the opening. I don't know where he's aiming with that one, but that's way off its target. He gets away with his life in the end, but Ferox quite low on HP across the board.
Yeah, it's not looking too good for them on this one. Oh, that wallbang does down Deptra. So that's a nice job there from Mangoes. Okami really in a good position here to be able to close this round out. Sushi under a lot of pressure. Todd's the only one on full HP. A frag grenade will slightly tag Sushi, but not much. It's going to be very hard for them to be able to hold on here. Sushi does find one though. Gives them a little bit of a breath. Jack Daddy's taken low as well, so we could be able to bring this back to a 2v2.
Difficult part is really trying to get that plant down, but with Sushi taken off the board, it should be doable. Todd going for a massive flank is shut down. The flick from Jack Dad proves too strong, and Okami managed to even out the half.
Nice shot. And yeah, it is a 3-3 half again. That's all we've had from this series. It was 3-3 Clubhouse, and then it was another 3-3 half to make it 6-6. Now we're 3-3 here on Coastline. Really feels like foreshadowing for a 6-6 again, guys.
7-8, 7-8. Or 8-7. Okay, well, I didn't see this coming, though. Penthouse Theatre. That is quite the spice, especially considering most teams will only go there if Mira's on the board. So I'm very intrigued to see what they bring to the board on this one. And I highly, highly doubt Ferox are going to be expecting this.
yeah, really not commonly chosen in ANZ anymore was Penthouse Theatre. It's really rotated out of meta on
Attackers need to
Coastline.
locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
See what Ferox can do to adapt to that. Probably good for Akami in terms of how that attack half ended. That was really their best attack round. Because the other two they won were quite close. That last one was definitely their strongest, so they can carry some momentum into their defense here. And I think the big spotlight is more so probably going to be on Ferox and how they can string together these attacks.
Shield definitely being used and
10
abused
seconds
here
left
by
before insertion.
the defenders. And you know what? That's probably not a bad idea. Penthouse is a site that doesn't offer a whole lot of protection once a lot of these windows are held. So
Locate and defuse a
maybe
bomb.
the addition of those shields will give the defenders a little bit more comfort. Very, very excited to see how this round plays out.
Some Jackal play as well. I mean, that's something we also haven't really seen much at
Located
all
by attackers.
these days. He went through a phase of being heavily banned. And then I guess a similar thing to what we were talking about earlier with Thatcher, even when he's available, which is quite frequently these days, don't see him picked a whole lot.
Drones being used instead to gather intel. Jack Daddy, oh, that door to the right near guitar. Shield's providing some cover, but he's exposed to a lot of angles here. Mangoes needs to try and help him out. Jack Daddy misses the shots on the rappel. Of course, that rappel line is giving away Deptra's position, but there we go. Warden will drop Jack Daddy. Nice shot from him. Mangoes as well could get his head taken off very, very soon here. He unpeaks it at the right time, though. Looks like Ferox slowly picking this apart already.
I'm not sure. Oh, that is a good peek from Mangoes. Deptra off the board, and a refrag attempt from Sushi has failed. Mangoes holding Hall of Fame just all by himself. Single-handedly ripping that Ferox attack apart. And Shade's been downed as well. Might be able to be recovered at least. Looks like he might have fallen off the roof, in fact, of parking garage.
Maybe. Maybe he was shot. Not too sure. Either way, though, Ferox will go for the pickup.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
I mean, it's hard to even say that Akami are winning this site off the back of the site setup itself. It's really just Mango's going big in Hall of Fame there and winning some critical ones.
The attackers bombed the
Fortunately,
diffuser.
Ferox just unable to shut him down,
Diffuser is
and
exposed.
Shade as well. The run out will end his life. This is no longer the Hall of Fame. This is basically just the Hall of Mangoes and a bunch of Ferox corpses at the moment.
What are you saying, guys? Northeast corner of Hall of Fame is just now called Mangoes? Is that right?
Yeah, let's make that official. All right, everyone, we're calling that Mangoes from now. Oh yeah, definitely. Oh, it's the quad. If he gets the ace, 100%. That's being called Mangoes. Question is, can he do it? Oh, he can't. Wow. Oh, you would. You would. I bet he would have got that kill as well. Wow. Boo.
Oh.
So I'm still calling it Mangoes. I reckon it was still a pretty good play.
Oh, totally. I mean, that whole round was all Mangoes, man. Like, especially this was the most important part. That shot onto Deptra and then the double kill to secure the IQ. Really, that was it. I don't think Ferox really had much of an in after that. That was, that was a nut shot there. And yeah, look, good round from Okami. I don't really feel comfortable saying that their penthouse worked out well because I just think Mango's got some.
They didn't get into the
great
objective.
Exactly.
Oh. Well, I guess the question is now, will that completely kill off Ferox's momentum? Because I'm tipping they're not going to be too happy getting 4K'd by a dock. Hopefully they're not too tilted by that. I mean, I would be happy, but... Oh well. It is what it is.
See what Akami have in store for us. Yeah, it looks like, again, they're going to be extending vertically. Style Cutie are the ones getting up there. With these Goyo shields, that's definitely a stall point
5 seconds left before
that
insertion.
Ferox going to have to deal with. On top of the mute jammers, have
Attackers
not
are
brought
moving
the
to
Thatcher,
defuse the bomb.
so they will have to actually physically shoot those jammers to get past.
deployed and ready to go.
4-3 the scoreline after Okami managed to edge out that final round. Warden in this round already been lit up. Not an ideal start for him. Ferox trying regain some composure after just being completely torn apart by Mangoes. It's looking like it's going to be 10 members up for a long time here. Could be setting up for quite the explosive execute later in this round.
Could definitely be the case. Warden was tagged quite low in engagement. Pretty important utility there. Those evil eyes are going to have to be dealt with because they can see a lot of the default plants besides kitchen door. But you didn't think that TBD... Okami, I've done it again, guys. Oh, no. You'd think Okami would know if they're planting kitchen door at least early. This might be not noticed here. Warden might be able to get the jump into this lobby position.
Deptra's found himself in an awkward position. He will get taken down. Mangoes clearly just doesn't lose those. Once again, going big in this round. You know, I didn't even realize you said TBD at all then until you mentioned it. I was having a bit of a daydream moment for some reason, and yeah, you just expose yourself.
Whoops. There's a drone right next to Mangoes, right? Like, you see that?
I did not see that. I mean, Mangoes
It's on
doesn't.
the
Maybe
stairs.
Mangoes, he's just baiting it. Mangoes knows. Like, he's just like 3 kills for me.
Maybe.
I don't care.
Maybe.
Yeah, he doesn't care.
Yeah.
Mangoes is like, yes, please drone me. I want more kills.
Yeah, maybe. Joker, meanwhile, though, taken down by Todd. So that means that a really important player or operator is off the board. That's Smoke. Not sure the Shade was on site. It looked like he was actually on site there. Mangoes has found himself another, so he's just going huge at the moment. He's finally been downed, though. Does effectively make this a 2 versus 2. All to Warden and Shade, who have both been tagged low and not much time on the clock.
15 seconds
It's all
left.
yours, Raven. My clean feed is gone.
So Shade is going for the plant. He baited it, though. He comes off. As Jack Daddy finally denies with the C4. Peek coming out from Warden, not getting any shots onto Jack Daddy. Does close it out for Okami, though. That's 3 rounds in a row for Okami. Starting to look pretty firmly in their favor. Some really solid momentum going in their direction.
It's alright, I'm back. We're good. Sure, you did a wonderful job there, Raven. I saw no faults at all in that call. I think it was just bang on. I knew what was happening without even seeing it. That's all I'm saying. I
Good.
could envision it.
Good.
Alright, 5-3 the scoreline. Okami with the lead. Blue by Sunrise will be their site of choice. Again, they will be 1 round away from match point, but if we've come to learn anything between these two, even if Okami get match point, it's not going to be necessarily secured. So I think they'll be looking to just close this one out really quickly, so they don't have to go to AP again.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the stats from the first map. Okami won the final round of the first half to make it 3-3, and they won 3 rounds in a row. So far, we're on 2 on this map. So it really is just almost like a total repeated pattern of Clubhouse. It's a matter of whether Ferox can form that comeback yet again.
Very interested to see how this one plays out. Mangoes. I don't think he wants this map to end just yet. Going 10 and 6, he's got a couple of big rounds. I'd love to know if you knew that James was there. Surely not. I don't know how he didn't see it though. That was crazy. Literally just out in the open. Oh, Mangoes.
Yeah, not sure what was going on with that. At first I was like, maybe they've got a Mozzie drone. Then I realized, no, they don't. But I don't know. Maybe we'll find out later. Shade on the gridlock. Haven't seen much gridlock play at all recently. First time we've seen her tonight. whether it has much of an impact. Another one we haven't seen a whole lot of is Nomad either. It's quite surprising because usually you do see quite a lot of Nomad these days.
Pre-fire's running out there from Todd on the Buck. Buck, of course, very proficient on coastline. Sometimes we'll even see him banned. Track Stinger's going out there from Shade. That will help minimize the impact of some of these rotations that may come out later in the round from Kami. There we go, Todd getting full use of that skeleton key. Of course, it was recently increased in capacity, so there is a lot of opportunity for him to create some nice angles. Really displays these defenders on site.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, a lot of people focus on the change with his utility, getting stuns. Or not getting stuns, getting Claymore, but people using his stuns. But actually, that skeleton key increase is huge because, especially on a map like Coastline, there's so much damage that you can do to these floors. It makes it a lot harder for these defenders to sit in a lot of these crucial positions. Speaking of crucial positions, Cutie in a very tough position to flush out with that shield in the way, and a lot of utility involved to do so.
Of course, Thatcher hasn't been banned, but the fact that Ferox didn't elect to bring him proving costly as Mangoes and Star will open proceedings, one apiece. The minute to go, Mangoes gets a double. This man is going absolutely off. Cutie as well gets one, and now Todd is left to try and ace clutch this one up. And yeah, it's probably not going to happen. A nice kill out onto Jack Daddy, but I think from here it's just going to be trying to even out his stats. Currently going 5 and 7. He'll be happy with 2 more kills. At least go even. Oh, he's getting floor banged. Todd is not really in a great position here. 30 seconds left on the board. Ferox just sitting and waiting really for the next round to start. Surely nothing will come of this. And there we go. Akami will take the round, and that heads us on to match point.
I was talking about it before, man. This is exact foreshadowing from Clubhouse. Exactly how we saw it. 3 rounds in a row for Akami, 6-3. And then we saw Ferox win 3 rounds in a row to take it to overtime. So look, I'm not saying it's not going to happen or is going to happen. It just could.
Penthouse Theatre will see a return here. Akami electing to go there for potentially their final round of the map and tonight's series. Really hard to say if they're going to perform well on this site. Last time it was off the back of Mango's massive dock play, and look, I was surprised they didn't pick him, but 6-pick will be fully utilized, and that's going to be a very scary sight once Ferox spawn into the map and trying to take him down. I wonder if Mangoes maybe gets taken down early or plays a little bit less aggressively. How this hold's really going to hold up.
Yeah, it's a great point. We never really got to see exactly how their hold plays out, other than the fact that Mangoes just went nuts. So yeah, if he is nullified or just isn't able to actually find the picks, we'll see how that works. Very curious. The 6-pick idea was good too. I like that they showed the pulse because it kind of made them to maybe think that this is a hookah hold. But I don't think it changes Ferox's lineup at all because they've really been bringing these operators for every site.
5 seconds to insertion.
Looks again like Mangoes will be playing at Mangoes. That isn't Hall of Fame anymore. It's officially actually called Mangoes. If you look at the bottom of your screen, it definitely says Mangoes. They just spelt it wrong. He's gonna go for a small peek. Oh my god. He almost hits that too. Motobar just gets in his way. Ippy Style providing some additional protection as well with those ADS devices. So yeah, I don't think anyone's going to be repelling DJ deck this time. I don't know, I just have a feeling.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely should probably try and pinch it from a different direction. Of course, actually taking VIP from the hallway is going to have a big part of that. Bush jacked that out quite well last time. That meant that really there was an open direction to push Mangoes if they did take VIP. They're going to be burning a lot of utility to try and clear him out. He will get flashed, given that those magnets don't actually get rid of utility, just displace it. Warden picks off Ippy Style. They have actually got man advantage now in this first minute. It's a nice early pick. Might make this VIP take a little more possible.
A little bit of a sense of deja vu with Depth repelled there. Trying to take down Mangoes on the last occasion. Mangoes absolutely deleted him, and Joker deletes Warden. So it is a 4-on-4. Edging close towards the halfway point in the round. Todd below trying to get to work with the skeleton key again.
Drop the bomb diffuser.
I think he might play a critical role in clearing out some of these players from below.
Seems quite concerned that Joker might have dropped back down to the lobby through the white stairs when Warden got picked. Going the moment, Mango is still firmly holding on to Mangoes. Jack Daddy's still in VIP.
Oh no!
IQ peak is going to work out much better this time though. And the Jack Daddy refrag didn't come out. He is still in that corner, but there it is. So that means it's a pretty solid man advantage now for Ferox. Be their round.
Again, we haven't really seen just how strong this hold is. It's only now that Ferox are really going to need to actually progress in towards the physical site. All these gunfights taking place off-site. Joker arguably still in a great power position. He has that shield to work with. And the Vector, quick fires, quick peeks rather around that shield, and Deptra takes a little bit of damage. Joker, most importantly, has a C4 in his pocket as well. If they try and plant next to the bed, surely Joker can C4 this. He does crouch forward, the C4 comes out. It gets stuck though at the top of the bed. It was enough to make him fall off the plant though, and that's wasting a lot of time for these attackers. The Bolt comes out onto the bed as Cutie gets one. Time is still being wasted here by Joker. The flank coming in through the hallway. Deptra pushing in as well, and there we go. The three-man pinch leaving the ball up to Cutie, but he has a C4 from below. This could be big. There is a player on the white stairs to try and deny it. The C4 misplaced, and Ferox will take the round.
Here's Guz. Exactly how it played out in Clubhouse, you know, I'm not going to call it, but feels like comeback is on its way.
Maybe, maybe. That would be quite spicy indeed. I don't know if Okami will be too happy if it goes to OT again, even if they do win. I don't think their hearts will be able to take too much more. Let's get some heart rate monitors on these guys. I'm sure the pressure would be pretty high. Yeah, I feel like they might be playing into the minds a little bit here of Okami, knowing that they slipped up that 6-3 lead last time, albeit they did get the map win in the end, but I don't know. We saw them slip once in regulation, and nothing saying they might do the same here.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as
And
many
Ferox, I mean, they're seasoned overtime players after last week. I mean, they had a 7-5 and then the 8-7 with wildcard. And here we are, 8-7, and who knows what this will end up being. It could be a 7-5 as well. They're definitely all down for playing maximum amount of rounds possible. Maybe that will play a factor if it goes to overtime again. I mean, Ferox played overtime last week. Late one, in fact. We'll see. Kami have changed site. They're not going to stick that penthouse, and we finally saw it stress tested a little bit, and it
10 seconds left.
didn't look too crash hot once they finally got a chance to push side.
No mangoes, no penthouse, that's all I'm saying.
Attackers have discovered the location of the bomb. Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
To be honest, if he didn't, did he reload? I think he reloaded at the wrong time that last round, right? If he hadn't have reloaded, to be honest, he probably would have won that gunfight.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh well. We can only speculate. What we do know is of course 6-4. Okami still with match point, looking to just close it out. They had struggles closing it out on Clubhouse. A lot of utility being expended by them on this top floor. The defender's really trying to prevent Ferox from getting that vertical control. Question is, will it work?
Definitely going to be a lot of utility needed to clear out those players, particularly in theater there. If they want to hard push it. Losing drones. Not so great. Jokers are the only one on site though. I mean, this is an opening that Ferox could look into if they want to. Ready to repel the retake. That 90 position is going to be hard to push out, but Ippy sitting in such a strange spot right under the default. And he was super exposed. Warden wins that gunfight without even taking a hit. That gives them a good man advantage now and gives them a bit of stability in trying to push out this roam.
They're all spinning up.
Clips in the halfway point of the round. Ferox now trying to establish some control above, but Jack Daddy's making that quite challenging. Holding behind the shield inside of Theatre. Mangoes as well, playing a scary position of reception. Wall bangs the barricade. How does he know he's there? He gets the kill. Oh my word. Mango's absolutely popping off so far tonight. Cutie, unfortunately for his team, will be taken down. And now the pressure's really on Jack Daddy to try and find a couple of picks, but he can't even find the first. Deptra gets that kill, and now it's a 2-on-4.
Pretty good for Ferox so far in this attack. He's still got around a minute to play out for this round. A nice pre-fire from Deptra. That last bullet is getting the headshot on Joker.
Attackers
Such unfortunate timing for him. Up to Mangoes, he hits a nice shot onto Warden. In fact, he is going to have to ace to win the map for Okami on this round at least. He's retaken lobbies, so definitely a chance to try and deny this plant. Down to Ferox's covering.
attackers activating.
Free fire's coming out. Mangoes gets the triple for the round, but Todd will finally shut down the Danger Man. And Raven, don't say it, okay? Please don't say it. I know what you want to say right now. Just don't say it. Show some restraint.
All right, I won't say anything. But hey, fact is, Ferox are 1 round away from securing overtime again.
That is a fact. Definitely a fact.
And Okami are going to have to hold Blue Bar Sunrise, which was arguably their best defense so far.
Indeed, indeed. Could be a very interesting conclusion of the map or of regulation, either or. Both teams electing to utilize their 6th pick. QD jumping onto the smoke and Shade onto the Therm. Thermite's an interesting choice, an operator that doesn't often get a whole lot of love on this map.
Yeah, so it really tells me, I reckon they're going to push like
Attackers
office
need to
side.
locate and
Office.
defuse as many bombs as
Aquarium,
they can.
luggage, office security.
Oh,
no!
Oh no!
Bomb located by attackers.
Well, that is a
Nice
great
shot.
start to the round for Ferox.
I really hope he wasn't like... You know how sometimes you're loading into a map and you'll be like playing around with your mouse or like tapping it or something? I wonder if that's what happened. That is so unfortunate. Or if he was just making the rotate. I don't know. Like that, yeah, that's...
It was pretty instant. I don't know. Either way, that's really rough
10
for
seconds
Okami
to
there.
insertion.
And what I was saying is, with aquarium, luggage, office control, where you do thermite open to blue bar, hold
Attackers are
lobby,
heading out
and
to
you can cut that courtyard peak through the holes, and you get a plant behind the actual bar in blue bar. I feel like that's what Ferox are going to be doing, given how hard Okami were holding the top floor and Sunrise last time. But maybe, yeah, with Jack Dad off the board, maybe they feel confident just to default back.
Ferox spending his time gathering intel. Gifted that man advantage, but far from being gifted the round win. One of those Ghost Shields will be popped. Warden already with some nice control towards CC. Shade outside of Office, so it definitely does look like they will be shaping up for that push from Office in towards Blue Bar.
Attackers have located a
This is
bomb.
probably going to be the trouble player there. Mango is also looming around courtyard, so there are a couple of players that could really hinder this push.
Attackers have
Ferox.
dropped the bomb diffuser.
Beauty seems to have read that
Attackers
he's
have
getting no
recovered their
pressure there
position.
in Sunrise, so he's going to try and potentially get an aggressive run out from Sauna. He's got the SMG-11. Ipistal already pushing aggressively towards this flank. He's potentially being held by Deptra on a drone. He probably saw Ipistal as it gets shot. Means he's not going to be able to cross. Deptra is in a bit of a trap. Ipistal got downed, in fact. So if Ferox are able to capitalize on this, could really give them a good spot.
Shade's actually going for the plant. The question is, where is the denial? Joker gets one
Attackers
onto
are
depth,
activating the bomb diffuser.
but that plant has been successful. It's now a post plant, 40 seconds left for these defenders to retake side and try and counter defuse. It's a very challenging position. Mangoes can't even get into that rotate. If this style does get one, instantly
Defender is
reframe there by
approaching the kill
Sushi.
zone.
Cutie trying to run out and go for a peek as it's left in a 2-on-2. One Ferox player above, the other inside of office. Mangoes could maybe try and long arm this potentially. Looks like that's what he will try and do. 7 seconds he needs to stick it. He falls off of that player from above, applying some pressure. Can they get rid of him? They can't. Ferox will take the round. Warden with a 2K to finish things off. And Raven, I give you permission. You can say it. You can say it if you want.
Zach Mira of Clubhouse Scars. 3 rounds in a row to start the half from Okami, and then 3 rounds to close it out by Ferox. That's another 3-3 half, so that's all we've seen from these guys in this series across 2 maps. They are going to be going to full time. There we go. It was actually Cutie trying to make the rotate, and Jack just running it past. Oof. I mean, that really could have changed things if they had those magnets just to repel some of that extra utility, and even just the extra gunner could have definitely been different.
That was rough. Very, very rough indeed. Okami with the attack. I mean, normally we'd say that's the favored side, but statistics will tell us that tonight it hasn't really meant anything. Between 50-50 for each half. Man, which way are you leaning? Because I don't know. I'm probably still going to stick with Okami, but I don't know.
It's tough, man. I don't know. I mean, momentum at the moment is in the favor of Ferox. Really? Like you said a couple of rounds ago, maybe that whole 6-3 throw from Okami on both maps is probably playing on their mindset a little bit. It's happened 2 maps in a row now where they had 3 match points essentially. Both times they haven't been able to close it out in regulation. And that definitely favors Ferox much more than Okami.
Well, it's heading into tonight, Okami looking for some serious points on the board, try and help secure their position in the top 4. Ferox in the meantime trying to break into that top 4. A lot on the line and a lot riding on these last couple of rounds. Ferox trying to at least salvage something, at least draw the series. Okami on the flip side, of course, wanting to close things out after winning on Clubhouse in a very similar fashion to how this one has played out thus far. Warden going 14-10. Big from him. I wonder what Mangoes is on now. I feel like he's probably going to be pretty high as well. He's been absolutely popping off.
15? Yeah, 15 and 9.
Oh my word. Nasty.
Yeah, so a bit of a Warden versus Mangoes thing going on at the moment. Not as bad as last week's Ethan versus Warden scenario, but either way, it's it's been some big efforts. Just digging back into some stats here. Last time Ferox held this, they won it. It was round 4. Of course, round 1 was the first time they went for it, and they lost that. 50-50 on who's won and lost in terms of Ferox's defensive kitchen. Really doesn't help us much in terms of breaking the dead heat. If anything, it just emphasizes the fact that these teams have literally just traded everything tonight.
Question is, will they trade the series? It's up to Ferox. We'll try and do that. Warden trying to find the opening pick in OT. Isn't successful, will fall back. Probably a wise decision. Well and truly past the halfway point in the round now, and Ferox seemingly still quite confident on side in the round. Mangoes, interestingly enough, with the diffuser. He's at service door trying to maybe prepare for a plant. It's going to be up to Okami to try and get some presence above. It looks like they have done so, but Todd here on the pulse giving some very nice intel to the rest of his defending team.
Most importantly, he's just giving the all clear that they can retake kitchen because nobody was really, at that stage, sitting in VIP. It was just Ippy-Star in the hallway. Some really important positions here. Gained vertically, but Cutie loses it actually to Shade. That could be really critical given that we're in the final 40 seconds and it means Shade can hold onto such important service control. Mangoes is pushed deep. In fact, he's more bangable. He is shot by Shade. Great play there, but Ippy-Star picks up a double. That's really big guys into this final 30 seconds, making a 3 versus 3. Could definitely go either way.
Ippy-Star probing for another. There is a player behind a deployable in sight, but Joker, he'll drop Warden, leaving it up to Shade and Sushi. Sushi, the player behind that shield. Not really going to favor him in a long-range engagement. The SMG against an ACOG could be very interesting. He does flick onto Ippy-Star, does actually drop him. And that opens up the round massively. Not long on the timer. They need to stick this plant. Shade gets his triple for the round, and it looks like Joker's going to completely give up on the plant. Shade will go big in that round, get 4, and Ferox will take the first round of OT.
Guys, I don't know if you know what I'm going to say.
What are you going to say?
This is exactly how Clubhouse played out. Okami went up 7-6 match point, and it ended up being Ferox went up 7-6 match point. Ended up being Okami getting 2 in a row to close it out. So, will it be a perfect mirror of Clubhouse? Or will we actually see Ferox buck the trend, and will they win 8-6?
Wow, wait. Definitely been a bit of a grind of a series. Mangoes. Oh, I thought he was going to jump onto the dock. I was getting excited. I was expecting some more dock play, but
Defenders,
nah,
protect your bombs
Mangoes
from being
will
defused by
default
attackers.
back on to the Maestro as we head back to Blue Bar Sunrise. This site being given quite a bit of love by both teams. We saw it twice in the first half, twice in the second half, and this will be twice in OT. So, yeah, Blue and Sunrise, it's the place to be.
Apparently it is. Good sign here is that Jack Dad isn't dead. And Cutie doesn't have an extra team kill.
Whoa, you did him like that. Poor Cutie.
I mean, it really set them up for such a poor start to the round, and Ferox very comfortably pushed through to office
5 seconds left.
and took that. I mean, the plant went down. I didn't actually write down the timer, but that plant went down super early.
Attackers
A
objective.
minute and a half to go or something, and that plant was being stuck. Super important. See how much it does come back into play in this round. Looks like they are sticking a similar strat to you. We've got the same operator lineup at least.
Potentially the last round here in the map in the series if Ferox take it.
Swapping mags!
But if history's anything to go by, Okami will win the next 2. Or at least if you listen to Raven, they will. Very hard to call this site.
New magazine!
Been back and forth between both teams. In fact,
Bomb located
it's
by
only been
attackers.
won once more by Ferox, and that was in overtime. In regulation, it was won twice each. So, like most of the objectives, it has been super close. Really hard to dictate which way this one will swing. Warden almost getting an early pick there, but not quite meant to be.
Look at use of that vertical play though. Flushing out Mangoes of all players, really important player for Okami in this series. This map in particular means that he has moved back towards security. It's a heavy flush from Ferox now onto site there, trying to ensure that Mangoes can't retake. Todd is above as well. They really want this office control, and they're very much aware that Mangoes is in fact in courtyard, and the ping comes out, not really sure why. It wasn't capitalized on, so now Mangoes is going to move around, probably even find that drone. Not a fan of that, Guz.
Minutes 20 on the board.
Loading mag.
Interesting angle there from his style. As Jack Daddy and Mangoes are getting a little bit too close for comfort, they will eventually disperse. Repo's coming out from Ward, and his hand is up inside of security again. Deptra with the opening pick onto Mangoes. That's the big player taken off the board. Now let's see if style steps up here. This could well swing in favor of Ferox. And it's another team call, this time with a magnet. So I don't know what's going on in the Okami camp at the moment. Maybe it was a nade that got stuck in the magnet. I'm not too sure how that works in the kill feed. But either way, it is left in a 3-on-5. An unfortunate situation for Okami. Jack Daddy will be taken down as well. It's now left up to Cutie and Ippy-Style. Ippy-Style in a pretty powerful position to deny anything in blue. Not sure if that drone saw him though. Doesn't look like his flank is being watched. Fourth main Nomad on the board. Doesn't look like there's any claymores either. It is finally being held. Ippy-Style, can he win the gunfight? Yes, he will. The refrag is a little bit too slow there. Now it's 20 seconds left.
Yeah, and a lot of times they have to get out to stick this plant and cover courtyard well because Ippy-Style is still lurking. Plant goes down, looks like half a second to go. It's secured. Post-plant situation all up to Cutie. Has full HP, but he's shut down by Shade. Ferox do finally secure an 8-6. They get the map against Okami. What a series, guys. Far out.
That was nuts. 8-6 in the end there for Ferox, leaving the best of 2-1 apiece. And finally, we can silence Raven. No longer will they be following the trend. Ferox finally able to bucket. And it will be theirs in the end. 14 kills from Warden, quite big, but Mango's 15. Really giving his team a fighting chance in this series. Wow, I need a breath after that because that was pretty intense.
That was nuts. That was a great series. 2 overtime maps. Very fitting. I mean, they both looked very evenly matched and really back and forth. And fun little stat on what I've already been talking about. That was the first round since the 3rd round of Coastline that went differently to Clubhouse in terms of who won and lost. So, I don't know. Tale of 2 maps, but very similar in terms of results. It's ending a bit different at the end for Ferox. And also that means they're going to get the head-to-head because 1 extra round that they didn't lose, I guess you'd say. But yeah, man, that was a great series.
It's kind of crazy walking out of that and then looking at that round difference, and you can pretty much objectively say that Ferox actually come out of this matchup on top despite it being a draw. So I mean, that's really interesting. I don't think many people would have expected that to occur. At least I didn't. And I mean, full credit to them. 5 rounds straight to close out that map. That was nuts.
Yeah, huge effort from them. They had some really good rounds, especially towards the end of the map, clearly because they won them. But on top of that, I mean, I think that really justifies the effort that Ferox has really put in over the past 2 weeks because they had such a close series against Wildcard. And it was really feeling like it could have been a similar situation where they had 2 close maps and no points. Finally, they got some extra points on the board, and I think, like I said, they've been playing really well. If they weren't getting any map points out of that, it would have really felt like a disjustice to their form over the past 2 weeks.
And I guess the question is, how will their opponent, Okami, really feel coming out of that one? Because not only did they not close out the second map, but they also don't have that round difference advantage. And I mean, there is a real chance, thinking about it now, that these teams could finish very close together in the final standings. And I can envision a scenario where maybe they're 4th and 5th, and then Ferox will have that advantage. They will go out on top of Okami if they're on even points at the end. So, like, yikes. That's I don't think they'll be too happy with the fact that the round difference went against them.
No, I agree with you. But I think one thing that's probably going to be happening a lot is people are going to think, as they lose these maps or something to Ferox, they're looking at how Ferox came into this tournament, seeded, I think it was 6th in the end. But they're not playing at all like a 6-seeded team. They're playing really well, and they're really quickly adapting to their new roster. And they have far less flaws than the previous Season 11 Pro League roster had. So yeah, really trending up for them.
Well, we have Centis from Okami ready on the line. Let's say g'day.
Hi there, guys. How are you doing?
G'day, Centis. How's it going, man?
I'm kind of sad, to be honest, but besides that, pretty good.
I guess one question. Oh, do you want to? You go. You know what, Raven? You go ahead.
You go. Yeah, you seem confident with your question.
All right. I had a question about. Of course, you guys were formerly known as TBD, now under the banner of Okami. Maybe talk us through what that actually means for you guys and sort of where that branding came from.
Oh yeah, so for that I want to give a huge shout out to Candor and especially also Caliber Jacob. Both of them helped us extremely with the branding. Candor made all the graphics, made everything around that. He has been running the Okami account and has been doing so before for a Challenger League team in North America. And since they more or less don't exist anymore, I contacted him and asked if we could adapt that branding so we could have a Twitter account where our followers can see, where we have match postings, where we can have highlights, where we can have build a little community and have a little home for us. And he agreed to that, and so now we have the best logo in ANZ, and yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I think that all sounds really cool, and it's really great of Candor and Caliber Jacob. My main question for you guys, though, is both maps we saw you up 6-3, and then it went to overtime on both of them. Maybe, are you able to give us some insight or just talk us through what was happening in those second halves?
On Clubhouse, it was mentality that killed us. We had the rehost came because one of our players had lagged and had to switch his net, and that killed our momentum. That completely kicked us between the legs, if you want to say it like that. and just really hurt us at that point. We were able to come back from that because we were able to refresh the mentality, but that did knock us down for the second map. We were able to go positive on that 6-3 again, but once again it was mentality, and then the playstyle didn't really. I think the mentality is what is bringing us to overtime week and week again, and we have to work on that, and we are. And it's hard because it's not just hey, you have to play differently. It's each player has to work on that, and we as a team have to work on that, and it's very hard, and it feels very bad that it's because of something like that where we lose, and especially with a 6-3 lead.
Now, of course, next week you guys will be taking on Team Sinister. I guess, what are you and the team sort of expecting heading into that one?
I think it's gonna be an interesting match. They're very good in the standings. I'm not sure where they are at this moment, but they've been consistently over the last season strong opponent. I think I'm not sure if we were able to beat them 2-0 or 1-1 and the last Pro League season, but I think we have a good chance at least to get another 3 points. But obviously, we're hoping for 6 more. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, Centus, we appreciate your time. All the best next week.
Thank you very much. Bye.
I think it was really interesting mentioning the fact that that rehost maybe did kill their momentum a little bit, because when you have that downtime, maybe their just mentality wasn't right, and I guess it kind of showed that. I mean, in the end, of course, on that map they did win it, but it was not convincing by any stretch.
Yeah, and it can be tough when you've got the momentum or you've got the lead and you have a break for whatever reason. It can be tough to try and continue that on. I mean, that's just the sign of a really strong mental team if they're able to do so. And Centus really clearly gave us that insight that they are struggling a little bit in that regard. So definitely unfortunate for them, and I think they will be severely kicking themselves given that they had 3 match points, if you want to call it that, on both maps. They did at least secure one of them, but the other one did slip away.
Yeah, I mean, like we mentioned earlier, I can't help but feel that that score difference that might cost them later in the season, and they're not the only team. Let's not make this some sort of anomaly. They are not the only team that could suffer from these score differentials if it comes down to tiebreaks later in the season. I mean, Elevate and LFO, for example, is another one that really stands out. Like, it proves that not only is the competition really, really close, but there's a whole nother layer to that competitiveness, which is that score differential. And I mean, I don't want to curse Akami, but look, I hope it doesn't come back to bite them, because this loss will hurt even more.
Yeah, and I mean, this could be the situation for a lot of teams as we move forward, because it's not just Ferox that Akami have to think about their head-to-head with. They still have really tough opponents that are also in their neck of the woods, such as Elevate and Wildcard. So I think towards the end of the season, because of the way the map veto is and how these series work, it really could be a hectic situation in terms of round differentials and who's got head-to-head against who. I can foresee some really tight finishes to 6 Masters.
Well, we have our interview with Team Ferox ready and waiting. Let's beam it up.
Hey guys, how are we?
Yep, sure. What's up, mate? Congrats for arguably, I guess, sort of winning tonight in a sense. How you guys feeling?
Yeah. Look, we're pumped. The adrenaline's still flowing. You know, you should have heard the comms on that last round there. Boy, it was insane. Yeah.
Look, walk us through. I mean, it was 2 very tough maps for you guys. Clubhouse slowly slipped away, and both times you came back from 6-3 deficits at some stage. Maybe just give us some insight on how that really played out for you guys.
I mean, look, we did the same thing as Wildcard last week. We start at a big deficit, and then we just figure it's match point. We should actually start trying now, you know, make the comeback happen. No, but really though, I think it's a big game for us of momentum, and once we get the fundamentals right of our like droning and just how we're pushing things, and once we can adapt and read a team, especially on Coastline there with our attacks, we kind of figured out, you know, pushing minis not the play. They had a massive wall mire set up with shields and whatnot, so we just figured, you know, let's go officers for those plants, and you know, it worked out. So, yeah.
Yeah. And you yourself, I just want to bring it up. You yourself had a really big 1v2 clutch on Clubhouse, which basically saved the map, right? Because that was when it was 6-3. we were just amazed that you were able to get the angle. Can you talk us through comms? Did you know he was there, or was that kind of just?
Yeah, no, we did have comms on that. Fortunately, I was just far out. I was struggling to remember back then because I'm just still processing everything. But yeah, yeah, pretty much just closed out the first guy and managed to have comms. I think it was Warden called it to me, second dude. So I managed to find him and get that, and there was a lot of momentum on that after that round win. We thought the guy was going to cover me from moto, but luckily I was managed to get the shot off in time.
Awesome. Well, looking ahead to next week, you guys will be taking on Elevate. Safe to say they're a pretty strong opponent. What are you guys expecting in that one?
Oh, look, we're just going to have to bunker down, do some VOD reviews, make our own strats, keep going back to the drawing board, and hopefully come new next week.
Awesome. Well, Depcha, we appreciate your time. It was a long one tonight. Good work on sticking it out, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you. Thanks, guys, for the cast.
See you, mate. Oh man, you could just feel the energy like radiating there. He was like, as he mentioned, the adrenaline is still flowing. Like, even after such a long series, he is up and about. I don't think he's gonna be sleeping until about 4 a.m.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like when you've got the late game and you have a series like that. I mean, it's almost midnight for us, and yeah, it's so hard to wind down. But look, it's great for them. I'm really happy that they were able to get at least one map on tonight because I said it a lot. Like they played really well against Wildcard, and then they've come out and played really well again against Okami, 2 of the top 3 opponents in terms of the standings. So that's a really great effort from them, and I'm really curious now how the rest of their season might pan out.
Well, of course, that concludes tonight's matches. Let's have a quick recap of what exactly all went down. The first matchup, Raven, was Pittsburgh Knights taking on Kanga, and the Knights took a pretty cruisy 2-0.
It was quite the cruisy 2-0. Very polarizing series that we casted tonight. First one was totally one-sided, and then the second one, you couldn't put a toothpick between them.
Nice little analogy. Well, we have the standings
There's
ready.
an actual analogy that I couldn't remember.
That's all right, Raven. It's been a long night. Let's bring up the standings. Let's see how those matches have shaped up, where everyone is positioned. Okami in second place. Keep in mind that they have 2 additional maps on Elevate. Make our way further down. LFO have dropped. No, they haven't dropped, have they? Yes, they have, because Pittsburgh overtook them. And Kanga, unfortunately, still on 0 points with a interesting round differential. Interesting is probably a light way to put that one.
Look, I think we've already said it a lot that Kanga are just really in quite the rebuild phase. I think that's just generally how their Six Masters is going to be. The rest is all looking very tight. I mean, we just saw Ferox take a map off Okami. They could have had 2, and they quite easily could have had 2 against Wildcard last week as well. So, I mean, like, these standings could shape up incredibly differently. There's some really big matchups that are going to be coming soon. Elevate and Wildcard both play tomorrow night, so Okami really could drop a couple of places here.
I definitely think it's going to be fun at the conclusion of Six Masters 2020 to sort of take a step back and like review the standings after each week to see how the teams end up where they are, because as you mentioned, there is a real possibility that these standings could look very, very different come the end of the season.
Yeah, I mean, a massive example is that Sinister versus Elevate tomorrow night. Right? What if Sinister do actually get 2 maps of Elevate? That's going to put a real, I don't know, spin on a lot of people's predictions, and again, just how the standings could fall. That's something we can talk about tomorrow night and see what happens. But totally, this season is shaping up to be super interesting. I said the same about Pro League Season 11. Was one of the best ANZ seasons we've had. I think Six Masters is almost proving even more exciting.
Well, that concludes tonight. Myself and Raven will bring you all the action tomorrow night. Same place, same time. Until then, stay safe and good night.
No thoughts left in my head. My mind's on mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black. Cause the soul in me and the heart I have for you. It beats for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 Oh, you bring me to life.
life only. Even though we burn from the light I bleed. But she bring me back, not a heart attack could take away all the love I had for you. It bleeds for you, it bleeds again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 You bring me to life. Can you feel your life in my hands? This is where you bow down, your last chance. Now I hope you know, understand. Should've pushed my trigger, not unless you plan to face the end. There is something in the dark. There is something you big sharp and teeth. There is something going on. Make you wish you never looked at me in the dark. There is something you big sharp and teeth. There is something going on. Make you wish you never looked at me. I will take you down. I will take you down. Did you have doubts? Did you have doubts?
I'm so sorry that I wasn't really there for me. Cause nobody else is showing any empathy. Rudely awake and quite undertaken. Did I do something wrong? Life isn't easy. Why did you leave me here with my thoughts alone? I don't wanna wake up messed up, 'cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I need you now, 'cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this. I'm so sorry that I didn't go to therapy. Thinking everybody, even you's an enemy.